Chapter 1 Metempsychosis. I never played a game seriously before. I have never thought of it seriously itself. Then why I am going to play it seriously? If only I did play it seriously. My fate will not be like this. Sorry Mom and Dad, I have failed to protect Jane. My name is Adam Crystal. I am someone who never played the game seriously. I just played it for fun. But isn't it true that everyone should only play games for fun? Where did it all go wrong, exactly? Now all I can do is watch helplessly, as my sister is slaughtered right in front of my eyes. I have to defend her as her brother. But where did things go wrong? I don't want my life to end like this. If only I hadn't played this game just for the sake of having fun. Sister, if only I had taken this game more seriously, things may have turned out differently. My greatest ambition after both of my parents died in a fire was to look after my younger sister and see her grow into a successful adult. I studied hard for it and received excellent grades, but why? Why did the world's rules suddenly change? I hate it. However, in the end, I believe it was my fault for casually playing a game. /D. Even if I am going to die, I will fight back. How dare a mere LVL 70 player to dare to mess with me? And then I will gladly accept my death. I died.
Du point, du point, du point, du point, du.
What's going on? Wasn't I was killed by those 200 LVL? Adam thought as he slowly got up from the bed. Where this is? Isn't this my apartment in Las Vegas? He dashed to the restroom and examined himself more closely. He was startled when he heard a voice. Brother, why are you late? Didn't you tell me to get up early so you could go shopping? It was his sister's voice that he heard. His heartbeat maxed out, his full body was trembling while he stared at the phone which showed the date. Today was the official debut of the FIVR game Horizon, which drew a lot of attention due to the fact that it was built in conjunction with two gaming titans. Epic Works was a virtual reality game development firm based in America, while Imagine was another virtual reality game development company situated in China. Horizon also was built up with new gaming AI. It was called Gia. It was purposely created for Horizon only. Starting from today, accurately after 90 days, FIVR game Horizon will descend upon Earth. Everything will change in one night. Around 83% of mankind will vanish. Creatures from other realms will rampage through the entire planet, and humans will be reduced to ants in front of these frightening monsters. That's when all the humans who didn't vanish received their accounts from Horizon, and they had to fight those monsters to level up, exactly like in the game, but the only difference was that they couldn't be revived if they died. The dilemma is that only higher-level players can slay these alien monsters. Humans who are merely playing it as a life simulator or casual RPG can only wait for their death. Within a week of its introduction, Horizon drew a large number of individuals. By the end of 3 months, roughly 4.7 billion people out of a total population of 7.6 billion had registered as Horizon players. Adam remembered much of what happened in Horizon before it descended. So he took out his phone and jotted down everything that had transpired in his previous life before Horizon descended. This is something he can't afford to overlook. Adam entered the gaming store with his sister. The cashier, who was a college girl working part-time here, smiled warmly and asked, "What do you need, sir?" "I would like to purchase 2 Horizon FIVR helmets. Unlike other FIVR games for Horizon, you have to purchase the particular helmet made for it." "Excellent, sir. Basic grade is $200, sir. Do you want me to explain other models?" "No need. He already knew all the models and packages ages ago. I want 2 gold-grade helmets with a platinum package. With a gold-grade helmet, he can play 16 hours per day, and with a platinum package, the player will be offered with 30 HP potions, 30 MP potions, and a hidden draw. That would be $2,500, sir." Seeing his brother giving money without hesitation, Jane was stunned. It was his hard-earned money by doing a part-time job for 2 months. What happened to him, she pondered as she headed back to the apartment with his brother. When Adam entered his bedroom, he didn't immediately tear open the box and jump into the game. After all, it was launching in roughly 4 hours. Instead, he stripped until he was in his boxers and began a simple strength exercise. Though, He did a light exercise from the time he went to high school and learned MMA for self-defense after his parents' death. It was simply for the sake of maintaining his physique, regardless of whether you choose a mage or non-combat classes in Horizon. If you know martial arts or fighting skills in real life, you can utilize them in Horizon. This was one of the most appealing features that drove individuals to become addicted to the game. By 3 months, most people had almost moved into the Horizon. As a result, when the Horizon descended on Earth, many of them were overjoyed and believed they could easily defeat those creatures. But they had forgotten one thing that is not the game now. It was the reality they will not be revived after death. Wiping his sweat, he took a shower and ate some light meals. There was still 17 minutes left for the launch of Horizon. He helped his sister to set up the FIVR helmet. Jane, choose Akonia as your kingdom. How come, brother? In order for us to be able to play on the same continent. I don't want to, Jane exclaimed. Her face pouted. Then you must read the instruction manual before dash. Fine. Fine. Don't bring those vexing items. His sister couldn't assist him. He couldn't help himself. She has always been pampered by him. Nodding to his sister, he returned to his room and then turned on the FIVR helmet. Horizon, 10 seconds. Welcome to Horizon. Chapter 2 Hidden Event. Loading. Brain scan initiating. Please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Brain scan complete. Please create your Horizon account.
Username, Adam Crystal.
Password. Account type, Platinum. Package, Gold tier. My name is Gia, Goddess of Horizon. I welcome you, Outlander. No. Horizon restricts players to change appearances so that you can have realistic experience. But if you want to change your race, you can change it though your appearance will be the same. You will have your status attributes and skills different from other races. Please select your race. Humans. They are a race with balanced stats and high adaptability, have balanced affinity with all elements. Elves. They has a Fey heritage which allows them to communicate with spirits better thus. They have a strong affinity with wind, water, and wood. Dwarves. They are a race of stubborn and hard workers who are well known as the blacksmith race. Dwarves have a strong affinity to fire and earth. Demons. They have nature that relies more on strength rather than magic, though that does not mean they cannot use magic. They have a high affinity for fire and dark magic. Mermaid. They are unique races that will have appearances of half-human, half-fish creatures. Has a higher affinity with water, ice, and light magic. They have to at least stay in water for 3 to 4 hours, or you can buy moisture potion from the store. Vampire. This species will rely on its stronger affinity for dark magic and avoid close combat. It also has the unique power to transform other races into vampire servants. Blood must be consumed in quantities of 500 to 800 gm per day. I will choose race, human. Which kingdom do you wish to start your adventure, Outlander? Akonia. Time perception in the game is ratioed 1 to 5, meaning 1 hour in the real world is 5 hours in-game. May your adventure becomes a legend in Horizon. May my blessings protect you for eternity. With a flash in his eyes, Adam had come to a village square of Axis. Within a short period, many new players spawned around him. As many more appeared rapidly, the square was filled instantly. Some of the players were forced to squeeze to the side as even more new players spawned. All of them had human appearance, but he knew the majority of players have chosen other races. Once Horizon descends, their appearance will change according to the race they have selected. He pitied the humans who had a good appearance and envied the humans who had had an average and ugly appearance. Adam quickly checked his status. Name: Adam Crystal. Race: human. Title: none. Job: none. LVL: 1. EXP: 0/100. HP: 100.
MP: 30. Vie: 10.
STR 10.
AGI: 10. Dex: 10. Int: 5. Available stat points: 0. Skills: none. He remembered the important details of the town Axis. In the town, you must first look for an instructor in what job you want. The beginner jobs available are warrior, mage, shaman, ranger, scout, priest, and summoner. In his last life, he just randomly selected warrior class because he knew MMA. He thought it was the best class for him. The warrior job is basically your classic RPG warrior that is equipped with a sword and a shield. A job that focuses more on strength and endurance depending on what type of warrior you want. The mage job is also like the classic RPG mage, which uses spells and incantations to damage its foes. Mages start with non-elemental magic and could choose what type of elemental magic they could use. Shamans are fighters who are good at using buffs and debuffs and damage over time spells. Rangers are fighters who are adept at using weapons that can reach far and are a classic RPG pick. Scouts are fighters who rely on their nimbleness and agility to damage enemies. They are close combat fighters with throwing skills and could use invisibility. Priest is also a classic RPG role, which is basically the healer of the group. The priest has different skills depending on which god they choose to serve. Adam rushed over the self-training area. Many people don't even give it a look at the early stages, but Adam only the secret of the training area. If a player achieves maximum proficiency in a weapon, he or she will receive a one-of-a-kind skill that cannot be duplicated, even if another player achieves maximum proficiency in the same weapon. It was a hidden event scheduled for the first 3 days. Only professional players and rich players know about this. Adam chooses a spear. It was his favorite weapon in his previous life, but he can't use it in battles as he had chosen to become a warrior with a shield and sword. Strike, hit, stab, pierce, or was the first stance. Slash, thrust, shield, impact. This was the second stance. Adam started to do this repeatedly 1 time, 2 time, 3 time. Many players began to swarm the outskirts of the village to hunt and kill various kinds of monsters. About 10 minutes after the initial launch of the servers, the new player's spawning rate finally began to slow down to a stable rate of 1 player per minute. The world chat and forums started to pour with messages, but he didn't mind. He continued to practice with his spear. Spear proficiency, 17%. Even though he has been swinging the spear for hours, it only increases little by little. By now, most of the people will have reached level 5 or higher. I have to speed up. With this thought, Adam continued to swing his spear. After few hours, spear proficiency, 56%. It has been 11 hours since I logged in. It's time for log out. Adam logged into Horizon at 7 p.m. so it will be early morning. Adam logged out of the game and slept for few hours. If only I had capsule, I would have slept in the game. Sigh. It is true, if you have a game capsule, you can even live in the game. Humans can live in Horizon for up to 3 to 4 months if they had a game capsule. He woke up at 10 a.m. The breakfast was prepared for him on the table. It seemed that his sister had gone to university. Both of them didn't have much age gap. It was only 3 years. But he already planned to drop out of college, as he already graduated from university in flying colors in the past. Also, it will be useless once the world changes. Now it's time to dive. Chapter 3, First Quest. Spear proficiency, maximum. As the first player in Horizon to finish hidden event maximum proficiency on weapon. Spear, you have been rewarded with title, Spear God. You have obtained unique skill, Star Strike. Adam panted with a happy face as he was about to leave. He remembered that he still had a hidden draw and a player package. Do you wish to use hidden draw X1? Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained 500G. Do you wish to open player package X1? Yes. Received. Small HP potions X10, small MP potions X10, bread X10, water bottle X10, 50G. He checked his inventory before leaving the self-training area. Inventory. Small HP potions X40, small MP potions X40, bread X10, water bottle X10, 550G. Many people believe that the summoner job is overpowered because of its features. However, it was one of the most challenging professions in Horizon, since summoners must share EXP with their summons, preventing them from leveling up as quickly as other players. Due to their level, summoners face a significant challenge in later periods when LVL limited dungeons and items are uncovered. So, Adam didn't even consider the summoner job because, like other professions, it had benefits and drawbacks. and he needed a unique job that would overwhelm other players. After walking for quite a bit, he finally reached his destination. He was standing before a huge-looking marvelous tower. It was the place called Wizard's Tower. It consisted of a sum of 7 floors. First floor, light magic. Second floor, fire magic. Third floor, water magic. Fourth floor, ice magic. Fifth floor, earth magic. Sixth floor, wind magic. Seventh floor, dark magic. If you choose to be a mage, you will receive the most basic skills from all the 7 affinity through which you can master certain affinities. Most of the players master 3 to 5 affinity, out of which fire is the most common offensive type magic. Water and earth are mostly used for defense, while the wind is used for locomotion. Ice and dark magic can be used for both attacking and defending. Though these two are overpowered, most people can't achieve a greater level using ice and dark magic. Adam was different. I am going to be the greatest combat mage in Horizon. I will wield all 7 magic. As he thought, he entered the first floor of the magic tower. Just as he entered, he noticed a beautiful-looking woman. Her name was Darcy, light magic-wielding NPC. Unlike players, human NPCs in Horizon can only wield one type of magic. "Hello, how can I help you, young adventurer?" Darcy said. "I am Adam Crystal and would like to become a mage," Adam said. "An ambitious magician, I see. First, we need to test your affinity with light magic then," Darcy said with a gentle smile as a windy popped before Adam. Quest: Darcy wants you to use the basic skill of light magic. Heal on 10 creatures. Deadline: 30-minute. Reward: you can proceed to the next floor. Upon failure, you can't enter the mage tower for the next 3 days. This was one of the things that made human mages rare all over the Horizon, because they have to complete all the 7 quests to officially become a mage. But the players who have selected other races can skip the other magic trials and can directly stick to the magic they can wield. For example, if you're a dwarf, you can directly go to the 2nd floor and 5th, complete the quest given by fire-wielding NPC and earth-wielding NPC, and become a mage. However, if you are a non-human species, your mana will only rise by 10 points when you level up. In contrast, if you are a human, once you level, your mana will increase by 20. Like this, the power is balanced in Horizon. It was also one of the major reasons it became popular in a short period of time. Adam went to a meat shop and bought a chicken. Each one cost 2G, but he can't bargain it with the NPC. He spent a total of 20G and bought 10 chickens. Most players will think that they have used skill heal on 10 players and will fail the quest by timeout. However, if you read the quest closely, you will notice that it just states that you must apply the skill heal on 10 living beings, either humans or animals. Adam went to the outskirts of the settlement, sat under a large tree, and broke the chicken leg with a stone. The flesh and bones were torn off and blood gushed out from the wound. The sound effects and images for cocker were quite realistic. Heal.
5 mepe.
As he used the skill, the smashed leg was restored and turned back to normal.
Quest: 10/100%.
Just as he predicted, it really worked. He continued to smash the next chicken's leg and heal it.
5 mepe.
Heal.
5 mepe.
Heal. Finally, the last one, as Adam thought, he repeated the process he did so far. Heal. Ding. Quest completed. Ha. Ha. Finally, I have completed the quest, though it is a pity that I have to waste an MP potion, as he thought. He painted heavily. The small MP potion he had can restore 50 MP at once, but his totally capacity itself is only 30. He had no choice but to consider it as waste. Just as he was about to head, he heard a rustling sound from the bushes behind. An old-looking lady crawled out of the bushes. Her head was injured and was bleeding. On top of her head, there was an exclamation mark, which means that the NPC had a quest. "Young warrior, please help me and rescue my granddaughter," she said in a trembling voice. Quest: rescue the granddaughter of the old lady who was captured by goblins. Deadline: 20 hours. Reward: not defined. Upon failure, your level will drop by 1. Accept/decline. Accept. Probably the reward will not be great, but I will receive fame, Adam said in his heart. Fame can only be obtained by doing a rescue quest or extermination quest. Fame is used in Horizon to increase your popularity. For example, if two players encounter an NPC with only one quest, the quest will be provided first to the player with the highest fame. If the player declines, the task will be given to the player with the least amount of fame. For players in Horizon, fame can be beneficial in a variety of ways. For instance, if you wish to form a guild, you must have a particular quantity of fame. Even if you have enough money to start a guild, you won't be able to become the guild master if your fame is low. Adam rushed to the mage tower after admitting the elderly lady to the hospital. Skills. Heal. Slowly recovers injuries, costs 5 MP per use. Star Strike. Grade. Unique. Temporarily increases the attack and defense by 70% for 20 minutes. Grants the power of stars to the next 3 strikes. MP. 40 CD. 2 minute. Can evolve into legendary grade under certain criteria. Title. Spear God. Grade, Legendary, L. When facing at the monsters or humans which has a difference higher than 20 levels, your status will be enhanced by 50%. When facing at the monsters or humans who uses their weapon as spear, you will get 1 random skill of the opponent permanently. When your HP is below 2%, the damages from next 3 seconds will be completely nullified. Chapter 4 Nora the Blacksmith. Young mage, you are amazing. You can proceed to the next floor, Darcy said, as she guided Adam to the second floor. There were not many players on the second floor compared to the first floor. It's obvious that many people would have failed the quest. Young mage, come here, we have to test your compatibility with fire. Adam was alarmed by the voice. A middle-aged man wearing a red robe was fiercely stared at him. He was Lyndon, fire magic-wielding human NPC. Quest. Lyndon wants you to use the basic skill of fire magic, Fireball, to exterminate 10 monsters. Deadline, 3 HR. Reward. You can proceed to the next floor. Upon failure, you can't enter the mage tower for the next 3 days. The quest was a little difficult compared with the previous floor, but he didn't care. He also has to rescue the old lady's granddaughter. While completing that quest, he can easily finish the quest given by Lyndon. Here, young magician, I hope you will be able to kill 10 monsters. As Lyndon said, 2 pieces of equipment appeared on Adam's inventory. Do you wish to equip basic wand? Yes. Do you wish to equip basic robe? Yes. He checked his status once again before leaving the place. Name. Adam Crystal. Race. Human. Title. Spear God. Job none. LVL 1. EXP 0/100. HP 100. MP 38.
Vie, 10+8.
SDR 10+4.
AGI 10. Dex 10. Int 5+3. Available stat points 0. Skills. Heal, Fireball. Unique skills. Star Strike. Equipment. Head none. Body, basic robe. Feet, none. Weapon, basic wand. Earrings, none. Necklace, none. Right hand, none. Left hand, none. Adam started to walk towards the opposite side of the mage tower. This was a market. There all types of stores, potion shops, restaurants, pet shops, etc. Adam slowly walked towards the end of the market. There was a small shabby-looking shop. It had a name written on the top. Nora's Weapon. Adam smiled while looking at the shop. It was owned by an old blacksmith named Nora. The story of this NPC was mysterious. In his previous life, he still remembered a person obtained a quest given by the old blacksmith and obtained a unique skill after finishing it, which made the player one of the core member of the Sunshine Guild. In the forum, it was mentioned that the person who obtained the quest from Nora was a human. He frequently came here and enjoyed seeing Nora, the dwarf NPC who was making weapons. Suddenly one day the blacksmith NPC gave a quest. After he finished it, he was rewarded with 2 unique skills. The details were not mentioned in the forum because of the Sunshine Guild's power. The players were also banned from entering the blacksmith shop. Adam didn't know for sure that he will get the same quest and obtain the unique skill, but he has to at least try it, or else what's the use of having future knowledge? Adam entered the shop. Inside of the shop was more shabby than outside. He can hear the hammering sound as he entered the shop. Cling, cling. There was a small bell on the table. He pressed it as the sound rang out of it. Suddenly a little girl ran out of the room and asked Adam, "How may I help you, sir?" He was puzzled. In the forum, there was nothing mentioned about a girl NPC. Is this also Sunshine Guild's work? Adam thought in his heart as he replied to the girl in front of him. I want a basic spear, little lady, he said to the NPC with a bright face. Aren't brother a mage? Why do you want a spear? I can also wield spear do. Little sister, can you get me a basic spear? Yes, brother, please wait a minute, as she said, ran into the small room. Again. Nora favorability. -15. What? As I suspected, he is a unique NPC. Even GM shows the favorability he has towards players. But why? Did I do something wrong? Adam was thinking about the situation when the little girl dragged the basic spear towards him. Why didn't Nora came out? Be careful, little girl, Adam said as he grabbed the basic spear. The spear was sharp and lightweighted, unlike the equipment placed on training grounds. You can call me Nancy. The spear is 15G. Since you were so kind and came to our shop despite its appearance, I will give you a discount of 5G. This was unexpected. He smiled and handed over 10G before leaving the shop. Please come again. Adam started to head towards the area that the old-looking lady mentioned by using the map. After a few minutes of walking, Adam arrived at the place where the goblin residence. He was in front of a small cave. There was a group of goblins patrolling outside the cave and looking for prey. Adam hid behind the bush which was opposite the cave. There were 4 goblins patrolling outside the cave. Adam patiently waited for them to let their guard down. After a few seconds, the 4 of them sat down beside the cave and started to do something. Adam quickly came out of the bush and ambushed them. Fireball. Boom. Only 2 of them. The impact was much smaller than he expected. Tsh. Another 2 goblins rushed towards him, but Adam was not going to lose. He was only annoyed because the damage was very small. Fireball, the cooldown time was only 2 seconds, so he didn't have problems in casting another fireball. The only thing is he will soon run out of mana. The other 2 goblins instantly died as they turned into nonetheless and left some things behind. Plus Goblin Club. Plus Stained Cloth. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Let's see, I didn't level up. It means 1 goblin gives 20 EXP. It means I still have to kill many goblins to reach level 5. As he said in his heart, Adam entered the cave stealthily. Items. Goblin's Club. Rating common. Attack +3. Description. A club made of wood, used as a weapon by a low-level monster goblin. Stained Cloth. Rating common. Defense +0.3. Description. A cloth made of rotten flowers used by low-level monster goblin. Basic Spear. Rating common. Attack +7. Description. A spear made for newbies. Basic Robe. Rating common. Defense +8. Description. A robe made for newbies. Basic Wand. Rating common. Attack +4. Description. A wand made for newbies. Chapter 5. Killing the Goblin Leader. The cave was dark. The sunlight can barely enter. After walking for a few minutes, Adam noticed 2 goblins. He crept up behind one of them and grabbed its neck, strangling the goblin to its death. It's true that my MMA talents are paying off. Plus Goblin's Club. Plus EXP. Plus 1 LVL. You have reached LVL 2. You can learn 1 additional spell other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. Next to summoners, mages appear to be overpowered in Horizon. Because of their familiar, summoners have the disadvantage of slowly leveling up. But what about magicians? As a wizard, you can learn all of the spells from all of the affinities. Isn't it a little overpowering? That is why in Horizon, players with the mage job can only learn 7 basic spells from each affinity, after which they can learn 1 spell among the 7 affinities for each level, balancing the power of players with the mage job. Adam took a glance at another goblin which was walking towards the entrance of the cave with stride steps. The stupid goblin didn't even know that his companion has been killed. It was just walking straight to check the situation outside. Do you want to change your equipment to basic spear? Yes. Adam dashed towards the stupid goblin, who didn't even see him. He yanked the heart from its green body. Plus EXP. Adam changed his equipment to a wand and removed an MP potion from his inventory and held it in his hand before entering deep inside the cave. After a few minutes of traveling, he arrived at the location where goblins reside. They were a little group of about 20 goblins, and their leader was only a goblin leader with a level of only 12. It will be a tough fight, or he may also die if he was a normal mage, but he had unique skill, Star Strike and title, Spear God and years of experience. These two are the advantages he had. I hope that goblin leader will use a spear. He wasn't sure because the guideline didn't specify which monsters used which weapons, but even so, he could kill it with a Star Strike. When Adam had a clear view of the surroundings, he noticed a small cage containing 4 young girls who were wearing tarnished clothes and small bruises all over the body and emitting disgusting smells. The goblin leader was crunching some meat while seated on the podium-like structure. No, it's not meat, it's human flesh in the uncooked form. His gaze didn't even faze. He had more gruesome scenes than this over the years. Even though it was a game, it felt so real, and his adrenaline rushed throughout his body.
No.
No, Adam, you fool. You have to calm down. Calm down, he said in his heart as he halted few centimeters away from the first group of goblins. Fireball.
10 MP.
Boom. As he cast the spell, the 3 goblins in front of him instantly turned into none the less. Adam rolled to his left and dodged the incoming attack from the goblins and cast another fireball. Boom. This time luck was in his side. 4 of them instantly died and turned into none the less. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. He was in trouble this time. With their clubs, 8 goblins raced towards him. Adam can't go any further since he's blocked by a massive boulder. And there's a group of girls trapped in a little cage alongside him. They expressed their surprise, excitement, and hope that this attractive mage would kill the group of hideous monsters and save them. I can't go back any further, if that's the case. Hop! Adam jumped on top of the cage and moved to the massive top of the boulder beside it. Even though the boulder was huge and tall, its peak was not very broad and was barely enough for him to stand in 2 feet. I can't drag this any further. Fireball. Dash 10 MP. Gulp. Gulp. He gulped down the potion on his left hand. The same bittersweet passed through his tongue. Fireball.
10 MP.
Quest complete. Adam continued to cast fireball. Boom, boom. Carrick. Kirk. The goblins screamed as they died and turned into none the less, leaving behind their spoils. The girls were amazed and jumped in joy inside the cage. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus LVL. You have reached LVL 3. You can learn 1 additional spell other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. Adam's HP and MP was restored and improved now. He can use Fireball 6 times in a row without using MP potion. Adam jumped down to the ground and stood opposite the goblin leader. Seeing its subordinate's death, it was furious. How can this puny ant provoke me? I will kill you, human. The goblin ruler stood up from its podium like the place. It took out the weapon from its side. Unfortunately, it was a saber. It rushed towards Adam with heavy footsteps. Despite its size, it ran pretty much fast. Ora, ora. You have been affected by Goblin's cry. You will be stunned for 5 seconds. Unexpectedly, it had skill. Adam never thought this low-level goblin leader will have a skill. Bang! Boom! Fortunately, the goblin ruler was a fool. It turned the saber to the other side. Instead of stabbing him, it banged Adam. Adam was sent flying, finally hit a boulder and slid down. You have received damage of 183 HP. 17/200. You meathead, you should have sliced me up instead, Adam said and quickly gulped down 2 bottles of HP potion. He didn't had time to drink another bottle as the meathead was only a few centimeters away from him. HP 117/200. Do you want to change your weapon into a basic spear? Yes. Star Strike. Activated unique skill, Star Strike. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of Star. Adam rushed towards the goblin ruler, aiming his heart with the spear. Seeing this, the goblin ruler smirked as it tried to block the attack with its saber, but it was no use. Adam was alarmed. It was not because it shielded its body with saber. The reason was if his spear launches a strike on this saber, it will truly shatter, which was a waste of money. The saber could at least be an uncommon item, or there is even a chance of it being a rare item, so Adam changed his spear's angle towards the goblin's head. It didn't have any time to react. Soon a big hole appeared on its head, and it died and turned into nonetheless, leaving behind its spoils. Fireball. Grade Common. A ranged spell that can inflict damage on multiple opponents if they are together.
MP, 10 CD, 2 sec.
Goblin. Grade Common. An ugly or grotesque monster which is usually evil and malicious. Lust over women and shiny things. Goblin Leader. Grade Uncommon. A low-level evolved goblin which can control over a pack of 30 goblins or so. Chapter 6 Ariana. Plus EXP. Plus Goblin Ruler's Saber. Plus Goblin Ruler's Fresh Meat. Individual Adam Crystal, you have killed the boss monster for the first time in Horizon. Do you wish to announce it to the world, yes/no? Adam was surprised. I am the first one. It was a good thing, but Adam was confused about whether to inform it or not. If I didn't announce, I can play the game in peace, but if I announced it, many players will target me. After a few weeks, many guilds will also force me to join their guild. Then, yes, I will not be weak anymore. I will stand on the top of the world. If they targeted me, so what? I will kill them all. If they forced me, so what? I will slaughter the whole guild. World announcement. Congratulations to player Adam Crystal for killing a boss monster for the first time in Horizon. We wish you luck on the path you have chosen. World announcement. Congratulations to player Adam Crystal for killing a boss monster for the first time in Horizon. We wish you luck on the path you have chosen. World announcement. Congratulations to player Adam Crystal for killing a boss. What the heck? We are grinding here with low-level monster. One person already killed a boss. Do anyone know Adam Crystal? LOL, I bet he used cheat. Are you stupid? The game was created by 2 big companies in the world. If you use cheat, they will instantly crush your account. The messages started to pour into the forum. A heated conversation started in the forum by the netizens who were playing Horizon. Adam slowly went up to the cage and broke the lock and freed the young ladies. Thank you so much. They thanked him wholeheartedly. One of the girls even started to cry while thanking him. He noticed the girl who was wearing tattered clothes and had small bruises all over her body. She had a blue mark on the top of her head. May I have the honor of learning the name of this young lady? He said as he approached her. Even with all the dirt and bruises on her clothes and body, the girl looked stunning. My name is Ellie. Ms. Ellie, your grandmother has requested me to rescue you. Therefore, you must accompany me until we exit this jungle. Yes, and thank you very much. While pondering what will be next mission, he escorted all of the females out of the woodland. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much, the old-looking lady said as her eyes were enveloped with moisture. Haha. It is nothing. Adam felt unknown comfortable by the words of the old lady. He had met this type of task in his previous life as well, but he rejected it without even reading the quest offered by the NPCs, as a result of which he never had any life simulation times. He solely used it as an RPG game. Young man, we barely make ends meet by gathering herbs in this forest and selling them at the potion shop, so please accept this. It was a metal bracelet with a lot of rusty parts. Thank you, Granny. Brother, where are you? Why did you take leave? It is your last year. You must work more. I am at the town square. Please come here fast. He received a message as soon as he went out of the building. At the town square, many people were gathered forming parties and chit-chatting. Also, Horizon Head only served Gia, which can be used by all the people in the world. As a result, more people were using this game as a means of interacting with distant friends, relatives, and even lovers. Many people joined this game solely to look for a girlfriend. You can even do R18 stuff with players or NPCs in Horizon, albeit you can't force an NPC or player. If you do, your account will be immediately destroyed. Many people were tempted by it because they fantasized about having a harem in Horizon, like MC in novels and comics. When Adam got to the town square, he saw 2 girls, one of whom was his sister Jane. Another girl was Suddenly, Adam's eyes moistened, almost tears ran out of his eyes. It was Ariana. They had just been dating for 2 weeks when Horizon was released. She was a kind girl who loved to study and play games. Unlike him, her grades were just ordinary, but her beauty was top-notch. Despite not having the title of Campus Belle, she is nonetheless well-liked at university. With his attractive appearance and excellent scores, he was a prince at their university. Who didn't like him? When Adam first asked Ariana for dinner, everyone was taken aback. It has become a big topic in the forum for quite a few days, and everyone at the university is aware that Isabella the Campus Belle from the Arts University has a crush on him. Isabella was from a well-known household. Her father was a director in Alpine Hospital, and her mother was a general manager of ALK Productions. In comparison to her, Ariana was just an orphan without any background. Her grades were also only mediocre. After Adam was severely injured in a confrontation with a bunch of boars after the Horizon descended, Ariana went in search of healers because their company lacked a wizard. She was a summoner and both Adam and Jane were warriors, so she had no choice but to seek out modern medications to heal Adam. But she never returned. Even after Adam had checked all of the possible regions for her, he regretted his weakness. "This time I will protect you, I swear," Adam said in his heart and walked towards them. "Brother, why did you not went to the university? You know? #_. Adam ignored his sister's nagging and stared at Ariana. "Why is he staring at me like that? Is there anything in my face?" she wondered, embarrassed. She can't stand it any longer when he stares at her. "Hi Adam? I was worried, are you okay?" "Ariana, you messed up. You have only known him before a week, you fool." I want to die." Her face was covered with red color. "She is cute," Adam thought while staring at her without speaking. Meanwhile Jane. Degree. Item. Rusty bracelet. Grade? Effect? Durability. 6/27.
Description.
Goblin Ruler's Saber. Grade, uncommon. Attack +17. Durability, 56/56. Description. A saber made by a mysterious shaman gifted to the goblin leader because of its hospitality. Goblin Ruler's fresh meat. Grade, uncommon. Attack +8, permanently. Defense +6, permanently. Description. Cook it and eat it. Chapter 7 Giant Chickens. Ariana called him with a gentle tone. "It's nothing. It's just that your face is very beautiful even in a game," he smiled charmingly. My heart. How can he say embarrassing things so easily? Thanks. Her eyes were on the ground. She felt embarrassed, but he didn't care about that.
Oi.
"Brother, who is she? Why is she worried about you?" She even asked the same question in the university also. Hearing Jane's statements made her feel even more embarrassed. "She's my girlfriend," he said, pausing to look at her. "Ariana." "What?" Jane was completely perplexed. No. We've only been dating for a week. Do you dislike me, then?" "No, it isn't it." I. Why do I feel like I'm the third wheeler?" Jane pondered. "Brother." She humped and began walking in the opposite direction, saying, "I'm going. You chat to your sweetheart." Now that she's gone, I feel even more awkward. Ariana couldn't think of anything to say. "Have you gotten a job, Ariana?" "No. Adam, I am participating in launching event, Azura Summoner. It was the first grand event that took place in Horizon. The winner will get job, Azura Summoner." He remembered. The event was won by a player named Yuna. She was from China. Later, she became Vice Guild Leader of Dragon Pillars. Don't you need a partner?" "That is the reason. Would you like to be my partner?" She unintentionally yelled the final words. "Hey, what's up with that guy? I believe they're fighting. Do they seem to be dating?" The passers-by began to talk about them. Adam was unconcerned about the whispers, and simply glanced at Ariana's cute, embarrassed, panicked face.
Sorry.
"It's all right." Then about he event. That's Ariana cut him off in the middle of his sentence. "Never mind. You won't have free time, I think. There is also graduation exams." She started to say rubbish and imagine things on her mind.
Adam suddenly grasped her shoulders.
Her body was so close Adam, very close that she could feel his chest. I'll join in with you. I just nearly hugged him. My goodness, I nearly hugged college's charming prince, she gasped, surprised by his actions and without having time to recover. Then I'll get going. Okay? She waved her hand, and Adam simply smiled and walked towards the mage tower. I don't care anymore. I'm set on him, she thought to herself as she logged out. The participants who wished to take part in the event shouldn't have attained level 2. Therefore, they could only win the event by relying on their partner. Because they are competing for the role of a summoner, they must learn to rely more on their summons, which is why this event can only be won by a player who has a good friend or a devoted lover. As he entered the mage tower, Adam thought to himself, I have to obtain that job for Ariana. Haha. Young magician, I was sure that you'll be able to finish it. Let me take you to the next floor, Lyndon said as he took Adam to the next floor. On the 3rd floor, there were even fewer players. Adam walked right up to the NPC, who was seated in an old chair. This time the NPC was an old man. Ho ho. I am surprised, young wizard, that you came this far. Good luck, young wizard, don't disappoint me. Quest. Kajar wants you to use the basic skill of water magic, Fluid Shield, to block the strike of 10 monsters. Deadline, 3 HR. Reward. You can proceed to the next floor. Upon failure, you can't enter the mage tower for the next 3 days. The reward and deadline were the same, only the mission was different. This time he has to block the strike of 10 monsters. Adam headed towards Beginner Hunting Ground. The Beginner Hunting Ground was full of a variety of players, from different countries, representing various classes. Horizon only has one server for the entire world, and you couldn't modify your appearance. As a result, Adam could see any type of person, including Asians, Americans, and Africans. There is only one sort of monster in beginner training, Giant Chicken. Unlike goblins, Giant Chicken's attack pattern was simple, leg smash and wing slap. Once it detects a player, it would repeat these 2 assaults. As it was repeatedly murdered by gamers, the Giant Chicken spanning rate was also extremely high. Adam went towards a Giant Chicken, which spanned just a sec ago. It also spotted Adam. He prepared to dodge the first attack, leg smash. It was very obvious Fluid Shield can't block its leg smash. He can only block wing slap with his Fluid Shield. The Giant Chicken rushed before him and lifted its leg to smash him. Adam rolled to the left and dodged the attack. Adam deliberately rolled towards the left because it can slap him with ease. As he expected, it raised its wing to give a blow to him. Fluid Shield.
Cinci mepe.
As he said, water manifested before him in the shape of a shield and blocked the attack. It disappeared after only 2 seconds. Fortunately, he already equipped himself with a spear in his left-handed. He instantly stabbed the Giant Chicken. Even though the damage was less compared to the strike he gave from his right hand previously, it was enough to kill the monster. Plus EXP. Sadly, the monster only gave 10 EXP. Plus Giant Chicken's meat. Adam repeated the same process at the next Giant Chicken. After fighting for 18 minutes, he finally finished his quest. Quest completed. You have reached LVL 4. You can learn one additional spell other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. Adam plopped under a tree and breathed heavily. My stamina is very weak. This time he only used a 1 MP potion, also it can be considered as useful. Just as Adam planned to leave the place, he spotted a large number of players gathering at a particular area. When Adam arrived, he was taken aback by what he saw. It was not because of the boss monster, double-headed Giant Chicken. He was stunned by the player who was fighting the boss monster. Holy F***CK. It is Azumi Chiyoko. Giant Chicken's meat. Grade common. Attack +2, permanently. Why don't you try Giant Chicken's leg? Fluid Shield. Grade common. A shield formed using water can withstand about a certain level of impact and only lasts for 2 seconds.
Mepe 5 CD, 0.
Giant Chicken. Grade common. A monster commonly found in training grounds. useful for newbie players to grind levels. Chapter 8 Azumi Chiyoko. Chapter 8. The chapter is about backstory. Who doesn't like backstories and skip it? A huge black beam passed across the capital city of Japan, Tokyo. A few hundred miles away from Tokyo, nearly 200 million humans wearing armors and holding weapons. Some of them were wearing robes and holding wands or orb-like things. Another group of them wore black-colored robe, and they had nothing in their hands instead of that. They were riding on different sorts of animals. Some of them wore black robes and were holding staffs. They were a group of shamans. Within this army, a minority of people are wearing a white-colored robe, and they were also holding a wand. They seemed to be a priest. The huge army of humans was headed in the direction from where the beam came. In front of the three was the person leading this huge army. It was female. She seemed to be holding a katana, was also dressed with heavy armor. She was riding on the ridiculous huge thing. It seemed to be a dragon. In front of her, there was a man who was controlling the dragon. His eyes was beamed with confidence, but his face had little regret. Exactly opposite to them, there were huge waves of ugly creatures running crazily towards the city where the beam stopped going any further. There were skeletons, rotten zombies, shadows-like creatures, and much unknown undead. Unlike the group of humans on the other side, these creatures were neither led by a commander nor they were in any formation. It was a huge mess. These creatures were running crazily. There were nearly 400 million of them, almost double the number of the human army from the other side. Behind this ridiculous number of undead, there was a skeleton that was dressed in a black robe and was holding the huge blood-red colored staff. The staff contained many glyphs and runes. On top of that, there were 6 gems molded on it. The skeleton holding the staff emitted a dark aura. Besides him, there were 2 higher undead creatures. They both seemed to be the servants of this skeleton. The 3 fellows seemed to be flying in the sky. Under them there were 7 higher undead beings. They were powerful and seemed to have higher intelligence. As both armies came nearer and nearer, the world itself rumbled. The land was engulfed with blood, lust, and killing intent. The skyscrapers that had broken down and fell on the ground instantly vanished as they neared the human army. As both armies were only a few km from each other, the dragon flapped its magnificent wings and rose to the sky majestically. The sea flames enveloped the undead creatures from the other side. Boom wish. Boom. But it was no use. The mindless creatures didn't care about their company's death. They simply rushed towards the human army crazily. Several fireballs and many other fire-related long-ranged spells flew across the sky and attacked the waves of the undead. Boom, boom, boom. Despite receiving the attacks from the human army, the undead not only backed out, it was even more exciting to taste the human blood after a long time. The humans halted and waited for the tides undead to near them. But it was impossible for the undead creatures to near the human army, at least for the time being. The spells were continuously casted. After 50 minutes of intense battle, the mages were out of mana. They quickly started to receive recovery buffs from the shamans and started to drink the recovery potions. In these 50 minutes, they nearly killed 60 million undead creatures, but it doesn't leave them at an advantage. Soon, after the halt of magic attacks, the undead tides were only a few meters away from the human army. Both of them clashed. The world itself shook. Boom! Several soldiers immediately died, and soldiers who were bitten by zombies started to turn into undead creatures. They attacked their companies, who fought with them in a life and death battle just a sec ago. The human mind was complex, unlike the undead creatures who didn't care about their comrades. Humans can't turn blind eye to their comrades, who died or turned to attack them. Their body will go numb when they see their comrades turning into zombies. Even though they already prepared for it, but their minds just can't accept it when they were facing it in reality. Are you all fucking shits? Answer me, you asses! The female shouted as she jumped from the dragon. Kill these undead. If we lose to them, our motherland will be made into history. Don't be cowards. Kill them. As she said, she slashed thousands of zombies with her katana in one sweep. Even though the soldiers were motivated somewhat with their empress's speech, it was crushed easily after few minutes. In front of the huge army of undead, human soldiers were like wheat which was harvested at ease. If one human killed a zombie, in return 2 or 3 more zombies formed. The undead was like an immortal army. After an intense battle of 3 hours finally, the higher undead beings appeared. The human army can't even be near to them in these 3 hours. The soldiers were reduced to the number 60 million. On the other hand, the undead army was ridiculously high in numbers. They were still 11 higher undead being and 230 million undead. Finally, under the leadership of the Empress and the assistance of 33 supreme commanders, the waves of undead and the higher undead beings were halted for few hours. Meanwhile, the human soldiers escaped to many parts of the world by using teleportation circles. But, at the end of the day, only 37 million people escape out of 60 million. The Kingdom of Japan was made into history, and the legendary hero Azumi Chiyoko, the guild master of Blood Moon Guild along with 33 supreme commanders, sacrificed themselves, protecting their motherland. Chapter 9 Show-Off. Chapter 9. The famous hero Azumi Chiyoko, Adam took a breath and moved his gaze to the gorgeous Japanese woman using her katana to inflict damage on the double-headed giant chicken. For a brief while, he was taken aback because she was an icon to many humans in Earth's later days. Even the second generation was inspired by the hero who fought against the impossible battle in the past. That legendary hero stands there in front of me. She hit the boss monster with pinpoint accuracy and precision, although the damage was minimal. The players began to voice their opinions. Double-headed giant chicken is level 18, but the player is only level 8. So, she will soon die, one youngster commented. Yeah. Also, I think she didn't have any potions left, another middle-aged woman commented. Even if she somehow kept dogging the attacks, she will soon die of exhaustion. She will die. Azumi Chiyoko, 123/660. Double-headed giant chicken, 1023/1876. After few seconds, she was completely exhausted. The next attack of the monster proceeded, but she didn't have time to dodge it. "Tsh, I didn't expect it to be this powerful," she thought to herself as she prepared to die. Once you die in Horizon, there is a cooldown of 2 hours for you to log in again. Out of everyone's expectations, a fireball blocked the incoming attack of the boss monster. It was pushed back a few steps. After a few moments, a man with a wand emerged from the crowd. He was an American, and to make matters worse, he was only level 4. Everyone was taken aback because they all knew that if they joined the combat, they would die instantaneously. However, a level 4 player dared to confront the creature. Will they stay silent? Absolutely not. What is this man trying to show off? You, puny level 4 player, want to join the battle? Americans are always like this, pretend to be cool. Is he screw loose? Every one of them started to curse him or discriminate against him. Western brother, I appreciate your kindness, but you will die with me, so please run away, she said out of kindness. Adam could feel the kindness and concern in her words. Yeah, piss off. Piss off. Piss off. Adam gave smile to her and paid no attention to the players. Now his full focus was on the boss monster, which was standing in front of him and preparing to charge at him. He changed his weapon into a spear. Do you want to equip basic spear? Yes. When his spear appeared on his hand, everyone was laughing so hard that their stomach started to hurt. Ha ha ha. This fool, ha ha. Ha ha ha. I am going to die of laughter. Azumi Chiyoko felt embarrassed, but she didn't scold him nor she was angry, she only felt gratefulness. If not for him, she would have already been dead and now eating snacks at home. Suddenly, a player shouted a sentence which made all the players surrounding them dumbfounded. You fools! He is Adam Crystal. Open your eyes and see Adamcrystal. Ah. The one who killed LVL-12 Goblin Leader. Yes. Everyone was surprised, but more than that, they were curious. Curious about how he defeated the Goblin Leader when he was only a level 4 newbie player. Adam positioned his body in the shape of an arc and pointed the spear towards the heart of the boss monster. Star Strike. The sun suddenly vanished when Adam said those words, and the beautiful sky grew dark. Adam's body and spear were reflected in the light of a blue star that arose in the sky. Everyone was stunned, surprised, and some of them were even envious. Adam was equally astonished the last time he used this skill. He was fighting the goblins in the cave and had missed this show-off phenomenon. He chuckled heartily. So what if it's a show-off? He liked it all the same. As Adam dashed towards it, the boss monster dashed towards him as well. Whoosh! Thud! He was very fast. In an instant he stabbed the double-headed giant chicken 2 times. With a thud sound it fell on the ground and turned into nonetheless and left behind its spoils. Plus greater wings. Plus double-headed giant chicken's meat. The sky also turned back to normal. Azumi Chiyoko was taken aback when a level 4 Western man appeared out of nowhere, saved her, and instantly defeated the boss monster. I'm sorry for stealing your EXP. Adam apologized to Azumi Chiyoko. Ha! It's all right. Fine. In any case, I didn't have a method to get rid of it, she remarked, smiling awkwardly. He held 2 HP potions and the loot of double-headed giant chicken and said, Are you willing to take this as my gift? This? Take it. Okay. I will take it, but you have to come over to eat this double-headed giant chicken's meat. Sure. I am glad to have a meal with a beauty like you. He smiled charmingly, which made the surrounding girls' hearts fluttered, including Azumi Chiyoko. I will give you a friend request then. As he accepted her friend request, he departed towards the wizard tower. I am so happy. I made acquaintance with Azumi Chiyoko. Quest. Lin Wei Wei wants you to use the basic skill of ice magic, Ice Spear, to kill 10 monsters. Deadline, 3 HR. Reward. You can proceed to the next floor. Upon failure, you can't enter the mage tower for the next 3 days. I will finish this in no time. As he thought, he headed again to the basic training grounds. A gorgeous teenage woman was seated in a well-appointed room, dressed in very ordinary clothing, with a video playing on the computer in front of her. Is this really a rookie player? Was the title. She kept her poker face on the video for a few moments before smirking and stating, Oh my, what a fascinating individual. I hope to see you soon. Adam Crystal, Fufu. Items. Greater Wings Grade Uncommon. Durability, 27/27. Description. Warrior can also fly in the sky. With this item. Double-headed giant chicken's meat. Grade Rare. Attack plus 13, permanently. Defense plus 19, permanently. Speed plus 7, permanently. Description. Meat obtained by killing double-headed giant chicken. Chapter 10 Abyssal Bat Dungeon. It didn't take Adam a long time to get to the training grounds, where he instantly saw a giant chicken. He didn't have much time. This was the second day of the horizon, and he needed to do all of the remaining quests from all of the floors, as well as max his wand or staff proficiency. The hidden event has only one more day to conclude. Ice Spears. As he spoke, the temperature around him began to drop, and several ice spears appeared. When the giant chicken was only a few centimeters away, ice spears shot up at an abnormally fast rate, killing it instantly. Plus EXP. Plus giant chicken's meat. Soon he killed 10 giant chickens at ease. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus giant chicken's meat. Plus giant chicken's meat. Plus giant chicken's meat. Quest. Completed. Adam didn't waste a single second. He quickly headed towards the wizard tower. 5th floor. This time the NPC was a hot guy. I hope that you can finish this quest. Quest. Andrew wants you to use the basic skill of earth magic, Earth Golem, to kill 10 monsters. Deadline, 3 HR. Reward. You can proceed to the next floor. Upon failure, you can't enter the mage tower for the next 3 days. This time Adam didn't go towards the training ground. There are 3 types of methods to hunt monsters and gain EXP in Horizon. Killing creatures in the training grounds and improving your character is the first step. The monsters in training grounds have predetermined movements and only drop the same treasure no matter how many times you kill them. On the other hand, killing monsters in the wild, which are stronger than fixed monsters on hunting grounds, is the second way to obtain EXP and loot. They drop less treasure and grant more EXP, and their loot is random. These two types will typically reward players with early leveling and quests. The monsters will reset in a short interval of time. The third type is to enter the dungeon, kill the minions, and finish the boss. The dungeons are usually spread out in the various parts of the kingdom. Players have to explore the land and discover the dungeons. The dungeons are bliss for the players. The monster inside the dungeons will give more rewards and drop rarer loots. Furthermore, many of the ores and plants used to craft types of equipment and potions can be found in dungeons. But, of course, it comes with many risks. The monsters being more dangerous, mysterious, and have more variables which make the dungeons special and harder for the players. One wrong move and you could die. That's why the players who found the dungeons will usually try to enter it alone. They will inform the world and will gain fame as rewards from GM. After that, many players will form parties and head into the dungeons to clear it. This is what most players will do, but there were always expectations. Before absolute strength, what will variables of the monster do? If they were mysterious, could that be an obstacle?
No.
Before absolute strength, there are only two choices, either surrender or die. Adam still remembered the coordinates of the dungeon that was first found in the past. He made his way to the dungeon. After traveling for nearly 40 minutes, Adam was standing in front of the cave. The nightfall, two torches appeared outside the cave at the same time. A window popped before him.
Abyssal bas dungeon.
Level restrictions, 20+. Max members 6. You have founded Abyssal Bat Dungeon. Do you wish to inform the world? Yes/no. Reward, plus 50 fame. Later, it was an abnormal answer, but he knew that system will understand. You have entered 1-star dungeon. The cave was very dark, but the ores and crystals which was presented all over the grounds gave light to the cave. Adam took out the pickaxe he purchased in a nearby shop before coming here. He started to hit the ores and illuminating crystals with it. Plus 3 blue crystal.
Più un rainbow ore.
Plus 1 blue crystal.
Più 6 rainbow ore.
He continued to collect the ore and crystal. The disadvantage in the dungeon is that once it's cleared and reset, there will be only monsters. All the crystals, ores and plants or any other valuables will disappear. After few minutes, a group of bats rushed towards Adam. They were larger than normal bats and had enhanced features. Adam noticed them but continued to hit the crystal with his pickaxe. When they were only a few meters away from Adam, he instantly rolled towards his right and cast a fireball. He spent 50 G to turn off the pop-up remainder while changing the equipment. It was very annoying. Also, Adam need change his equipment into a spear sometimes while fighting. It slows down his movement and leads openings to the monsters. Therefore, he had no other way but to turn it off. Fireball.
10 MP.
GRRWRR. As soon as the fireball assaulted the bat, it cried out loudly and died in an instant. Plus EXP. Plus Abyssal Fangs. I am familiar with all spells. Perhaps I should try close combat, Adam said in his heart. Adam took out the basic spear as he pointed to the location he was going to attack. He moved at a great speed and slashed through 2 of the abyssal bat's wings, making them fall hopelessly into the ground. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. He rolled back, instantly changing the equipment into the wand and casting the new spell. Earth summons. 2 golems suddenly formed before him. They were fully made out of the soil, but they looked sturdy. Dash 30 MP. Take them out, said Adam, sending the flightless bats towards his golems. As Adam rushed sideways to assist these golems. Of all the spells he had, this one had the longest time of cooldown. It was 40 M. Adam helped the golems because he doesn't have the patience to wait for another 40 minutes. The abyssal bats were out of the game in mere seconds. The golems were very aggressive. They continued to smash the bat towards the ceiling. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus Abyssal Fangs. Plus Abyssal Fangs. Adam smiled as he intercepted the large jaws of one of the abyssal bats, nearing his head with his spear, opening the skull of the bat. Plus EXP. Plus Abyssal Fangs. You have reached LVL 5. You can learn 1 additional spell other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. Adam continued to use a pickaxe to mine the crystals and ores while the 2 golems used their fists. Items. Abyssal Fangs. Grade, Uncommon. Description. Used to sharpen the equipment and increase the durability. Blue crystal. Grade common. Description. Used to strengthen the equipment, can also be used as jewelry. Rainbow or grade uncommon. Description. Used to create weapons, contains iron and steel. Monsters.
Abyssal bas.
Grade uncommon. A unique type of bat which has been isolated for many decades. Carves for blood. Skills. Earth summon. Grade common. Loyal creatures which only takes action in command of their master, have no intelligence. MP 30 CD 40 minute. Chapter 11. Clearing the 1-star dungeon. Clash, clash, clash. Ice spear-shaped missiles were launched at big groups of bats, freezing their entire bodies and causing them to scream in pain. Adam, on the other hand, did not stop there. His 2 gloms shattered the earth and dashed over the bats, smashing them. The golem's hands were like hammers, and bats were like pancakes, so when they attacked, they were instantaneously crushed and died. More bats appeared from all directions, assaulting them with tremendous gusts of wind, practically producing a storm. Adam and his twin golems could not rest. These bats are so troublesome. They can fly all they want, flap their wings to form storms, and can take more than one hit, or several, thought Adam in his heart. It was true, even if he used fireball or ice spear, they didn't die. He has to cast another one or more spells. Only golems were able to kill these things with one hit. I have to close this dungeon quickly or else I will be finished. As he thought, he cast 3 more spells. Fireball. -10 MP. Ice spear. -15 MP. Earth summon. The cooldown time has already finished. He calculated that he will be closing this dungeon in 30 minutes. I suppose I screwed up this time, he admitted, but he didn't have time to lament the past as quickly bats surrounded them. One of the 4 golems' HP had already dropped below 30%. Adam took a step back and swallowed an HP and MP potion. Since logging into Horizon, this is his first time drinking an HP potion. Thus he understands the gravity of the situation. I think I still didn't achieve absolute strength. But I can't die. If I died, I can't max out my proficiency in the wand and receive a unique skill. Adam changed his equipment into the basic spear. He can't cast any more spells as the bats have already closed the distance. Breaking through the group of abyssal bats, slicing their flesh and piercing them until they fell almost in death doors. Gruyur. Grayer. Gryer. Kill them. As he finished his attacks, he ordered his minions to clean up the remaining. 234/480. His HP drastically decreased in such a short time. He was in a situation to take another HP potion. The 4 golems started to break the ores and crystals in the area. I have almost emptied the dungeon. It's time for the boss to appear, I think. Quest completed. I have also completed the quest. Even if the golems died now, it doesn't not a matter. Grulu-Ualul. An enormous behemoth emerged from the open ceiling, covered in black fur that shined with a metallic luster. It had 4 long wings with sharp black claws, big feet with even bigger claws, big ears, and crimson eyes accompanied by a jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, all combined into a near 8 meters tall monster.
Oi!
Come on, I was just waiting for you, Adam said, provoking the 4-winged abyssal bat with a sweep of his palm. What? A mere human dared to kill my minions? Dig out my resources? You pathetic human, die. It flailed its wings, causing a massive storm of dark winds to erupt. As I expected, the words are the same, so don't the attack pattern. Flash. Unlike the abyssal bat's combined wind, this boss bat's wings produced a massive black-colored storm that was so powerful. If Adam got entangled in it, his HP would quickly drop to 0. He can't dodge it as he could before because its massive body takes up all of the available space. He dashed in front of the 2 golems closest to him and cast a defense spell. Fluid Shield. -5 MP. As he said, a sturdy fluid formed before him and protected the trio. But your Earth summon has died. Your Earth summon has died. The other 2 golems, which were in the back, died without his protection. Seeing the trio shielding themselves from the powerful storming wind, behind a defense spell, the bat roared in anger. You puny human! How dare you resist? In rage, the bat shouted as it moved towards them with great speed. Four-winged abyssal bath as a used skill. In rage. Your skill's cool-down time has been doubled. Four-winged abyssal bath's attack has been temporarily enhanced by 30%. TCH. Adam bit his lips and looked at his arsenal. As the system mentioned, the cooldown for the Earth Summon has been doubled to 48 minutes. The bat was at its limit. He didn't wish to delay any longer. Star Strike. Activated unique skill. Star Strike. Nullifying the negative buffs. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of the stars. Despite their massive bodies, the 2 golems rushed rapidly as he commanded, "Hold the wings on the ground." Adam wants to put an end to this right now, but he has to see how strong these golems are. The 2 worked effectively together, clapping the boss bat's wing on either side and preventing it from moving any farther. Adam was satisfied, so he raced in front of the creature in a flash and slashed its head into 2. Gryrrr. It screamed, hurting the eardrums. Nevertheless, it became dead. Plus 400G. Plus Abyssal Ring. Plus Dungeon Seal. Adam was surprised to get a Dungeon Seal. It was an item that lets the player control the dungeon. In his previous life, very few people had this even among guild leaders. With this item, I can easily become rich, as he thought. He picked up the next item. Abyssal Ring. It was a unique item. Adam planned to put all the items on the auction to earn money. But with the Dungeon Seal he will have a stable income, so he changed his mind. Do you wish to inform the dungeon to the world? Yes/no. Reward? Plus 25 fame. Yes. World announcement. A dungeon has been discovered. Coordinates are 42 degrees 50 minutes. World announcement. A dungeon has been discovered. Coordinates are 42 degrees 50 minutes. World announcement. A dungeon has been disco. All of them reacted fast and made their way to the dungeon, especially the wealthy second-generation youngsters, who were eager to conquer the dungeon. Player Adam Crystal. You have cleared the dungeon for the first time in the Horizon. Do you wish to inform the world Y/N? Yes. Congratulations to player Adam Crystal for clearing the 1-star dungeon for the first time in Horizon. He will be honored in Hall of Fames. Congratulations to player Adam Crystal for clearing the 1-star dungeon for the first time in Horizon. He will be honored in Hall of Fames. Congratulations to player Adam Crystal for clearing the 1-star dungeon for the first time in Horizon. He will. Again, players started to fiercely debate about Adam Crystal in the forum. It was the second time he has created this much frenzy in Horizon. GM, I wish to use Dungeon Seal. Okay. Please say your requirements. Players have to pay 30G to enter the dungeon. Also, parties can only contain 4 people at maximum. Your requirements have been noted down. Authorities will be transferred to you in a short amount of time. Dungeon authority has been successfully transferred. You can see stats of the dungeon on your stats panel. A large smile formed on his face. 30G was not a big amount for a player, but what if millions of players paid 30G? Adam will be a millionaire in an instant. He also reduced the party number because many parties can't defeat the final boss of the dungeon with only 4 players. They will come again and again to grind on the dungeon. With this trick, he will be able to earn a few more million. What a wicked man. Items. Abyssal Ring. Grade. Unique. Durability. 112/112. Attack plus 35. Health plus 54. Effects. 25% chance to decrease skill cooldown by 70% when the skill is used. Description. Made from the claws and bones of 4-winged abyssal bat, contains the essence of 4-winged abyssal bat.
Dungeon.
Grade Legendary. Description. Allows the player to rewrite the rules of a dungeon and can make new restrictions but can't do any changes on monsters. Skills. Ice Spear. Grade Common. Several ice missiles can eliminate multiple opponents.
MP, 15 CD, 10 sec.
Monsters. Abyssal Bat. Grade Uncommon. A unique bat which has been isolated for many decades. Carves for blood. 4-winged abyssal bat. Grade Unique. A bat which has been isolated for many centuries, had evolved and made a home for itself. Chapter 12 University. Adam logged out of Horizon. It was already late night. He took a refreshing bath and went out of his room to help his sister. When he arrived at the kitchen, his sister was making dishes there, clumsily. Janet, what are you doing? Bro, you finally logged out. I am very hungry. Come here and help me. She waved her hands. He helped her sister as usual and ate up a light meal and quickly went to sleep. He woke up early in the morning and did the chores he earlier planned to official dropout from college, but he still has to be cool and keep his reputation as a model student. America was not like other countries. They have friendly education. Students who have an interest in studying can study. Those who don't have an interest in studying can also drop out. As his father and mother had secretly married and eloped from the house, he had been the one to undertake chores since he was a child. After his parents' death, there were no relatives to take care of them, but they left Adam and his sister a big sum of bank balance. Only their godfather James helped this duo from time to time. He already had 3 children and his income was also only above average, so he can't take them in. But Adam put in a lot of effort to make his and his younger sister's lives better. The graduation was 4 months from today anyway. It was not going to be a serious matter in the first place. Adam decided to write a formal letter to the dean stating that he will study at home for the rest of the months and will do graduation from university. There is no way they will refuse it. He was top-ranked at one of the top universities in America. Even if we say that Adam will lead NASA in the future, that's not an extragation. Adam finished his meal and left with his sister for university. Despite the fact that her sister pales in contrast to him, she is still in the top 5 in her department, thanks to her attractive facial characteristics and unmistakable charisma. She was extremely popular. As they were in their second year, they have yet to conduct voting among the students to decide who is their department flower. He was driving Nissan Z1. It was a bit similar to Nissan Altima, which was neither expensive nor inexpensive. It appeared to be futuristic. The car made no sound, as if it was hovering in mid-air rather than running on the road. He won first place in a nationwide quiz tournament sponsored by the American Educational Department, which he used to purchase this car. Even though the prize money was hefty, he was still left with roughly $10,000 after purchasing the car. Needless to say, his popularity soared at the moment. He became well known throughout Las Vegas and the United States. A few elite families have already taken notice of his abilities, and some have even stated that they will adopt him and his sister. Adam confidently refused. He was a national treasure, and the American government would not turn a blind eye if something happened to him. All of this changed when Horizon descended. The government didn't even give him a second glance, and his college pals, despite his lowly background, who continued to hang out with him, didn't even contacted him. They were on the verge of bullying him. Adam Mind was recalling all these incidents as he was driving to the university. This time I will get revenge. When he arrived at the campus, he was greeted by marvelous structures of buildings combined together. As soon as he parked his car and exited, plenty of fangirls and juniors began snapping photos of him with their smartphones. Dude, what's up? Aren't you feeling well? Hey, I am good man. This man was Chris Taylor. He was an Australian American. In my last life, he really gave me a hard time in the survivor base. He only hanged with Adam to become famous. He made his way to the university office one step at a time. The dean was in his late 50s, and he was essentially an elderly man. How come you're suddenly stating you're going to do self-study? Sir, I am studying for higher examinations as well as graduation, and I will not be able to manage if I come to the university. It was an obvious lie, but they wouldn't do anything even if another student stated the same thing. After all, he was Adam Crystal, national topper. Okay, student Adam Crystal, I wish you would have a good time in your home. Thank you, sir. He went to his classroom one last time to pick up his modules and materials. A few acquaintances inquired as to why he made such a hasty decision, and some of them were taking very friendly. It was greatly annoying as he quickly left that place. You suckers. I will personally seek vengeance on all of you. As he approached the ground, he noticed a large group of students gathering in one location. He walked to that location, leaving his books and module in the car. When the youngsters saw his face, their bodies instinctively made way for him. He now got a clear view. It was Isabella. She was bullying his girlfriend Ariana. Even though it was America, she still intended to do this because she was from an elite family. Once Isabella saw Adam, she suddenly flopped on the ground and her eyes were overflowed with tears. If any other man saw this, they will instantly take her side and scold Ariana. It's over. I'm screwed. How can she act like this after seeing Adam? Ariana thought her hands were covering the bruise on her face. Without knowing her, a bit of tear leaked out of her eyes. HMMP Adam is here. You bitch, how dare you to steal my man? I will destroy your feature. I will make sure that you can't show your face in this whole university. Haha. Many more people started to gather as they heard the news. Who wouldn't be interested? One was campus flower Isabella, who has a crush on Adam. Another one was Adam's little girlfriend, who he started to date before a month. They were very eager to know to who their college prince will side with. Is it Isabella or Ariana? Chapter 13 breakup scene has turned into romantic scene? Sob. Adam. See her behavior. She bullies me saying that I have to forget you. Hick. Sob. Isabella clung to his arms. He just smiled to her. Though her love for him was true, he had no interest in making a harem. Even when the world had turned into a terrible nightmare, she kidnapped him and threatened to make him love her, while he was in Ariana's hangover. 1. Her death had such an impact on him that it took him 3 months to recover from Ariana's hangover. Bitch, you are now screwed. Adam went towards Ariana. Isabella grinned sinisterly behind Adam's back, facing Ariana. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have accepted to date him. He's a college prince with a large fan base. I'm a complete moron. As something stuck in Ariana's throat, she cursed herself in her heart. I shouldn't have fallen in love with him. It's okay. Even if he broke up with me. The young girl's mind began to race. Adam kneeled down next to her and softly gazed at her. Adam, I. Her thoughts went blank as she saw his face, which was devoid of any hatred. Shoo, he said, motioning for her to be quiet. It appears this is the end, she thought. Suddenly a hand gripped her shoulder and she closed her eyes. Kaya, your ankle appears to be sprained, so I'll take you to the infirmary. What was everyone's reaction to this outcome? They've only been dating for a month? How can he possibly support Ariana? Didn't they come to witness a broken-up scene? Who turned it into a romantic scene? Adam, I can walk on my own. Ariana said. Her face was fully flushed. He believes me. I didn't even give him an explanation. She was relieved from the stress, but still. It's okay. My girlfriend isn't heavy, he said with a charming smile. When he finished speaking, not only her face was red, all the girls surrounding him had their faces turned red. Kaya, I wish to be in the place of that girl, one girl from the crowd shouted. Ah, what a sweet couple. That's all. Our charming prince has been captured by Ariana. Teske. What else we could expect from our prince? Various people from the crowd commented. But most of the girls only said one word, kya. Isabel, I have to talk to you sometime. Fix your schedule and text me the venue. As he said, he made his way to the infirmary. Campus infirmary. Oh, it hurts. I'll be gentler. It's fine. No, it will. Ha. Only effective when you do it rougher. Ah. It's over, Adam replied with a gentle smile. Ha. It's better, I think, Ariana said as her face was still flushed. But your ankle massage was really good, she mumbled in a low voice. What? Nothing. Adam went near, hands squatted on the floor, so their face was so close. See here, girl. See my eyes. Her head was down, but she tried her hardest to look into his eyes. You're my woman. No one can bully you. Why do you not complain to me? I thought you don't believe me. Ariana. The voice was low, but she can clearly hear it like crystal. The tone was full of care and love. I actually love you, and I will believe in you even if you say the world is going to end tomorrow. Do you understand? Yes. Adam abruptly seized her face and kissed her on the lips. Is this what kiss will taste like? It tastes like honey bread. Ariana could feel his tongue devouring hers. Her lips taste like butter. Adam gave her an intense French kiss that lasted 19 seconds. Ah. Now once again. Do you understand?
yes.
Ah. I feel like I kissed Adam. Was that your first kiss? Why yes. Ariana's inner thought. How? How can he be so blunt? Let's go. I will drop you at your home. It's okay. I will manage. If I left you here, I can't rest easy. Okay. Adam's car was parked in front of a nice apartment, and Adam opened the door and looked around. There were 2 additional buildings and trees around the flat, so it was a really calm environment. A nice park was also right across the street from the flat. It was unusual to see a venue like this, in the gambling capital of the world. On which floor do you live? Adam asked Ariana as he walked across to the other side of the automobile. 3rd floor. I believe that elevator is broken. It broke a long time ago, and it's still not fixed. He smiled sinisterly as he said, Is that so? Then once again he lifted her in his arms. As usual, her face turned red again. This time she didn't say anything and made herself comfortable in his arms. She unknowingly felt a sense of security with him. Yes, that right house. When Adam was almost there, they were startled by the sound of an old yet loud voice. Adam was the most taken aback by her interrogation tone. Hey, who are you? Granny Rose, you've returned from your vacation. Yes, but who is this guy? I told you from a young age to don't trust others easily. Before she could reply, Adam answered the old-looking lady named Granny Rose. I'm her boyfriend, Adam, he stated gently. Surprisingly, his charm had little effect on this elderly woman. You put Ariana down. I will help her. You don't look reliable at all, she said somewhat in an angry tone. Then she rushed and held Ariana's hand to help her. Ariana waved her hands with a somewhat apologetic face. Adam showed thumbs up to her and made his way towards the car. I think that old lady truly cares for her. Even though the old lady was annoyed and angry with him at the first sight, he knew from her actions and behavior that she truly cares for Ariana. With her, I think I can rest easy. Come to think of it, I never saw the old lady in my past life, he thought. Probably she disappeared with 80% of humans. He also convinced himself with his answer. I have to quickly log into the game and max out my wand proficiency. He drove the car at maximum speed to reach his home quickly. Hangover 1. It means depression. He was depressed from Ariana's death.
Chapter 14, Richest Mann in Horizon.
Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds can be heard throughout the sky. Fireball. As Adam said, a huge fireball formed on his hand, shot up the bird in front of him. Surprisingly, he was flying and enjoying himself. Enjoying my ass. I am doing my quest. Oh, sorry. Adam was currently doing his quest, related to wind affinity. Quest. Lennox wants you to use the basic skill of wind magic. Fly to fly in the air and kill 10 birds. Deadline, 3 HR. Reward. You can proceed to the last floor. Upon failure, you can't enter the mage tower for the next 3 days. Ice spear.
15 MP.
Cock. Plus EXP. Plus Hawk's Claw. Black Hawk was commonly found flying monster in Beginner's Town. It gave huge XP with an uncommon grade item. He cast another fireball. Cock. Cur. Letting a painful moan, it finally died with this one. Adam finally killed a total of 10 Black Hawk. Quest. Completed. He thought it would take time, but, fortunately, he finished the quest before he expected. There was still time, so he decided to visit his dungeon. Upon reaching there, he can see hundreds of parties and thousands of people gathering around the cave. 3 were 2 pairs of NPCs on either side of the entrance. The first team was collecting money and second was checking the players and giving them one-time passes. Adam hired these NPCs from the Merchant Guild. There are 2 primary guilds in each city of Horizon that are not managed by players. Merchant Guild and Adventure Guild. Even though he has to pay 10% of the money to the Merchant Guild from his total earnings, there was a reason for him to do so. If he hired any other normal players to manage the guild, there are two serious problems. The first one was they can cheat. His second one was there were also evil players in Horizon. The player who manages the guild will be eventually piked and all his money and passes will be lost. But they can't do that to the NPCs from the Merchant Guild. If they do so, they will be caught by castle guards and locked up in jail. Once a player was locked up in jail, she can't log out of the game. The only way is to kill themselves. Because of this rule, many players will not dare to kill an NPC. He checked the earnings. It had exceeded his expectations. Total earnings: 3,845,67. He already has 3 million G. That means he is the richest player in Horizon for now. Even the players who activated the Emerald package will be only given 1 million G. Haha. I am the richest person in this whole game world. From young age, Adam loved money. He also worked hard to earn that money. But now, not only he is rich, he is also the richest man in this whole game world. Adam was very happy as he made his way to get the final quest. I felt creepy, Adam thought as he entered the 7th floor of Wizard Tower. The environment was dimly lit, with a single blue-colored candle visible from time to time. Despite its height, this floor did not even get a single ray of sunshine. As he was the first to arrive, he can't see a single soul on this floor. Welcome, aspiring young mage. The voice was creepy and solemn. Adam's body flinched. Adam spun around as quickly as he could and focused on the source of the voice. There's no need to be afraid. You're the first person from the Iconia continent to get here. After that some time has elapsed, Adam noticed a middle-aged guy with a blue candle approaching him. It's the same as it was mentioned in guidebook. Young mage, if you complete my quest, I will give you extraordinary reward, as you're the first one to reach here. Adam nodded his head. He can't speak because of the blood lust. It felt so realistic. Good. I wish you good luck. With a flash in his eyes, Adam was transported to another place. When he came to sense, he can feel the weather. So cold. Cold. Quest. Harper Deeren wants you to use the basic skill of dark magic, death ray, and all the skills you have learned so far to exterminate Silverwolf Lord of Snow Territory. Grade: Unique. Deadline: 20 HR. Reward: Class Mage. Unknown. Upon failure, -5 level. What the heck is this? This wasn't mentioned in the player's manual. I have to contact the GM. Adam hurriedly contacted the GM. Connected. GM. I think there is a technical error in my quest. Please check. Player Adam Crystal. There is nothing wrong with the quest. This was a hidden quest made for the player who reaches the last floor for the first time. GM. I don't need this. Individual Adam Crystal, you can't go against system settings. Wait. Disconnected. The GM disconnected before he can speak the next word. He was now very depressed. What the heck is this variable? If I didn't complete it, I will miss my unique skill. He still needs time to max out his proficiency in wand/staff and get a unique skill. Ah, damn.
I'm screwed.
There was one point blinking on his map. It was the location of Silverwolf Lord's residence, which was guarded by over 200 underlings. Adam first sought a cave in order to improve his physical condition. Ah! He heard a girl cry in the distance. Adam dashed over. How can he sleep well while someone is in danger? It's also a young lady. Items: Hawk's Claw. Durability: 19/19. Grade: Uncommon. Description: Can be used to make hooks and various home appliance. Monsters: Black Hawk. Grade: Uncommon. Level: 8. Description: A monster who mainly eats birds and resides in the sky. Skills: Fly. Grade: Uncommon. Once its activated, player can fly as much as the distance he wishes. MP will be constantly reduced.
MP. 20 for 10 minutter CD. 20 minutter.
Chapter 15. Rescuing the Damsel in Distress. Adam rushed over to see what happened to the girl who screamed. Help! Me! The girl again screamed. This time he can hear it clearly. Adam quickly followed the trail of sound. I can't run at my maximum speed, all because of this damn snow. After running for few minutes, he could see an open place. There was a frozen lake, surrounded by sparkling pearls and pine trees. As his eyes gazed at the surrounding, he spotted the girl who was screaming. Surprisingly, she was a mermaid, but her lower half was frozen with the lake. Blood was flowing from her hips as it was pierced by ice shards. Kindly help me. Her whole body was shivering in pain, and tears were streaming out of her eyes. She murmured in a shaky voice. Puff! Adam's nose began to bleed. As he cleaned the nosebleed, he thought to himself, it's really obvious. The mermaid's breast was only covered by a piece of fabric, and both the top and bottom sides were visible. No other man would be able to resist such a temptation. They would immediately grab it and began fondling it. Adam was a gentleman, and all he did was only look at her breasts. Sir, please help me. I have totally forgotten about rescuing her. Wait, Ms. Mermaid. Adam took out the wand from his inventory. There is no way these strong ice layers will break from his fireball. You don't even have to ask for his fist. But, Earth Summon, this guy's fist is going to work. 2 rock golems appeared in front of him and looked blankly at him. You two break the ice layers and save this beautiful mermaid. The golems bowed their heads and got right to work. Even with the golem's power, 3 fists were required to shatter the ice layers. Thank you. Adam rushed over and aided the beautiful mermaid. Puff! Adam's nose started to bleed again. What the heck? She is only wearing panties. When he carried her to the ground, the mermaid's tail suddenly changed into a human's leg, and she was only wearing pink-colored panties. Sir, are you okay? The beautiful mermaid asked worriedly, but it only increased the nosebleed for Adam. He covered his eyes and covered her lower body with the shirt he got from the newbie set. Heal. As he spoke, a magnificent golden light emerged in his hand and extended out to the wounds on the mermaid's body, healing them instantly. Thank you, sir. I don't know how to thank you enough. Not only did you save my life, but you also used magic to cure me. I'm extremely grateful. First, Ms. Mermaid, let's go to a cave and chat slowly. The mermaid's cheeks flushed as she said, you two go around the lake, gather the pearls. It'll be expensive, so be cautious not to smash them. Who can I leave these things in vain? Plus snow pearl. Plus snow pearl. Plus snow pearl. After some time he had totally collected 432 snow pearls, though it was collected by golems. He had information about this from the guidebook, that pearls are rare and costly, so he was delighted from this harvest. He let the golems carry them as the snow was thick and it affected their speed. In comparison to him, golems were much fast despite their big size and the thick snow. Soon, they arrived at a small cave. It was well hidden and was covered with snow on the outer surface. But the problem was a snow bear, which is residing inside. You two, can you kill it? They nodded their heads in unison. Okay, then do it quickly. Boom, boom, boom. He already guessed what would have happened inside the cave. Plus EXP. Plus bear's wool. Plus bear's meat. After few seconds. Crackle, crackle, whoosh. The fire was burning between 2 people. One was a beautiful mermaid, and another one was a fine-looking young man. Here, as he said, Adam gave a large piece of bear's meat to the mermaid. He didn't sell all the loots he got from the dungeon to the merchant guild. He saved some emergencies for him also. He also roasted one and started to eat. The 2 golems acted as huge boulders in front of the cave to block the cold air from entering in. What's your name? Adam asked as he chewed down a large chunk of meat. You can call me Emily, sir. No need for formalities. My name is Adam. Can you tell me where I am? And where you came from? And do you know anything about Silver Wolf Lord? She hesitated for a moment before started to explain things. I am from the great kingdom of Atlanta, located at the seabed of God's ocean. The place we are currently in snow territory. It is located at the west side of our neighboring country Laconia. So I am still Laconia, that's good. Adam recited the important information in his brain. For separate lords control the snow territory. The Great Snow Bear rules the north, while Ice Elves and Polar Hawk control the south and east, respectively. The area where we are staying is inhabited by Silver Wolf Lord, and it lies west of God's Ocean. All 4 individuals are equally powered, and humans are terrified of this place because of them and this cold weather. According to legend, a newly crowned king of Iconia attempted to conquer the snow region before 1,000 years, but was totally defeated. Additionally, if a foreign adversary attacked them on a big scale, all 4 kings would join hands. Adam processed all of the facts in his head and realized what he was up against. Then can tell me more about the place you came from. That is Atlanta. Huh? Yes, the great error. Player Adam Crystal, please refrain from asking about Mermaid's Kingdom. Your level is not high enough. Protocol completed. The GM intervened. Adam thought as he smirked. Adam, what was I saying? Nothing. Emily, I think you should rest even though I have healed your injuries. It was pretty much low-level magic. Huh. Okay. But once I recover I can use magic and heal myself. Good. Then I will go and scout the terrain. Adam went out after reassuring Emily. At certain skyscraper buildings in Las Vegas, people could be seen working and monitoring on the hologram seen in front of them. Sir, the secret quest has been triggered, stated a guy dressed in a synthetic suit and wearing futuristic spectacles. Huh? Isn't it a little too soon? Despite her age, a lady in her mid-30s felt she was incredibly hot and lovely. I believe we need to upgrade the game before the expected deadline. Yes, ma'am. I will proceed with preparations. Adam. Huh. I can't wait to know his future. Item. Snow Pearl. Grade rare. Only found in snow territory. Because humans can't proceed into snow territory, the pearl is considered as one of the precious things in the kingdom. Used to make jewelry. Chapter 16. The Evil Prince. 16. This is an important backstory. Don't skip it. 3 days before. Royal Palace, Atlanta. Over 150 half-human, half-fish creatures have been assembled in a magnificent building that resembles a palace. It was unexpectedly beneath the water, and the gathering inhabitants were lovely mermaids. Every mermaid, either the male or woman, was stunning in their own way. They all appeared to be aristocrats, dressed in opulent gowns with a variety of beautiful gems adorning their heads and tails. Particularly there was male and female who were more in the spotlight. The woman had chestnut brown hair, large green eyes, a small button nose, rosy cheeks, and pink lips. Her skin, although not that white, was fair. She was strong-willed with a slight hero complex. In short, she became the fiancée of the second prince, and her name was Emily. Today was the day that their king, the great ruler of Atlanta, Echelinius, would name the next crown prince from among his 3 sons and 2 daughters. The man beside Emily was the second prince. He was very stunning as well. The jet-black long hair is partially tied back with a silk ribbon of the same color. The eyes are not smudged with dust. The thin lips are gently arched, and the limitless aura quickly flows out. The brows are beautiful, dazzling like stars and moons. The long body jade, clear as a spring mountain. Clouds appear to be shaking off him, and his lower half, which was adorned with golden crystal, shined brightly, piercing the eyes of spectators. After some time, the trumpet sounded, and several guards swam into the royal hall from the royal doors. Din, din, din, din, din. The guards stood all around the perimeter of the stage, excluding the front view, and very quickly, everyone instantly rose to their feet. The trumpets sounded, and soon, Echelinius and his 2 wives walked in majestically, while being surrounded by more guards. Immediately, everyone kowtowed to their king. "May you long live, your majesty," the mermaids said as their hands were in their chest and their heads were bowed. The one who was called king had a long beard waving in the flow of water which added domination in his appearance. He was wearing a pearl-colored shirt. His lower body was decorated with bright-looking red pearls which seemed to be red jade. Finally, their almighty king spoke. "Today is the big day for our Atlanta kingdom. After the careful consideration of our future opinions of all the nobles and my beloved people, I decided to announce my youngest son, Aaron, as the crown prince." His first son frowned as he sent a signal to another young man who was standing in the distance after hearing their king's words. The second prince was pleased and delighted, and he raised his head high above the water to gaze at the nobles who were still kowtowing. The nobles who favored the first prince trembled on the inside, while the nobles who supported the second prince laughed heartily and were anxious to learn about their brilliant future. Though there is no assurance that he would succeed as king, but the current king will back him up with all of his authority. So, it is obvious that Aaron will become the king. Those who allied with the first prince are likely to perish or have their influence in the royal court substantially reduced. The nobles who backed the second prince, on the other hand, will gain unending power and money. It will also elevate their social standing in the royal court. But, when his father declared his younger brother as crown prince, no one knew the first prince had already made plans to deal with it. And on the other hand, the ball began. One by one, they all gave their precious gifts to the newly announced crown prince. Even those who had before opposed him talked in a flattering tone and gave their presents to him. Those at the lowest degree of nobility were naturally grouped together, since the middle and higher classes believed that those below them couldn't possibly contribute anything exceptional. As a result, people at the bottom just put their wretched gifts on a huge table in a lonely corner. Those in the middle class who didn't have anything special to present had to put their gifts on the line table as well. However, if a member of the middle or lower classes thought that their presence might truly blow the prince's mind, he may step forward and proclaim his gift. And ending it all the upper-class nobles were obligated to come up one by one and present their gifts. As the event was going on, something unexpected happened at a distance. 3 trident were racing towards the palace. As it neared, they could clearly see whose trident was it is. The Black Thunder. It was first prince's trident. Another one was the commander's son's weapon. Shocker. Seeing 2 trident racing towards the palace, the king's anger erupted in anger and questioned the first prince. "My son, what is the meaning of this?" As he said, the water blasted and the sound waves pierced the ears of the nobles. "Ha ha! You old man! You should die now!" The waves of water formed into blades and rushed towards the king. But, before reaching him, they were turned into ice and frozen instantly. "My son, you should know what it means. You are doing a rebellion." The water rumbled as a trident formed in the king's palms. "Ice prison." The king cast the high-level magic. "The ruler of the sea, huh? But, old man, it will not work. I poisoned you a long time ago, and if you had declared me as crown prince, I would have healed you stealthily, but you bought it on your own. Now, don't you know that once you get ocean god's blessings, no poison will work?" Clash, clash, clash. The father and son were in a constant battle. This is not ordinary poison. It's extracted from the evil weed, the Angeles nightshade. Cough, cough, cough. As he continued to defend, the king spewed blood from his mouth. "What is your method of obtaining it? Isn't it only found in the territory of our enemies?" "Yes, I handed him 100 mere people. In return for this." "You bastard son! How dare you!" The king couldn't continue. His hand loosened and his breath gradually stopped and he died. The nobles were in a panic. The palace has become utter chaos. After the death of Echelinius, his ocean ruler, which was trident used by the king, slowly dissolved in water and vanished. Chapter 17, The Evil Prince. 2. Not long after, many tridents raced towards the royal palace. A trident is a weapon of mere people. About 40% of their strength will be reduced if they are fighting without their tridents. All the mere man and mermaid will have their own tridents which can't be wielded by other mere people. Even if they died, their trident will dissolve in the ocean after their death. If a mere person carries his trident into another one's houses or public place and noble events, it will be considered as a disgrace and will be assumed that she has arrived here with the intention of engaging in violence. Only the imperial guards or knights has the permission to keep their tridents with them at all times. So, how can these nobles dared to bring their tridents into the royal palace? Only an NPC who has extremely close ties with their trident or maxed out their bonds with the tridents can only summon their tridents at will. More and more imperial knights rushed into the royal palace, those who were bribed by the first prince and betrayed the kingdom, started to kill the nobles without showing any mercy. They didn't even spare the nobles who stood up for the first prince's side. The nobility can only show a fluty resistance, while their tridents are still out of their hands. The royal palace quickly descended into chaos, and the water in the area was dyed a bright red color. After a few moments, the tridents returned to their original owners. The second prince ran towards the first prince, wielding his apex killer, trident. At the same time that the two princes were fighting, the two queens were fighting as well. "You stubborn bastard! The father has died and the throne is mine now, ha ha ha." The first prince laughed crazily as he continued to wield his black thunder. "Brother, why do you go as far as to kill our father? I would have given you the crown if you wanted it so badly." The blows were even stronger than before. The second prince can barely defend the attacks. He was actually pushed back by the first prince. Though their father announced him as the crown prince, there is not even a slight chance that he can fight on par with first prince. The age gap between the two of them is 6 years, so naturally, the first prince started to learn fighting skills before him. Also, the two of them have nearly a 10 levels difference. It will not matter much if players who have a difference of 10 levels engage in combat. There will be at least chances for a low-level player to beat the high-level player. But that is not the case in NPC. Even if there is a difference of 1 level, it will be very hard for the lower-level NPC to beat the higher-level NPC. So, you don't even need to ask. As for what will happen in this situation, it will only be a matter of time before the second prince is beaten to a pulp. "That is not good enough for me," he smirked sinisterly. "I want you to be my slave. After capturing you, I will F***ck your fiancé. Haha. You, bastard brother?" Eren screamed as a swarm of concentrated water spheres gathered around Alec, the first prince. "Or blast. Ha," he snorted, effortlessly deflecting the approaching assault. "Oh, now you're utilizing your meager abilities. TCH. He already knew it wouldn't have any effect. Eren turned and swam towards his fiancée, Emily, who was watching the battle from behind the hallway. "I can't make it." Emily, flee towards the land. "I will destroy the portal gates once you left the palace." His hands were trembling. No. What are saying? "I can't go. I will stay with you." "Yes. You. Emily." He hugged her as he shouted her name. "Ha! Emily, see here. You have to flee and ask someone for help. From the little conversation I had with him, it seems like he still wants something from me, so he won't kill me. Don't worry about me. The fate of our kingdom is in your hands." After giving her a short kiss, he dragged her to the portal gate and teleported her out of the kingdom. Portal gates are just like teleportation circles used by humans. Just because Atlanta is an underocean kingdom, it can't be underestimated. Its size is nearly equal to 3/4 portion of the North American continent. They'll have to swim miles and miles to get out of the kingdom once these portal gates are destroyed. "The fate of the kingdom is in your hands," he said, pressing the stone into one of the 4 rune-encrusted pillars. Many white rays fall onto Emily, who was standing there with tears in her eyes, the next second. With them, the rays pulled her in. Eren destroyed the portal gates as soon as she disappeared. By the time Alec found him, he already destroyed all the 4 portal gates in the royal palace. Alec was frantic and madly rushed over. It required a great deal of power to destroy these portal gates. Eren didn't even have the power to defend himself. The trident pierced his flesh and cracked his shoulder bones. UF***C***KR. "Tage, you distributed my great plan." The black thunder twisted his flesh as blood gushed out. Hiss. He endured the pain and smiled painstakingly. "You will never succeed. You now have guts to curse me also. Good. Very good." Alec pulled his trident as Eren's blood gushed out more and more. The Imperial Guards also arrived at the time. Obviously, the rebellion has succeeded, and he has captured the throne. "Guards, drag him and whip him 300 times. Don't give any food or anything." "Yes, your majesty." They dragged him and went to the dungeon. On the other side, most of the nobles have kicked the bucket. Only a handful of them were left alive. The next day, Alec announced that Aaron has rebelled and killed his father. In the process, the second queen also died. So, my people, I have no choice but take over the crown. Hail the new emperor! Hail the new emperor! Who wouldn't believe him? Orb blast. Grade epic. Orb-like structures made of water will blast and inflict damage on the opponent. Mana. 130 CD 30 minute. Chapter 18 Easy Kill. More EXP. A young beautiful girl was sleeping on a snowbed, inside a small cave. Her breath was heavy and her face had an anxious expression. She shoots up from her bed, Aaron, and yelled, "Gasp! Gasp!" She sighed and claimed her breath and gazed at two structures, which were very huge and were made up of earthy materials. It was the two golems of Adam, and the girl was Emily, the mermaid who was rescued by Adam. To be more accurate, she is the fiancée of Aaron, the second prince of the great Atlanta kingdom. As she was focusing on the surrounding, a youngster who was wearing a robe came inside. He was well-looking and seemed like a smart-ass to her. "Hey, have you recovered?" Adam asked, as he casually waved his hand towards Emily. "Pretty much." She focused on recalling the events, and the reason she came out of her kingdom. Adam's vitality was depleted, and he was running out of stamina. He collected a few leaves and twigs from the adjacent woodland and took them out. Even though they were all coated in snow, it would be fine to light the fire, so he cast his spell and lighted a fire within the cave. "It's nice and warm," Emily thought as she sat down next to the fireplace. Adam pulled some meat from his inventory and began roasting it over the fire. Even though the meat had been obtained a long time ago, it was still fresh, owing to the system's inventory. He assessed the meat after roasting it for a while to see if it was thoroughly fried or not. "Eat up here." Emily was hesitant. Mermaids only eat plants found in the ocean or sea creatures like fishes, shrimps, sharks, etc. They have no idea how to cook, so they just clean the bones, blood, and guts and eat it. There is no other food, so she eventually grabbed it and ate it, while Adam began to make one for himself. A notification appeared in front of him as he chunked a huge piece of meat.
SDR plus 0.26.
Adam was delighted. After eating few couples of fried giant chicken's meat, he rested to recover his energy. Emily was taken aback by the flavor. It was delicious. She had never tasted anything like it before. Her body was likewise filled with a burst of energy when she ate it. She also ate a couple of meats and rested in order to recuperate from her wounds and her abilities. "I have to find someone to save Atlanta." Thinking of these thoughts, her eyes gradually closed and she went to sleep. Adam got up from his soft hard snow bed and stretched his body. As it was a high-grade mission, he can't possibly log out before the deadline. He did some morning exercise inside the cave itself and checked his status. Name: Adam Crystal. Race: human. Title: Spear God. Job: none. LVL: 6. EXP: 1209/1600. HP: 780 plus 120.
MP 156-24. Vie 13 plus 8.
SDR 21.8 plus 4.
AGI: 15. Dex: 15. Int: 7 plus 3. Available stat points: 0. Skills: Heal, Fireball, Fluid Shield, Earth Summon, Fly, Dark Pierce. Unique skills: Star Strike. Remaining skill slot: 6. Equipment: Head: none. Body: Basic Robe. Feet: none. Weapon: Basic Wand, Basic Spear. Earrings: none. Necklace: none. Ring: Abyssal Ring. Right hand: none. Left hand: none. Adam smiled after seeing his status. He was only level 6, but he can defeat most of the players and monsters in the range level 20 to 21. Adam cast Earth Summon and another 2 golems formed before him. Anyway, it was a good thing to have as many as you can. So why not? Golem 4. CD 39 minutes and 58 seconds. Emily had just awoken and was taken aback when she saw another 2 golems. Adam asked Emily if she would want to accompany him. Emily: "I owe you a favor if you can come with me and assist me to kill the Silver Wolf." Eminencia. Can he really kill it? He is talking like he can really kill the Silver Wolf Lord. Perhaps he can also help me. Yes, I will accompany you, despite the fact that my combat strength on land is significantly diminished. Nevertheless, I can periodically heal you during the fight. All right, then let's go. According to Adam, the cave where Silver Wolf Lord lives is 2 miles away, and it is guarded by over 200 wolves, each with a level of 13 to 17. But the problem is the Silver Wolf's level is 38. He can't possibly kill that monster easily. It is going to be a tough fight. After walking for a few minutes, the duo encountered a group of fluffy-looking monsters. Be careful, Emily warned him. They are snowballs. Their attacks can freeze your body. As soon as Emily finished mentioning about the monster, the snowballs started to attack them. They were very weak. It is probably a waste of mana to attack them with spells. Adam took out his spear and started to stab them with it. But the numbers keep increasing and increasing. I am very lucky to meet these things. Adam planned to grind here for some time. They are very easy to kill and also gave 15 EXP. Any player who has a brain will not let this opportunity slip. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. After 2 hours of grinding, their numbers finally reduced, but they didn't fully vanish. Still, they kept coming to become his EXP. Plus LVL. Plus LVL. Plus LVL. Plus LVL. You have reached LVL 11. You can learn 1 additional spell other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. Adam smiled and breathed heavily. Huff. Huff. LVL 10. EXP 1000/2200. You have killed exceptional number of snowballs. You will be rewarded with title Snowball Hunter. From now on, you are prohibited from killing snowballs. If you killed further snowballs, your account will be temporarily suspended for 3 days. Adam was dumbfounded. It was the best way to level up, but GM has prohibited him from killing snowballs. Sigh. It seems my killing streak ends here. Suddenly a notification popped up before him. -2 HP. -2 HP. -2 HP. The snowballs are attacking them. He was dumbfounded. What the hell? GM. You bastard. Fly. Adam quickly carried Emily and fled out of here. What can he do other than fleeing? Monsters. Snowball. Grade common. Inhabitants of Snow Valley. Gives good amount of EXP and easy to kill. Lives in underground snow nests and are very large in number. Title. Snowball Hunter. Grade rare. Cooldown for ice affinity based skills will be halved when player HP is below 50%. The player status is bit complicated. Who has doubts can comment here. I will reply to you. Chapter 19. Wiping out the outer territory. Phew. That was scary. Emily sighed as she calmed her breathing. Mermaids usually reside underwater, and some of them are unable to walk on land. As a result, it's clear that she's afraid of heights. Adam stared at the 8 golems that stood like a mountain in front of him. Sigh. If only I'd had ice golems. They could have crept up on the wolves and killed them. It was the first time since Rebirth that he felt a little spark of tension within him. They could see the large cave from afar, but Silver Wolf was nowhere to be found. It appeared to be resting deep within the cave. Hundreds of wolves may also be seen roaming in packs and patrolling their area. The outside circle was sparsely populated, whereas the inner circle was heavily populated. A woo! A woo! A pack of wolves came from behind them, ready to strike. Ah! But Adam's golems wrenched the necks of the 5 wolves before they could complete their howl. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Snow wolf meat. Snow wolf meat. They had no emotion on their faces, but Adam got the impression that they were giving him thumbs up. Damn. It's too late. We need to flee before the neighboring wolves attack. Emily stated this as she dragged Adam behind her. Who do you know? I can't reveal that, but what I am saying is true. You have to believe me. I believe you, though. It will be more difficult to kill the Silver Lord Wolf at this time. Why? I also noticed that all the wolves seeming to be more alert and cautious than mentioned. Because there is a young alpha inside the cave. Its presence is similar to a silver wolf. I guess it could be the pup of him. What? Curse my luck. After hearing Emily's explanation, it was the first thought that came to Adam's mind. I'm already short on time, and this variable is adding to my troubles. Am I the unluckiest person on the face of the planet? They eventually evaded the group of wolves after fleeing for a long distance. Awoo, awoo. He can still hear wolf screams from several areas where they appeared to be communicating. Though, absurdly, I believe there is a strong probability they will communicate amongst themselves. I'll be murdered if I don't make a move sooner or later. A good thing happened while he was pondering a strategy to kill them. The cooldown for Earth summons has fully finished. Now he can summon more golems. Earth summon, as usual, 2 golems made of earthly materials formed before him. Golems, 10. With 10 golems, he can probably easily kill the wolves. As he was trying to make a move, a group of wolves offered themselves in front of him. Dark Pierce. A beam of dark light formed in his hand and killed all 7 wolves instantly. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Snow wolf meat. Snow wolf meat. This time he was more cautious and killed all the 7 wolves instantly before they warned or informed other wolves. It will be no good for him. He can't possibly face 40 or 50 wolves altogether even with his golems. Behind him, Emily was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Adam can easily kill the pack with a single spell. As great as the spell was, its mana consumption was also large and cooldown time was also longer. Adam and Emily clearly moved and reached before another pack of wolves. It was considered a large one. It had 11 wolves. Though they are large, I can easily kill them if I took them out of surprise. After reaching really close to them, Adam ordered his golems to kill the pack. The ground slightly rumbled and blood spilled all over the area. Adam took care of the remaining one with his spear. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus LVL. Plus LVL. You have reached LVL 15. You can learn 1 additional spell, other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. Can you heal the golems? Adam asked Emily. Yes, it is possible. Greater heal. A green magic circle formed under the feet of the golems, and their body glowed in bright green, mixed golden color. The few hundred HP they lost from the previous brawl were instantly restored. Okay, I will give you buff as well. As she said, a blue magic circle formed under the feet and Adam. Your mana recovery has been temporarily enhanced by 40%. Your HP has been temporarily increased by 20%. Though it will not seem much of the typical buff like STR plus 20% or defense plus 60%. It is really hard to buff one's mana recovery rate or one's vitality. Even for shamans, those who are in higher levels can only cast this type of spell. I think she is truly a blessing in disguise. As they moved forward, Adam encountered more and more groups of wolves. Ice spears. The wolves didn't stand chance. Also, by the time went by, Adam also discovered Emily was at a higher level. The buffs and heals she cast were all large mana-consuming spells, but she didn't seem tired at all. Dark Peace. Harpendier was satisfied with your performance. He had granted you the class Mage. He also completed the quest. Adam experienced a sudden surge of energy, and a small circle formed on his heart. His mana pool also increased by several folds. But the wolves kept coming, though in smaller numbers, and it appeared that he had virtually wiped out the wolves in the outer circle. It was exhausting for him to slaughter them one by one, but he didn't have an alternative. Despite the fact that his level rose at an amazing rate, he also summoned 2 additional golems, making their journey to the inner circle considerably easier. They arrived at the inner circle, encircling the cave after battling with dozens of packs. Skills. Dark Pierce. Grade Common. The user can create and project beams of darkness to kill variable numbers of the enemy. If evolved, capable of destroying large structures and areas, can greatly damage anyone caught in the blast range.
Mepe. 25 CD 15.000.
Monsters. Snow Wolves. Grade Uncommon. Underlining of Snow Wolf Lord. Snow-born in nature. Items. Snow Wolf Meat. Grade Common. Meat obtained from the wolves which reside in snow territory. Effects. Plus 0.2 AGI. Chapter 20, Fighting with the 60 Wolves. Head on. It was just a step inside, but it was inevitable that Adam's whole body was trembling. It wasn't because of fear or anything, he was eager. Adam was trembling with the anticipation to fight higher-level monsters. How many years it has been since last time I was eager to fight. He can't remember this feeling, which he experienced long ago. It was a feeling he had when fighting against impossible spars or wars. But after the appearance of real monsters, this feeling slowly faded and faded until it disappeared completely. It was not like he was afraid of seeing them in the real world. The reason was, he can't get that feeling because he had to protect someone. If he died, what that person will do? In a world where there is no law? In a world where monsters are lurking around every corner? In a world where people will kill each other to survive? What can she do? A helpless little girl. For her, he bowed his head, which was once held high. He did dirty things and turned a blind eye to something evil. He can't do a thing because he was powerless. At some point, they even started to say things like, "I don't like your face, you look more handsome than me. So, now onwards you should always have grease on your face, ha ha ha." Adam recalled the past. He didn't know why it appeared on his mind. At this point he only knew he can't afford to do the same mistakes again. Let's be calm. Adam squatted on the ground where he was standing. He managed to calm his trembling heart. The first thing to do is kill as many as wolves before confronting the Silver Wolf Lord. More than 80 wolves are guarding the cave. If he recklessly went in, Adam will definitely die. Even if I can't let this NPC die. If a player kills an NPC or lets an NPC die while doing missions, his fame will be greatly reduced. That will result in the increase of unfavorability with other NPCs. I need to lure the wolves out of hiding and slay them lethally. The conditions were not tough when Adam killed the wolves in the outer circle. The reason behind this was that they were lower-level monsters with a small population. The higher the rank and level, the more difficult it will be for me to kill them. Even a minor mistake can end in death. Of course, there's no need to rush. Things will become screwed up if you attempt to get things done too soon. Many players have failed the mission in the past due to their haste, according to Wikipedia. I'll do a great job on this. The CD for Earth Summon was also done as Adam finished sorting out his thoughts. Earth Summon. Adam summoned another 2 golems, which increased the chances for his success. Earth Golems. 12. Adam. I can feel a large number of wolves rushing in our direction. In addition to that, they are very strong. In addition to healing and buffing, Emily can also use detection-type skills, which did a great deal of help to Adam. Adam smirked and told the golems to stand in a circle formation. Adam and Emily were standing at the eye of the formation. This was the best method to deal with the outnumbered enemies. Even many guilds will only use this formation to deal with outnumbered enemies. It was a pack of 60 wolves. There were all at least 18+ levels. Only before few inches, the group of wolves stopped in their tracks. Their leader came out and let a terrifying cry, "AWWW." The snow on the ground started to mix with the air. It bared its fangs and threatened him to leave this place quietly. Adam was astonished since normally monsters will hunt whatever they see, but this wolf is warning him to go peacefully. Something fishy-wazy is going on. Adam was unconcerned about the threat and immediately ordered the golems to assault the other party. The first to kill will always control the battlefield, as the phrase goes. The opposing party immediately grasped Adam's scheme and commanded the wolves to annihilate these insignificant puppets. Ice Spear. Fireball. Fireball. Dark Peace. He cast most of the combat spells again and again. His mana also continuously depleted, but he was behind the golems, so it was easy for him to restore the MP with the potion. The golems crushed the heads of wolves like crushing some apple. The blood splattered and the brain matter clung sticky on the hands of golems. Even though it all disappeared the next second, it was very ugly and disgusting to watch it even for a second. For a game, it was designed very real. If you want to experience good things, you have to also bear with this. If there are pros, there are also cons. You have to accept it. That was the reply given by the head of the Imagine Cooperations when people asked why there are gruesome scenes for a game. Asians were not like Americans. They are very sensitive to the matters like these. They can't even use a gun in reality, so it's to be expected. The wolves were also not to be trifled with. They gave heavy blows to the golems, especially the leader wolf already near destroyed 2 golems at one go. But it can't completely destroy the golems. It was because of Emily's skill, constant healing. Maybe I should try to become a priest. Alas, I am hopeless. Adam did not wait any longer, as he rushed into the battlefield holding his basic spear. In return, he commanded a golem to retreat and guard Emily against the enemies. Seeing him entering the fight, the leader wolf smirked and charged at him instantly. A cowardly mage dared to fight. You puny human? I will kill you. But its blow had no effect on Adam. He dogged it with ease. The MMA he learned was for nothing. The wolf was dumbfounded. Adam stabbed it with his spear. Though he was a mage, he didn't invest all his stat points in intelligence. A large number of his stats was also offered to STR and AGI. In a short amount of time, there were many wounds on wolves. It was in a pitiful state. With his improved stats, Adam didn't even need his star strike to kill it. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. Plus EXP. You have reached level 18. You can learn one more skill, other than basic spells of 7 affinities. Soon, all the wolves were killed. There were no casualties on his side. Emily was again surprised by the fact that he can fight like a warrior. Adam smirked and made his way to the cave. Chapter 21. The 3 Odd Wolves. Chapter 21. Golems. 12, average. HP. 1670/1720. Adam. 7200/7200. Emily. Mox. Remaining wolves. 30 plus 1. Silver Wolf Lord, plus 3, young alphas. Adam cautiously gazed at the surroundings and vigilantly moved towards the cave. Now, he has killed more than 70% of wolves. The boss monster would have noticed it. Even the animals like snow monkeys, Snowball, and many more would have noticed it. Adam looked at his arsenal for the CD of his skills. Earth Summon, 18 minutes. Dark Pierce, 4 minutes. He sighed and kept walking towards the cave. Suddenly, 3 wolves appeared out of nowhere and tried to ambush him. Luckily, Adam had quick reflexes. He rolled backward and commanded the golems to attack the 3 wolves. They are clearly higher-level monsters and had more intelligence. Even their fur was mixed with red color, which showed their superiority over the other wolves. Before golems could catch them, wolves disappeared deep inside the forest. The trees were not like in the inland area. 3 were only winter pine trees, Christmas trees, fir trees, etc. These types of trees didn't provide much stealth. He can even see the wolves from afar. But he wasn't a fool to hunt down them by going to the lengths as far as to chase them. He was clearly outnumbered. It was like walking into the trap of the enemy. Adam again started to move in the direction where the cave is located. As he moved closer and closer, Adam can clearly see the wolves standing beside the cave, down the cave, and letting out their howls. The cave was not directly located on the ground. It was slightly above the ground surface. https://images. APPO GL/LQKVAVK 3 LYJMCBYC9. Adam gazed at the wolves in awe, before finally preparing to attack them. Adam didn't give the opportunity to wolves to surround them. When facing an outnumbered enemies, you absolutely can't let them surround you. The golems charged at the wolves and started to tear their bodies or smash their heads. Ice Spear. Fireball. Fireball. Fireball. Adam didn't directly engage in the close combat. Instead, he supported the golems from the rear. He had no intention of building up fatigue at this time. He didn't know the power of the Silver Lord Wolf other than its level. He can't let himself get tired now and fight a tough battle against the Silver Wolf. Even if he emptied out his mana, there is an MP potion to recover it instantly. But there is not anything like a fatigue potion or stamina potion. At this time, the 3 wolves from earlier appeared before him. He absolutely can't let them fight with his golems. Even with buffs and constant healing from Emily, 2 of the golems have been already demolished. If they fought with these 3 wolves, they will instantly perish. Adam gripped his spear and rushed at them, To his surprise, the wolves had very high intelligence than he expected. The three of them surrounded them and started to attack from a different direction and aiming for different parts. Adam ducked the slash, dogged the slap, but he can't react to the last assault and ended up receiving damage. Though his HP reduced drastically, it wasn't much impact on Adam. He slid down and tore the abdomen of one of the wolves. Be it humans or monsters, once the abdomen is damaged, the opponent's strength will greatly reduce. Though it can't be considered a vital part, it will affect the enemy both mentally and physically. It surrendered its claws and let out a low cry. It seemed like it is surrendering. Seeing this, one of the wolves suddenly grabbed its neck with its fangs and broken it, letting the wolf die. Adam was in a rage. Be it the wolf killed it out of mercy or out of rage, his EXP was stolen by someone else. You stupid monster! DE! This time he was really angry. He stabbed it multiple times continuously. Die! D! D! DE! Even after the disappearance of the body, he still stabbed the ground a few times. You have obtained a new skill. Crazy.
-1 skill slot.
This was unexpected, but why the hell it is named as crazy? He remembered one player from the past who only did odd things and obtained countless unique skills. No one knew if that player did these things intentionally or unintentionally, but not any player can fight against her. Even for the high-ranking player, she would give a tough fight, but she mysteriously disappeared after 2 months from the launch of the game. Some of them even tried to search for her in the real world, but she also disappeared from the real world. Later it was found out that she was from slums. After hearing this, many of them lose interest in her. Enough, author-san, go back to the present. Okay. The third wolf didn't even make a move. It was like a frozen statue. Adam instantly killed it and deal with the remaining wolves. EXP. EXP. EXP. Golems. 6. There was much loot to collect on the ground. The wolf meat also overflowed from the inventory. More than anything, the Silver Wolf Lord didn't even come out of the cave to help its subordinates. The sun was also started to descend from the sky. Soon it will be night. It is not best time to attack the boss monster. More than half of his golems were also destroyed from the initial number. I have to be fully prepared before attacking it. Someone once said, prevention is better than cure. Though it was not for fighting, in 2045 what is not possible. I will wait and summon more than 10 golems before heading inside the cave. Adam, I have to head to the water by now, Emily said softly. It was obvious that she was exhausted. He also completely forgot about the fact that Emily was a mermaid and have to at least stay in the water for 3 hours per day. But, in her current state, can she walk tens of kilometers and reach the nearest water body? Okay, I will bring you there. Thank you very much, Adam. Adam left the golems to guard the entrance in case it tried to escape while he was gone, of course. There was no chance of it happening though. Chapter 22, Epic Grade Quest. The sun rises high above the sky. Adam blinked his eyes and gazed at the golems. It is time. Adam and Emily quickly stuffed some wolf meat and prepared to head inside the cave. The golem's number is already reached 16, so there is no need to wait anymore. Though it was tiresome for Adam to wake up once 40 minutes, somehow he managed. The group readied themselves and headed inside the cave. It wasn't deep. They reached the ending only in few seconds. Sitting on the elevated boulder was the Silver Wolf Lord. It had a majestic appearance, a ruler of the righteous, a person who cared about its subordinate. Adam was stunned by its alluring presence. It slowly stood up, revealing the 3 pups cuddling on its other side. There was also an egg that seemed precious to them. Isn't wolves mammals? Why there is egg here? Young man, you have achieved a great feat by coming here. Suddenly a voice resources in his mind. It's me, Silver Lord Wolf. It has been a very long time since I was born. Is it perhaps a backstory? I don't even know how many decades have since I shut myself in this cave. I don't have time for this. These 3 are my child. It is quite unfortunate that you have arrived at this time. But, I hope if I lose and die, can you do me favor by protecting these children and my daughter who is inside the egg? What the heck? Answer me, young man. Either way, these 3 are young alphas. It is most powerful kind among the wolves. If I made the contract as Ariana's summon, it will be great for the future. Yes. I promise you, Silver Lord Wolf. Then no need to waste the time. I will give my all in this fight with you. Likewise. It jumped off the boulder and pounced towards Adam at an incredible speed. Fluid shield. The shield shattered and he was blown away.
Adam. 654.200.
Thankfully, Emily was able to cast a healing spell instantly and recover his HP. It's time for me to test my new skill. Crazed. Your AGI and STR has temporarily boosted by 60%. You can no longer feel pain. You will only receive 50% of damage. Target locked. Silver Lord Wolf. Adam felt a rage inside him to kill the Silver Lord Wolf. He lunged at the wolf with the burst of speed and penetrated his spear deep inside the wolf's heart. A woo! Oh, it cried in pain while twisting its body on the ground. Keep your word, young man. His skill was still in effect. He stabbed the wolf multiple times until it died away. Shit! It seems I shouldn't have used this skill. You have killed Silver Lord Wolf. Quest completed. A teleportation stone also appeared in his inventory along with this window. Plus EXP. Plus 2 million G. Plus Wolf Essence. Plus Tearshers of Silver Wolf Lord. Plus Mysterious Keepsake. You have killed a beast which ruled over a land. The territory under Silver Lord Wolf will be offered to you. If you paid 2 million G, we will maintain the order in this land until you joined a guild or create a guild. Yes, I will pay the gold. Instantly 2 million G disappeared from his account. Adam went over the boulder and gazed at the 3 young alphas. It was 2 girls and a boy who seemed to be protecting the egg behind them. Ah! Ah! The duo whimpered at him with their weak cries. Adam patted their head and comforted them. After handing them over to Emily, who stored the egg in the inventory. Plus Mysterious Egg. Adam went out of the cave and breathed some fresh air. Ha! I feel alive. It's time to leave. Emily, thank you for helping me kill the Silver Wolf Lord. Without you here, it will be much harder, I think. Anyway, thanks. Adam, I have a favor to ask you. You can speak freely with me. If it's within my power, I will help you, as much as I can. At first I thought you are only boasting about killing the Silver Wolf Lord, but you are truly powerful. Can you help me in restoring the Kingdom of Atlanta? An exclamation mark appeared on Emily's head, and a quest window popped up before Adam. Quest. Help Emily, the future Empress of Atlanta, to restore their kingdom. Grade Epic. Rewards. Poseidon's Blessings. Amphitrite's Blessings.
Bonus rewards.
Times the bonus rewards will be given accordingly, based on how well you have completed the quest. Upon failure, this is a one-time mission. So Emily can't ask another player's help if you fail the mission. Atlanta will also meet its doom. Minus 10 levels. All the skills will be locked for 1,000 hours.
Bonus punishment.
Times a bonus punishment will be given accordingly based on how worse you have failed the quest. Deadline. It is an epic grade mission. What is this mission? I can't seem to remember it. Adam tried to recall this mission, but no matter how much he tried, he didn't seem to find any info about it. The player would have probably failed the mission. If so, can I succeed? I don't even know the details. What I thinking? I will be more than glad to help you, Emily. You have accepted the epic quest. Restore the Atlanta? Thank you, Adam. But I can't help you in my current state. I have to become powerful. I know. Please allow me to help you in your journey to become powerful. It was a quite tempting offer. She was already at level 100 plus, and her buffs and heals are comparable to that of the high priest in the temple. There was also no reason to reject her. Then I will be in your care, Emily. Please take care of me also. Adam took out of the teleportation stone and crushed it. Instantly he was surrounded by blue light and was sucked into the magic hole. Chapter 23 Erebus. The God of Darkness. You did better than I imagined, kid, haha. The old man said as he laughed out loudly. Even though he says this, he is still haughty as ever. Haha. I was worried that no one will be able to become my successor. Hey, hey! I can't become your successor and live in this tower for the rest of my life. Don't ever think about it. What are you saying, kid? I can still live for many centuries. I mean, I will hand over my treasure and inheritance. Then, please hand over it quickly. I still have many things to do, Adam urged. Seriously, what is this old man thinking? I am also running on short of time, Adam mumbled in his heart and looked at the old man annoyedly. You look like you're annoyed, kid. But you have first listened to the story about this old man before receiving my treasure and my inheritance. What? See here, old man. I really don't have time for that, so please understand. Is that so? He glared at Adam fiercely. Adam's heart froze. What's happening? Huh. I can't see anything. The whole world turned black. It's as if the whole world was devoured by darkness. Huff, huff. I can't see anything. It's only darkness. How much time has passed? It seems like whole eternity. I can't remember who I am. What the foo asterisk K is this? There was nothing but darkness. Adam's mind was already at the state of breakdown. Suddenly, a voice woke him up from this madness. Kid, now do you understand who I am? Haha. Yes, my name is Adam Crystal. As soon as he remembered his name, everything returned back to normal. Adam's body was drenched with sweat. His breathing was rapid. He had the eyes of a clearly terrified person. What was that? Something definitely happened. It was like my existence itself was fading out. Adam took a long time to recover from the shock. He slowly raised his head and looked up to the old man while clutching his chest. What, kid? You can't even handle 20% of my power. What, that is only 20% of his power. He slowly looked at his HP and MP. It was full, but there was some uneasiness in his heart. Nothing good will happen if I kept thinking about it. I should probably ask him. Is that truly dark magic? No, I am the apostle of Erebus. I inherited that skill from Erebus, the god of darkness.
No Iramambe.
Horizon had one more feature. It was God's blessing and apostle. A player can only become the apostle of 3 gods or goddesses. But a player can receive blessings from as many gods as possible. Erebus was a Greek god of darkness. He was born in chaos, had absolute authority over darkness. To think that this old man was an apostle of Erebus. Adam was very stunned. In his previous life, he doesn't even get a chance to meet a player who was an apostle. But Joseph Lewis, the guild master of the Sunshine Guild, is a name that everyone remembers, when everyone was putting in a lot of effort to go to the next level. He was already an apostle of the 2 gods, Helios, the sun god, and Hephaestus, the deity of fire. He started playing Horizon 3 weeks later than the other gamers, for God's sake. When the horizon fell on Earth, he became an apostle of Thea, the goddess of light. You could wonder why there's just one apostle. Why can't the rest of us become apostles? The first is that each god can only have one apostle, and the second is that each player must pass the god or goddess's trial. However, the blessings are available to all players, but every player can receive the blessings of god or goddesses. That is only if they attract the upper entities. So, kid, can you listen to my story now?
Yes.
Before some centuries, there was no 7th floor in the magic tower. There was no dark magic in Iconia. Humans can't even use dark magic. They were constantly assaulted by demons. Dark magic is powerful magic which is on par with fire and ice. Human kingdom faced a huge threat. At that time, an old vampire came to Iconia. I am willing to teach dark magic to you humans, but in the process, many of you may die, so those who are willing can follow me. That's what he said. I was a youngster at that time. I know that if it goes on like this, our kingdom will be destroyed. So me and my 3 friends joined him as his disciples. There were a total of 745 humans, including me and my friends. 283 people died before we can even reach his palace. I learned dark magic from him for 12 years. At last, there were only 93 humans reminded. For a vampire, it was just 12 years. But to me, It was my prime time. Fortunately, I came to know that a creature's life can be extended but the number of the magic circle it had. The last thing was he forced as to take the trial of Erebus and Hecate. I can vaguely remember what happened in the trial, but there were only 17 humans who survived the trial, and I was the only one who becomes the Apostle of Erebus. My only remaining friend also perished in the trial. I killed the vampire and grabbed the map where the Temple of Hecate is located. I came to Iconia and fought alongside the humans and rescued the kingdom from demons. Your reward is that you can become the Apostle of Erebus. Then, don't worry about me. Once you pass the trial and become an apostle, I will automatically be relieved from my duties. Ha ha ha. So say, kid, do you wish to take the trial? You have received the opportunity to become an apostle of Erebus. Please choose wisely. You can only become an apostle of 3 gods or goddesses. Yes/no. This is a rare opportunity. Can I succeed in the trial? Can I become an apostle of Erebus, or it will be in vain? Adam started to think as he did before his rebirth, useless worries. Ha ha ha. What am I doing? I promised myself to not think like this. A deep smirk appeared on Adam's face. Yes. Ha ha ha. Good kid. Don't let me down. All of a sudden a portal with enormous dark energy appeared behind Adam and sucked him instantly. But, strangely, he didn't go to the trial place. He was in the midst of billions of players. Isn't this place where I first created my character? Horizon announcement. The game will now prepare for its next big update. The update will consume about 5 hours for it to be fully installed. All players will be logged out of the game within 10 seconds. Thank you for your consideration. All players will now be disconnected from the game. Chapter 24 Darkness Forest. Trial 1. Upgrade complete. New features. Introducing treasure chest. Diamond. Crystal. Platinum. A gold. Silver. Copper. New class. Musket. Assassin. Thief. Scout. Introducing gods and apostle. New kingdom. Queensland. New races. Dark elves, halflings, gnomes. Introducing battle royal. Introducing guilds and guild battles. Introducing auction house. What the hell is this? Why does the upgrade taking place so quickly? Not 5 days have passed since the game was launched. It has to be much later. Why it is happening so quickly? Adam had many questions unanswered in his mind. He was simply going crazy because of this. Okay, I have to calm down. I have to concentrate on the things on hand now. Player Adam Crystal, do you wish to log in? Please remember your character will be in the place where you last left it. Yes/no. Yes. With a flash of light, he was transported before a large door. The surroundings didn't even have a single light source. Ha! Where is this? I remember now. Is this where the trial takes place? Suddenly, the troches lit up which was placed beside the large door. Ha! What? Why the flame is in blue-black? Strangely, the color of the flame was not normal. It was in blue-black color. It was very intimidating. The door slowly opened. It was full of darkness. Adam felt very unsecured. He took out his spear and guarded up. Adam felt there was someone else here, other than him. I feel like darkness itself is an entity. Nah, it is probably my imagination. Why are you here, human being? A terrifying voice resounded in his ears, but there was no one there. It was like darkness itself is speaking to him. I can't be intimidated. Calm down, Adam. You have got this? After encouraging himself, Adam finally spoke. Who are you? Ha ha ha. You are funny. This is my place. What are doing? In the darkness, he can finally see something, but it was also darkness. What is happening? I definitely saw something. It was darkness. Don't try to find me. State your business. Not anyone can come here. How did you get inside? I assume you are Erebus, god of darkness. I came with the help of your apostle, and I want to become your apostle. I appreciate your courage, human, but you may die. Regardless of anything, I want to become your apostle. Ha ha ha. Then I hope you die a peaceful death. Adam was determined to become the Apostle of Erebus. It wasn't an easy feat, but if he can become the Apostle of Erebus, it will be greatly helpful for him to recruiting players into his guild. You have entered the scenario for your first trial. Scenario name: The Dark Forest. Task: Time limit. Rewards: Strength plus 20. Unlocks 2 random spells from Tome of Skills. 1. If you are unaware of Tome of Skills, go to the bottom and reference for the guideline. Failure: Your account will be deleted. I don't know how much time has passed, Adam mumbled and tried to lit up the fire. But as soon as the fire came to the life, it extinguished. On top that, I don't feel hunger, fatigue. Am I still a human being?
No.
No, I have to calm down. This is like testing your patience. Let's meditate. This is the best way for me to remain calm. Adam started to meditate. The forest was shrouded in silence. Not that there was anything there that could make any noise, apart from Adam, who hadn't moved an inch from his position since he started to meditate. The forest was abundant with sky-touching trees, but the sky can only be described as endless darkness. There was only a moon in the sky. Its rays also didn't emit bright colors. It emitted blue-black color, which was barely enough to see in this dark forest. After 150 minutes time, it felt like decades. But I know, sigh, what I can do when I don't even know. What is the task? Let's roam this forest for a bit. This wasn't a very advantageous situation for him. He doesn't know where he was and doesn't know what beings will be hostile towards him. On top of that, light is restricted here. Even fire can't be lit up in this forest. Adam was walking aimlessly. He can't even detect a single soul for the past 3 hours. Rayower! Adam's body flinched and he swiftly turned to see what the creature was. Adam gasped his breath at what he saw. Damn! What the hell is this? The creature in front of him had an enormous body, 18 foot tall, 3 eyes, and a horn. Scenario updated. You have entered the scenario for your trial. Scenario name: The Dark Forest. Task: Kill the one-horned chimera. Time limit: 50 minutes. Rewards: Strength plus 20. Unlocks 2 spell slot. Failure: Your account will be deleted. Adam noticed the new window while running. WTF. I have to kill this damn thing. And who the hell named it as Chimera? If I want to complete the quest, I have to kill this thing in 50 minutes. Adam took out his spear and checked on the creature. The Chimera is chasing after Adam with its huge body, destroying all the obstacles in its way. He abruptly turned around and started to run towards the damned thing. The creature was a little dumbfounded but continued to run towards him. Even he was close enough to it. Adam stabbed the spear in the ground and jumped up high in the sky. I knew this would work. After all, I have seen these many times in the past. Skill acquired: Spear Jump. This was a unique skill, but it can be easily intimated. More and more players and almost every player who had their weapon as spear had this skill. Adam reached its head and stabbed its eye. He swirled around and landed on the shoulder of the Chimera. Chimera HP 17. 456/19. 700. Ice Spear. Multiple projectiles made of ice formed in the air and instantly dwelled into the neck of the Chimera. Chimera HP 11. 466/19. 700. You are really tough, huh? Then how about this? Star Strike. Activated unique skill: Star Strike. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of Star. The system prompt came, but there was no change in reality. After few minutes, a bright light fell upon the whole forest. You have received title: Darkness Breaker. The Chimera blocked the rays with its hands. Normally, it won't have this much effect, but in this place, it was huge sun granting light to this hopeless.
Crazy.
Adam was like a madman. He stabbed the neck of the Chimera multiple times without a gap. You have defeated one-horned Chimera. Scenario completed. Plus EXP. You have reached LVL 22. You can learn 1 additional spell other than the basic spell of 7 affinities. You will be now transported to second scenario of the trial. Crazy. Grade: Unique. Once the target is locked, the player will be in a frenzied state until it is killed. MP 0 CD 2 minutes. Title: Darkness Breaker. Player intelligence and fighting will be enhanced by 10% in dark places. Chapter 25 Darkness in Brightness. Trial 2. Strength, STR, plus 20. 2 random spells have been acquired. Descent of Devil. Soul Break.
Min 2 skill slot.
Okay. At least I have got 2 more skills for free. Adam smiled. Let's see what's inside the next scenario. Adam cautiously walked into the chamber as the doors closed behind him. The chamber was especially bright and Adam could see everything inside the chamber. More than a chamber, it was like a royal hall. Is this the royal hall of Erebus? He was thankful that he was finally allowed to see something. But then he couldn't help thinking about the kind of scenario he was about to face this time. After fighting the Chimera, alone, even though it was dangerous to do so, Adam couldn't get rid of the exhilarating feeling that he felt during the fight. In the last fight, he didn't even have time to call his 12 golems which were not destroyed at the snow territory. I have to figure out a plan. Or if he needed a meat shield, he'll call out the golems to help him, but they will be soon destroyed. But right now he was experiencing the joys of fighting alone, even if it was risky. Maybe this trial isn't that bad after all, Adam mumbled, and the next moment the second scenario began. You have entered the scenario for your trial. Scenario name: Darkness of the Bright. Task: Kill the unknown attacker. Time limit. Rewards: plus 250 mana and 1 random skill will be upgraded to epic grade. Failure: your account will be deleted. Adam's eyes ran throughout the hall. There were 7 chairs on either side, and 1 big throne in front of him. The lights in the place didn't have any source. Could it be illusion? The light without origin. A monarch without a throne. Is this riddle or something? Adam opened the scenario tab and started to read it again and again. Is this telling me to kill myself? After thinking about it a lot of time, Adam came to this conclusion. I think this is the dumb conclusion I have ever made in my life. As this thought occurred in his mind, he immediately cleared it out. Something was definitely off. But Adam was confident that he'll manage to take care of it. After all, how difficult could it be? After all, it was just like a puzzle that he needed to figure out. With his IQ, it couldn't be difficult. This was what he first thought. But as time went by, the confidence in him was also slowly started to fade. What is this riddle? A light without a source, a throne without a monarch. At that moment something struck his mind. Although I could see the light, I can't find its origin. For example, if you lit up a candle, the light from it is because of the candle, the sky is bright because of the sun, the room is bright because of the bulb. What about this place? There is no source for light. A throne without monarch. There can't be a throne without monarch. Something that lurks in the bright. I guess. I solved the riddle. As he mumbled, Adam rushed before one of the chairs on his right side. He closed a spot in the air with his hand such that no light could pass. What is this? Adam kneeled on the floor with a rapid breaths. Calm down. What he saw was an eye. It was terrific. Adam's spine shivered from below. Something that lurks in bright. The answer is ignore the light. You will see the dark. After calming down for some time, Adam summoned his 12 golems. Addition to it 2 new golems which he summoned now. Golems 14. He took out his spear and wand, equipped it in his both hands. It was impossible to defeat this creature without magic in these circumstances, and it was also impossible to defeat this thing without a spear. I don't have an option. After physically and psychologically preparing himself, Adam drew his eyes closed. His eyes were filled with darkness, as well as visions of 14 subordinates and a monarch appeared before him. They were completely black, with blue eyes and hair. He could now see his golems, which were also entirely formed of darkness, and he locked his gaze on the monarch for a while. Kill them. All of his underlings sprung from their seats and began fighting his golems. Each of them was armed with a different weapon, such as a sword, a spear, a bow, a saber, or a scythe. With light strides, Adam raced towards the monarch. 2 arrows went straight for him at that same time. Despite the fact that Adam could plainly see the arrows, he instantly cast the fluid shield in front of him to protect himself from the arrows.
5 mepe.
It was a close call. Adam let out a breath of relief, but he didn't stop running. He kept running towards the podium where the monster was Saturday. Not bad. Not at all. Adam had a strange sensation of threat when he first heard the voice, and he knew he had heard it elsewhere before. This isn't the time to ponder about it. I need to concentrate on killing it. This damned monster has intelligence. Adam was in a dangerous position. The monster in the previous scenario lacked intellect, but this creature does. It'll be tough. Skills. Descent of Devil. Grade Rare. Attacks all enemies with a scythe, with a 5% chance to kill each enemy instantly. Damage dealt increases with more enemies. MP. 65 CD. 60 minutes. Soul Break. Grade Epic. Strikes the enemy's soul strongly, dealing damage proportional to the target's max health. Attack power may increase if the caster's intelligence attribute is higher than the target.
Mepe 90 CD. 35 min.
Chapter 26 Darkness in Brightness. 2 Trial 3. Scenario Name. Darkness of the Bright. Task. Kill the unknown attacker. Time Limit. Rewards. 250 mana and 1 random skill will be upgraded to Epic Grade. Failure. Your account will be deleted. There was a brawl between the golems and the Darkness soldiers. Adam dashed towards the Black Monarch, intending to assassinate it. Adam didn't assault the Black Monarch since he was so close to it. Instead, he protected himself from its blows. Oh, you're not going to attack according to the rules, are you? The voice made a sarcastic remark. All right, let's wrap this up in one blow. As the Dark Monarch stated, he raised his sword into the air, but before attacking Adam, he cast his newly obtained spell. Soul Break.
90 mepe.
Target's HP is maximum. Attack power has been significantly increased. As Adam said, he watched the Black Monarch twitching in pain just for a second and drop his sword on the ground. Taking this chance, Adam cast another 2 spells which dealt great reduction of HP to the Black Monarch. Ice Spears. Death Ray. Black Monarch's HP has dropped below 75%. HP 31. 247/44, 500. He will now evolve in his second phase, Monarch's Rage. Haha. You have impressed me. It's been a long time meeting someone like you. You have been debuffed. Your defense and attack has been reduced by 50%. Damn it. Adam cursed under his breath as he hastily raised his spear to block the attack. I won't be able to focus like this. But something unexpected happens. He was blown backward and coughing blood. HP 7 089/11 300. Tish, I don't even have enough HP. Adam's current HP potion will only heal 50 points. So, you can imagine how many bottles of potions he needed to restore his HP. I should have bought larger HP potions. Opponent have used equipment. Spear. You have acquired opponent skill. Dark Cloud. Nice. Adam smirked, but after seeing the MP.
Mepe 580.
Puff. What the heck? In my current state, I can't even use this skill. That's the pain, but since you're powerful, I'm sure you'd tolerate something like this. He continued, now resist my arrows? Ha ha ha. As he said, more arrows were shot in Adam's direction. This time the fluid shield didn't have the strength to block the arrows like before, and completely shattered upon impact from the arrows. Adam was unable to avoid the arrow in time, and the shot landed on his right shoulder. Arg! Adam cried out in pain. Even if it's only a game, the pain is extremely realistic. Tisk tsk tsk tsk. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You won't be able to finish the trial unless you get past me. Ha ha ha. Shut up, he said. Adam clenched his teeth and shattered the arrow's shaft, which was attached to his right shoulder. Back in Axis Aconia, there was blood, weaponry, and devastation all throughout the city. Red, blue, and black were the new hues of what had once been a vibrant city, but now had been transformed into the staging area for a full-fledged invasion of monsters and demons. The air, which had previously been filled with the noises of the city, was now filled with deafening cries of anguish. The sound of explosions and combat drowned out all other sounds. Hell had come upon this place. Two armies were battling, one to defend the people they wished to protect, and the other, made up of monsters, was out to murder them all. But it wasn't apparent who was winning after hours of combat. The dead and wounded of the human side were abundant and were laying in heaps around the city, and the faces of the fighters are grim with horror and despair, but they refused to give up. With the thought of victory in their minds, the monsters fought with a sense of destruction, believing it would all be over soon. Some of them had succumbed to exhaustion and were sleeping amidst the debris, rubble, and their wounded, while others longed for the end of this battle. The toll on both nature and humanity was heavy. Its clear rubble, blood, and broken had taken the place of buildings, gardens, and all. All seemed hopeless until the 15 elites decided to join their hands together to defend their cities from an A-rank monster invasion. How long can we last against these monsters? Elena Kark, leader of the Thief Guild, asked the rest of the elites. The leaders of the 15 elite guilds were considering the A-ranked monster invasion that had occurred just a few days ago. It was a citywide emergency, thus even the Lord of Axis was present, albeit he wasn't given much weight because the 15 elites had their hands full with the current situation. Every player or NPC in the states had been summoned to take part in the all-out war that was currently taking place. Not that all of them were useful, given their low levels and the fact that this was not a low-ranking monster invasion like a well-ranking one, but they could still help in some way. We should call to the Adanium and the Eternal City for assistance. We'd be able to better utilize Axis's capabilities if we worked together. Rose Parker, the Assassin Guild's head, proposed that they contact the nearby cities for assistance in a time of need. Our armies are powerful enough to repel the beasts. We don't need to rely on them for assistance. After all, those jerks aren't going to aid us for free in any case. And Rexlash, the Warrior Guild's leader, spoke forward. In the camp, there was a moment of silence. Everyone looked at each other. There was only one person, who was calm as still water. Dark Cloud, grade, unique, summons the cloud of darkness to attack all enemies, dealing damage proportional to the number of enemies.
MP580 CD 250.000.
Chapter 27, A Rank Invasion. Trial 4. Just because of your old grudge, we can't sacrifice this many people's lives. But you're right, they wouldn't do it for free, but we're no different than them in that case, don't you think? Kendra Bell, the head of the Priest Guild, asked the others. Harper Deeren was about reply when the Lord of the Axis spoke up for the first time since the discussion began. I believe that requesting assistance from the Eternal City is a sensitive topic, thus I will not grant permission. The Lord lifted a finger and smacks his lips. Next to the capital, Axis is, has been, and always will be the strongest city. Even now, in the midst of a crisis, aren't there otherworldly immortals? With their support, I believe we will be able to ward off this invasion. Yes, there are otherworldly immortals, the leader of the Fire Mage said, but they take one day to reappear after they have died. When a scout reached the camp at that time, he disregarded the tension in the air and sent the message to the leader of the Scout Guild. Scouts have already visited both Eternal City and Adanium. Apparently, a monster invasion occurred in Eternal City as well, and they are now dealing with it. Adanium is under a severe lockdown overseen by Capital because of the development of a mysterious sickness in the city. Alicia, the scout class's leader, explained. She resumed after a little pause. What concerns me is the fact that we know almost little about the invasion's lord. Warriors and scouts who ventured into the inner zone were also quickly slain. Not only that, but this invasion is very strange. In general, the outbreak is led by the monster lord or his minions, although no one knows who they are yet. But, so far no one even knows who or what the lord even is. Alicia finished. So, we are all going to die? Elena asked, but no one had an answer to her question. Except one, he was the Harper Deeren, the leader of dark magic, the most aged and talented person here. Not at all, we still have a ray of hope. We have them, after all. We are not Axis's only defenders. He was mentioning to the players, immortal. Even if, Leon Sebastian, Azumi Chiyoko and Yang Zhangzhao, and Andrew White, combine the forces, they will still not be able to fend off the waves of monsters, Kendra questioned. Who's to say they're the only ones? We still have the most powerful immortal player. You mean Adam Crystal? We haven't seen him since the beginning of the conflict. He's hiding somewhere, and Rex scoffed. Suddenly, the light in the room began to decrease, and darkness gradually filled the room but came to a halt in the middle. Harper Deeren was plainly issuing a warning to the rest of the individuals in the room. He isn't hiding. He isn't allowed to come over here. In addition, he is my successor. His final words sent shivers down the spines to the people who were seated in the room. He is Senior's successor. Yes, so just stall time, he will soon appear. All the people here know how powerful I was in my prime time. Yes, Senior. We will do as you say. The 14 elites departed from the room as they replied to Harper Deeren in unison and respect. At last, there was only one person left in the room. He was the Lord of Axis, Christian. Why all of them listened to the orders of that damn old thing? Sooner or later I have to do something. As he thought, he moved his fat ass and body to the dining place. Many of the Horizon players, including Leon, Azumi, Yang Zhang and Andrew, were busy battling off the monsters. They were slaying animals left and right, but their overall numbers were so enormous that even after going all out against the monsters, they were still unable to defeat them. Furthermore, their numbers only dropped for a brief period before more monsters appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. They'd seen a similar scenario previously, when Arnold, Fantasy Online's ultimate boss, lost his temper and conjured a gateway to summon all the demons from the demon world while fighting the Inhumans known as players. And they knew that no matter what they do, their situation wasn't going to improve, just like it didn't improve in the final quest of Fantasy Online. Though here players were good people and demons were evil, all matters who stand at last. Fantasy Online was a 2032 FIVR launch that lasted until 2041 and was highly popular all around the world. Players in Fantasy Online are otherworldly wicked beings that will slaughter NPCs in order to reclaim their kingdom. The ultimate opponent, the king of all kingdoms, will lose his temper and opens the sealed portal, allowing all demons to enter and slaughter all players and NPCs. The game also ended up just like that. Many people were very angry to the extent they nearly intended to destroy the HQ of the game company. It was agreeable, the players were playing it for nearly 10 years. How can they sit still when the game's ending was like this? I wonder where Adam is. Azumi remembered as she smiled. Don't misunderstand, there will be no harem. Quit spacing out, rude girl. Andrew yelled as he smashed the giant scorpion that was about to use its stinger on her back. Thanks, I owe you one. Let's see. Even you know how to thank others. Huh? Shut up, Andrew. Concentrate on the war. You motherfew ****. She is back to her usual self. As Andrew snorted, he continued to kill these monsters. After all of them had been fighting on the front lines ever since this invasion happened. It was obvious that they were exhausted, and unlike the monsters, they didn't have an endless supply of warriors that could help them fend off the attack. The GM also blocked the logout option. If you log out despite the warning, your level will be instantly dropped down to 1. So, no one dared to log out of the game. The only way they could put an end to this was to defeat and kill the monster lord, but unfortunately, no one was able to reach near him. The monsters were concentrated near the boss, and it wasn't easy to get rid of that many monsters. Even the 4 of them had failed when they tried to push through the monsters. Damn, they just keep coming. Andrew panicked after he saw goblins, ogres, and orcs that were making their way towards them through the army of monsters. We have to do what we can. You know what waits for us if we lost the battle, right? Azumi commented as she rushed to kill them. Mission: fend off the invasion. Time limit. Reward: capital will be unlocked. Failure: players will lose their job and the level will be decreased by 10 times. All players should participate. Compulsory. Chapter 28 Necro Ice Golems. Trial 5. Should I just give up? Adam thought as he continued to cast his defense spell and dodge the arrows that can't be blocked. Without a doubt, that black creature was strong, but still it didn't come across as truly overwhelming. But Adam's instincts are shouting that he could do it. Well, should we end this now? His sword gleamed in the light as he leaped high in the air. Adam barely evaded the huge slash by sliding underneath the leaping monster. He was not going to let this go. Adam abruptly turned around and tried to stab its spine. Unfortunately, the spear dwelled deep into the black monarch's butt. Damn thing, using petty tricks. He did feel somewhat sad for the monarch. But there is no turning back at all. Crazy. Your AGI and STR has temporarily boosted by 60%. You can no longer feel pain. You will only receive 50% of damage. Target locked. Black Monarch. Adam felt the same rage to kill the Black Monarch as he felt before when he was killing Chimera and Silver Wolf Lord. He started to stab it multiple times. He also received blows from the Black Monarch, but he can feel no pain. Both of them's HP started to drop constantly. A lot of time has passed. He was still stabbing the Black Monarch to the point his hands started to feel numb. But he couldn't stop it.
Adam. 3240, 11, 300.
Black Monarch, 7. 870/44, 000. Black Monarch's HP has reduced below 25%. He will now go into last phase, Death Transformation. Black Monarch's body kept growing until reached about 5x times of its original state, and a horn-like crown also formed on its head, as bigger as the size of Adam's hand. The armor of the Black Monarch didn't break. As the armor became bigger, adjusted the size of his body. Ha ha ha! I will kill you! He shouted as he rushed towards Adam to kill him, but he was stopped in his tracks at the next moment. His hands were numb. His body was heavy. It seemed like someone is pulling him in all directions. Black Monarch slowly turned his head to see what's happening around him. They were Adam's golems, pulling him from every direction. He tried to shake it off, but the 6 golems were persistent. But it was only for a time being. So, Adam didn't wish to lose this chance. Star Strike. The spear went deep inside the Black Monarch's head. As he died, Adam was glad that he can finally open his eyes. The bright light pierced his eyes, which hurt a little, but he loved the brightness. It doesn't mean he hates darkness.
Mana, M. 250.
Earth Summon, Common. Golem Awaken, Epic. 1 random passive, buff, spell has been acquired. Oath Shield. Saved golems can receive intelligence. Saved golems. 0/20. You can't summon golems infinitely from now on. Your golem can receive either one of the infusions. Choose one infusion or none. Necrofire Infusion. Enchants a summoned incarnate. Gives it Necro Fire Element. Unlocks Fireball and Fire Protection. Epidemic of Fire. Necrois Infusion. Enchants a summoned incarnate. Gives it Necro Ice Element. Unlocks Freezing Shards. Restoration. Healing Ritual Abilities. Adam pondered a minute to make the decision. Both of the infusions had their advantages and disadvantages. If I choose Necro Fire Infusion, my golem will be like a destructive weapon, and if I choose Necro Ice Infusion, my golems will be long-lasting, but their attack power may be lesser than fire golems. Adam once again reread the interface and came to the conclusion, Necrois Infusion. Instantly the golems in front of him turns into white color, and their HP increases drastically, and a new slot indicating their MP formed before his eyes. Out of 7 of them, Adam spots 2 golems that are standing at his side for the longest period. Adam makes 2 of them as his saved golems. Saved golems, July 20th. Adam callbacks the golems and waits for GM to transport him into the next area. You will be now transported to the place where the final trial takes place. Skills. Oath Shield, passive. Grade, uncommon. Activates when caster's HP is below 20% or ally's HP is below 30%. Enhances the caster's defense by 20%. Enhances the back row ally's defense by 30%. The effect dispels when either caster or the ally is defeated. MP 130 CD, 20 minutes. Freezing shards. Guard rare. Targets 3 opponents and shoots 1 ice shard at each one of them, dealing 45% enhanced damage than normal damage. Can only be used when there are 3 or more opponents.
MP 80 CD, 12 min.
Restoration. Grade rare. Can only casted when summon's HP is below 10%. Restores 12% HP per second. Can last till summon's HP reaches 70%. MP 60 CD. 120 minutes. Healing ritual. Grade epic. Recovers 20% of caster's or caster's allies' HP. Can be used against undead, like priest skill.
MP 30 CD 10 min.
Chapter 29, Death Riddle, 1 Trial 6. You will be now transported to the final scenario. Scenario name. Meet the Erebus. Task. Answer the death riddles or finish the death labyrinth. Time limit. 10 minutes. Rewards. Random elemental summoning skill. Apostle of Erebus. Failure. Your account will be deleted. The moment he stepped into the room, lanterns lit up to illuminate the chamber. This chamber was an exact replica of the previous throne room, except for the fact that it was more bright and lavish. The golden walls were painted with liquid silver, which complemented the golden curtains that hugged the walls. The floor was studded with glittering gems and diamonds which gave off a feeling as if they were mimicking the stars. Unlike the other rooms, there weren't any pillars in this room. As Adam walked into the room slowly, he saw a single throne placed inside the room and an ominous deity was currently occupying it. He was the god of darkness, Erebus. The entire room was filled with armors. Some were golden, some were black, some were short, some were high. Although they were just armors, Adam felt as if they were keeping an eye on him. There were also staff, spears, bows, etc. But one thing caught his eyes. Far more corners there was a spear. It was painted in red and white. It had a death presence around it. Adam has strangely felt a connection to it. He cautiously walked towards the throne, where the dark deity was sitting while he was looking at Adam smugly. The way he looked at him made him feel like an ant. He felt this many more times in his previous life, but no to this extent. His self-esteem seemed to crumble down. I have to keep my cool. He secretly did his calming exercise breath in and out. Besides, the dark deity there was the woman who stared at him smilingly. But he knew behind this his smiling face a beast is residing. The woman wore a garment that hung freely over her shoulders. Adam was quite uncomfortable since the dress had a low neckline that nearly entirely exposed her large and beautiful chest. The woman twisted a strand of her hair as she stared at the man in front of her. But not at him, but at his crotch. You're so endowed. But don't you think it's impolite and insulting to demonstrate your manhood in front of my master? Can you tell me who you are? The temptation was burning Adam's body, but he didn't let it cloud his judgment. And if you're one among them you're too arrogant, being discourteous in front of my lord. When the woman snapped her fingers, he felt a tremendous amount of power on his shoulders, pushing him to bow down to them. When Adam was revived, he swore to himself that he would not bow down his head to anybody. So, he didn't let things go as they wanted. You're defying my authority, huh? It's no surprise that you've arrived here. Adam was fighting the force with all his strength, but the power became too strong for him to manage. The instant the lady snapped her fingers again. He wasn't a brainless fool who could only resist with sheer strength. Therefore he increased his STR by 30 points. Even though it seemed he can resist at first, he can't maintain the position much longer. In the end, he had no choice but to give in. They really made the characters so real, and even this pain and pressure is also very realistic, Adam thought, as he continued to kneel down. He didn't have any other option. That's much better. The woman's solemn voice echoed throughout the room. I wouldn't intend to play with your body, but if you do anything inappropriate next time, I would completely erase your existence. Though it was her fault, dressing like that, who wouldn't be tempted? Of course, he didn't say it out loud. What do you think will happen to him if Adam said it out loudly? She continued after glancing at the throne once again. Let me make it clear again. I'm the one who would be asking you the questions, not the other way around. And, as my master had stated, you're a wizard. Therefore your first option is a riddle, and your second option is labyrinth. Whatever you chose, human. I enjoy both riddles and mazes, but I don't want to perform any labyrinth or nonsense in this scenario. Riddle. Then we'll move on. The guidelines are as follows. Between you and me, there are about 10 or so steps. I'll give you 10 puzzles to solve, and for each one you answer right, you'll get a prize. You'll take a step, and if you're able to reach me, then you'll gain your freedom as well as the honor to become my master's apostle. But remember, if you even answer one riddle incorrectly, you'll die in an instant. All clear. After hearing the words, Adam once again tried to get up, but then the woman snapped her fingers once again, and he was forced to nod his head. Great. Then let us begin, mortal. And, I know the angel of death. Even though I'm commonly known as Ainivita. Suddenly, Erebus snapped his fingers, and the force that was holding Adam down dissipated. You human, I wish you luck, mortal. Adam felt like he had been humiliated, but there was nothing he could do at that point as his resisting will have disappeared the moment Ainivita used her powers to subdue him. He was just a man in front of a god. That ferocious expression of rebellion in your eyes. She glared at him. But it isn't your looks that would save you. Ainivita squirmed uncomfortably. Since you elected to keep your riddles with you, I figured it was only fair to provide you a scenario that heavily relied on them. Death riddles. It's also something I like. So just don't let me down, will you? Let's get this game started. Remember, human, even if one question is incorrect, you will perish. Let's start with the first puzzle dash. It jumps and dances, and it may be read with the eyes, but it lies with the lips. It is readily caught if it meets its match, but it is worthless if it is purchased. What exactly is it? Ainivita completed repeating the riddle with a lick of her lips. It skips and dances. It may be human dash. You don't have a lot of time. She grinned. You have 10 minutes to solve all the riddles, which means one riddle has 60 seconds to solve. It will not be much time for others, but for him it's plenty of time. Chapter 30 Death Riddle. 2 Trial, Final. It's heart, Adam exclaimed when he heard Invidia's riddle. Very well. You did good and for your reward. She gave off an ominous silence and snapped her fingers once again. The next moment, Adam saw a couple of empty black creatures wearing armors moving towards him. One of them had a sword in his hand while the other had a spear. Adam, who had been in countless battles, immediately understood what they were going to do next and prepared to dodge their attacks. But at the last moment, his body refused to move. But his instance doesn't. He quickly blocked the incoming blow with his hand. I won't allow you do not receive your reward. After all, you've earned it. Invidia smacked her lips again as she used her powers to bind Adam to his place. You can't do this, Adam exclaimed. Mortal, this is trial, not some banquet, she said. You have no idea how difficult it was when I took the trial. All alone with no one to help, or in your case you are already this powerful and you also have your golems. So be a good and pass the trial. You dash, Adam exclaimed as the darkness moved closer to him. You're out of your mind. This wasn't mentioned in the rules. True, I never mentioned what would happen if your answer is correct now, did I? Well now, you know. Adam was now finally in the weapon's reach. They quickly unsheathed their weapons, aimed for Adam's defenseless back, and quickly slashed it twice. Blood erupted from where the weapons penetrated his skin. His wounds were like a broken water hose. The blood kept coming out of them. Adam was in a lot of pain. He was quickly reminded of the pain he felt during his fight with the Black Monarch. This skinning sensation reminded him a lot of it. As the armors walked back to their previous place, he clenched his teeth. His blood stained the floor, which resembled a night sky. He caught a glimpse of Invidia out of the corner of his eye. Tsh, what a pity. Despite witnessing Adam in pain, she had a normal expression on her face. If anything is still unclear, I will clarify it for you. You'll get a cut for each correct answer, and you'll be in pain, but seeing you in tatters after only one riddle. I doubt you'd even make it to the 10th, but that's why it's called a trial. What the hell? Is she pitying me or encouraging me? What the F***ck is she doing? Shit. I don't care what the hell is going to happen anymore. I will just answer these shitty questions and get out of here. Are you just going to talk, or are you going to give me the next riddle? Adam panted heavily and straightened his back to face her once again. Commendable, commendable indeed, Anivita murmured. As you wish, here's your second riddle. Walk on the living. They don't even mumble. Walk on the dead. They mutter and grumble. What are they? I thought this was a trial, not some joke. Arnold smiled weakly and taunted her. It is leaves. You a puny little mortal, dare to mock me. Guess I need to discipline you a bit more. Corners of Invidia's mouth twitched as she snapped her fingers again. This time not 2 but 3 armors came forward to slash and stab Adam. But a huge pressure filled over her, to the extent she was nearly kneeling. Inivida, this is trial, not some child's play. After leaving the words, pressure also went away from them. I am sorry, master, I got carried away. Continue. For the second time, the 2 dark monsters approached him. Adam, who had been anticipating it, hardly flinched, and once they were done, he used heal to rapidly heal the wounds. It was hoped that it might at least slow down the blood loss, but it had no effect. Next! He yelled angrily, his jaws clenched. Adam had no idea that she was deliberately sending him easy-to-solve puzzles, so that he wouldn't be able to recuperate from his past wounds. She did so because, despite the fact that failure meant death, he was sent here by a previous apostle, and she couldn't accomplish anything without him. Her master, Erebus, who was also looking at the trial from his own, had strictly prohibited her from taking Adam's life, that is, unless she wanted to lose hers as well. At the surface, it looked as if it was a trial of intelligence, but in reality, it was a trial of willpower. If one needs a power of darkness, he should know to let go of the brightness, and also have to be strong-willed to sacrifice someone at some point at any time. Erebus wanted to know whether Adam would be able to endure hellish pain, and still manage to push through the limits of illusion shackles, which was an essential condition for being an apostle of Erebus, and could Adam afford it? When Adam properly answered a riddle, the number of slashes on his body grew by 1, and he began to receive more and more wounds. He had also attempted to use his abilities to create a barrier to defend himself or attack the monster, but the dark creature ate his magic and ignored his barriers, injuring him. As a result, Adam decided to stop erecting barriers and instead utilize his skills to heal himself, but it only had very little effect. Next, the last riddle. The more there is, the less you see it. What is it? Adam was panting more than hard ever before, wishing to forget about everything and relax. His eyelids were becoming heavy. He could no longer feel his legs. Slowly, very slowly, his entire body became numb. He was losing awareness, but he had to push through it all in order to regain power. He gently raised his brows. Just a step away from Erebus's throne. Just a step away from Erebus's throne. Darkness. Darkness engulfed his vision as he spoke these words, but in the final minutes, he noticed a system prompt emerge in front of his eyes. Chapter 31. Overlord or what? Ha! Where is this? Adam woke up from his slumber and blinked his eyes twice. His view was blocked by multiple system prompts. Adam can't even see anything before him. He sighed and glanced at the multiple systems prompts. You have become an apostle of Erebus, God of darkness.
250 mana.
You have received on elemental skill summon. Shiata, your level has leaped by 10. Current level, 36.
Plus 10 skill slot.
You affinity with dark magic has raised exponentially. Dark Pierce, C. Death Blast, L. You have received the following abilities. Division. Unparalleled Erobokinesis. Darkness Manipulation. shadow manipulation, division, advanced netherkinesis, life force manipulation, necromancy, underworld wall, division, advanced psychokinesis, telekinesis, emotion manipulation, teleportation, embodiment of darkness, invulnerability, passive, rapid regeneration, immortality, passive. Erebus was extremely satisfied with your performance. You have received 2 exclusive gifts from Erebus, the god of darkness. A reality warp. You can control and bend reality to your whims, capable of altering something as tangible as physics and the universe to something inconceivable like logic. Mana. 12,345 C. 750 minutes. For now, you can only use this skill for 20 seconds. Spirit of Darkness. She was originated from the place where Erebus was born, the primordial void, a chaos place between Earth and Underworld. Erebus has given you the Spirit of Darkness and Reality Warp. Once of make Spirit of Darkness as your spirit mate. You can't make any other contract with other spirits.
I/N.
Yes. As he said, magically a newborn female formed in his hand within the darkness. She had silver wavy hair, blue crystal clear wings, and a cute tanned face and body. Please name your spirit. Her name will be Uni. The cute girl slowly opened her eyes and started to call Adam, Papa, Papa. Hey girl, I am not your father. Okay, Papa. After trying for some time, he can't convince her and left her alone. Am I now a fucking overlord now? Adam pondered. He knew what it means to become an apostle. But, is this even agreeable now he understands why the higher level player saw him as an ant in his previous life? Moreover, what the heck is that skill reality warp? Even if I can't use it in my current state, isn't it a bit too much? Just as he was thinking about trying out his new skills. You are the second player in Horizon to become an apostle of a god. Do you wish to inform it or not? Yes/no. Yes, Adam said as he quickly opened his inbox and checked the latest world announcement. Congratulations to player Azumi Chiyoko on becoming the apostle of Athena, goddess of war and wisdom for the first time in Horizon. Of course, Adam would know this will happen, even in his previous life. She was the first one to become the apostle of a god. As expected of her, now all the windows before him closed except one. You can choose any 3 items. Many objects were carefully organized in front of him and were protected by transparent glass. He can view around 500 things, but Adam can only select 3 of them. Adam hurriedly searched the weapons and discovered the spear he had seen earlier in the throne chamber. Are you sure you want to choose the Crimson Calamity, R? Yes. The spear was painted in red and white, and 3 crystals were placed into it, giving it a majestic appearance. Because the spear is created from a dragon's backbone, the dragon race will be hostile to you from now on. What the hell is dragon hostility? I don't care. He reasoned as he went on to the next thing. I have to select a robe and a wand or orb. Far more on the other side. Adam was standing in front of an orb, which was dyed with blue-red color. Are you sure to select Bloody Rose, you? Yes. Now that Adam acquired both the spear and the orb, he was able to complete his equipment selection. All I had to do now was pick a decent robe for myself. Adam immediately saw a light golden-colored robe in the room's exact center, which was quite dominant. Are you certain you want to choose Robe of Dawn, L? Yes, he said as he put on his new robe, which he found extremely appealing. You will immediately be taken to the battleground. Mission: Fend OFF the invasion. Time limit. Reward: capital will be unlocked. Failure: players will lose their job. Times: all players should participate. This was the last prompt Adam has seen before a huge golden and white ray sucked him from above. Back in Iconia, Axis. Even though the war was mandatory, only 3 million gamers were now battling the monster wave in Axis. Not everyone took part, and the players that chose Axis as their beginning town were in the minority compared to other towns. Only 3 million participants were involved in the war out of a total of 32 million players. The players were also quickly slain by monsters. As a result, most players avoided fighting properly. Some were even roaming about the battlefield, observing and playing with the strikes. 6 players were the furthest into the fighting zone: Azumi, Leon, Yangzhang, Andrew, and 2 new star players Ed Abdul and Seo Harin. "Hurry up! We have to kill the left-wing monster commander," Azumi said. The left-wing monster commander was one of the 3 subordinates of the monster lord. So, basically, it was like a guardian to the final boss. If they manage to kill it, when it is alone, that will be very beneficial to them. The 6 players quickly broke through the monster pack and were nearly close to it, when a huge pack of goblins and hobgoblins started to attack them recklessly. "Where does this goblin bastards popped out of nowhere?" Andrew said. He made a beautiful curve with his sword and slashed out the heads few goblins. "We only have to kill them. Don't die and be quick." A man who seemed to be in the mid-30s replied to Andrew. He was Leon Sebastian, 4th powerful player among the 6 and also most trusted subject of Yangzhang. "We have to kill the left-wing monster commander today, so consume your mana apparently," Azumi said. When they were talking like this, a hobgoblin chief and one of the guardians of the final boss appeared before them. The guardian had a large female upper body and snake-like structure for the lower body. The monster has 2 hands and weapons also. Medusa, LVL 44. The hobgoblin chief beside her had a huge frame with green skin and held a huge saber in its hand. These 2 monsters caught the attention of all the players in the battleground. They stared at Medusa and Hobgoblin Lord in awe. Suddenly the monster kneeled and started to speak. "My master, please allow me to take care of these weaklings," it said to the Medusa. "Ho ho! Very well then. Slaughter them and give me pleasure, Fufu." As soon as he heard her words, the hobgoblin instantly moved and slashed 2 new players who were standing behind Azumi. She was startled. The monster at this level isn't even a direct subordinate of the final boss. Then, how much stronger the final boss will be? Azumi ran towards the hobgoblin at her fastest speed, but it was even faster than her. The hobgoblin gave a heavy blow to Azumi, which she blocked but blown back several meters away. But it didn't stop there. The hobgoblin leaped high in the air and was going to land on her. Andrew tried to rush in front of her and planned to block the attack with his sword, but it will be too late. At that moment, boom, with a thunderous sound, many white and golden rays fell beside them. At an instant, a spear came out of the rays and pierced the hobgoblin's palm, and went deep inside its tendon. "Quack!" The hobgoblin shouted in pain. Now all the eyes were only focused on one thing: the light rays. After the disappearance of smoke, they can clearly see a person. His robe was faltering in the evening sky, which perfectly matched the setting sun over the horizon. It was Adam Crystal. Chapter 32: Death of Medusa. Now all the people on the battlefield were only focused on one thing. Who is behind the rays? As the smoke slowly disappeared, they can clearly see who it was. It was Adam Crystal. An unbelievable incident has occurred before us. The appearance of Rumored and the player who is currently holding on to the first place has appeared on the battlefield. See for yourself. This is Adam Crystal. Sorry, pals, but I really have to meet him. Hereby, signing off, BJ Lee Heron. The broadcast will be taken over by my friend BJ Black. Bye-bye and love you all. The cute girl from before was Huang Ji, popularly known as the Flower Girl in social media. She is a world-famous broadcaster who became popular in the time of 2038 till now. The players surrounding them watched in shock. Even Azumi, who was lying on the ground, was little shocked and surprised. Except one person. Who is this bastard? That bitch Azumi is already stealing enough of my spotlight. Where does this bastard popped out of? Yangzhang cursed Adam in his heart and stared at him annoyingly. That's when a girl jumped before them and run in front of Adam. Hi, my name is Huang Ji, popularly known as the Flower Girl. She hugged his hands and gave him a seductive shake. I want no more about you, Adam has watched more than this in his previous life, where normal girls were sold as slaves. Compared to that exhibition, this much is nothing for him. He stared at her for a second, and pushed her aside and helped Azumi to stand up. On the other side, The hobgoblin has already recovered from the assault. It rushed towards them madly, swinging its damaged saber in its other hand. Golems, kill him, as Adam commanded. Magically, 7 golems popped out of nowhere and easily killed the hobgoblin. It was time for the players to become stunned again. The golems were very white as snow. This was their appearance after infusion of Necrois. They were not like before. Golems were now much cooler, attractive, more than anything very powerful. The Medusa appeared before him. He can't even slay 10 of them, ho-ho. He is truly a trash foo-foo. She gazed at Adam. I like strong people. Boy, ho-ho? She smiled seductively at Adam. Don't misunderstand, boy. I like strong people moaning in pain. That is the PLSURE, ho-ho. Adam was still unfazed by her words. He picked up the Crimson Calamity and readied himself if she attack him by surprise. But I have no reason to listen to her blabbering anymore. As Adam thought, he casted his newly acquired spell which was most suitable in this situation. Dark clouds. As soon as spell came to effect, the entire sky was enveloped with many dark clouds. They were not usual dark clouds that appear when the sky is about to rain. They were very dark, like night sky without moon. Heavy blow were launched against monsters which was standing under the dark clouds. The spell's effect will increase when facing against more monsters. I wonder how effective will against a horde of monsters. Monsters like goblin, bats, and other lower-level monsters were instantly turned into crisps. They players were stunned silent at the Adam's display of powers. When a loud voice came banging their heads. What are doing? You fools! Quickly kill them when there is chance. Don't stand still. It was Azumi Chiyoko. Once her voice resounded, the players recovered at once. They started to kill the monsters which didn't died from Adam's assault. But they only needed 2 or 3 strikes to kill the monsters, as they already lost a great deal of HP defending Adam's spell. Wah! It seems real mess is happening over to my army. Medusa again spoke in a seductive voice, facing in the direction where Adam was standing. Still his face was unfazed. It seemed to Medusa like, what are trying to say, Aunt? She was now really pissed. You seem to be really powerful. Then prepare to lose your life. Medusa rushed towards Adam. At her extreme speed and magically, a artificat formed in her hand. It was silver staff with 2 purple and red crystals embedded in it. Despite the unordinary workmanship, the level of magic power coming from it was also significant. Adam can guess it will be at least an epic grade or unique grade. Suddenly, more than hundreds of snakes crawled towards them. Their speed was also astonishing. I should have guessed it the moment I saw the Medusa. Take. Adam clicked his tongue and fired a fireball at the distant snakes which crawled towards them. The snakes were hit by fireball, but it was no use, only few of them died. However, I can't keep shooting fireball, but... He gazed at Medusa. It would be best if I engage in melee. If it was melee, he would take advantage of it. Adam withdrawed his orb and held the Crimson Calamity. For a moment everyone looked puzzled. As the cold wind blew, the melee magician and monster were going to face each other. A normal magician would have died. At the moment he drops his orbs, but Adam was different. He gripped his spear and charged. For a movement all of them, including Medusa, were stunned by his recklessness. The both of them clashed with their weapons. The shock wave caused by the made the ground rumble. Adam took some steps back and tried read the monsters. Damn, the monster's intelligence is very high and it also reading me. Even though it was a programmed one, it had his own thinking ability. If he had any piercing type skills it will be useful. However, the lethal force was exerted only when it hit the vital points. So, we can say that neither of them are not in advantageous situation. Adam rushed towards the monster and striked it with his spear. Clang, clang, clang. The skin of a monster was much tougher than he thought. When he tried to stab its hip, the area was suddenly covered by scales and its body structure was also different. So, he needed to hit the right place for a fatal wound. Unfortunately, he had never read anything about Medusa even in his past life. Suddenly, she roared with mixture of something in her mouth. It was poison. The air surrounding them was instantly covered by her poison. You have been poisoned. Dash 20 HP. Dash 20 HP. Dash 20 HP. Adam's HP started to decrease constantly. Never did he guess this. TCH. I thought I can kill it without Star Strike. Dang it. I can't wait any longer. Star Strike. Activated unique skill. Star Strike. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of Star. The sky suddenly started to turn dim. Most of the players instantly guessed what's this move. 2 stars shined brightly in the dark sky which reflected upon Crimson Calamity. He trusted his spear into Medusa's hip. She tried to block him, but it was no use. Kawa! She roared in pain mixture of anger towards Adam. Adam ended the monster's life with his spear. Plus EXP. Medusa's Scales. You have obtained a silver chest. Medusa's Awaken Essence. Adam picked up the loots and stored it in inventory when some new window popped up before him. Medusa's Awaken Essence. Used to revive her as you're one of the Dark Servants. Dark Servants 0/15. Adam was shocked as he stared at the rune-shaped stone in his hands. Chapter 33 A Plan. Good evening, Adam. Azumi's voice pipes into his ear. I trust you've slept well? Adon blinks, with the last vestiges of drowsiness out of his eyes.
I'm all right.
Good. There is to be a briefing in an hour. All players and senior non-combats are to attend. That obviously includes you, she says as she flopped on the chair opposite to the bed. He was currently resting on the camp, which is located near the battlefield. Yeah, I will come. Also, I don't know what to say, but you have to become the commander. You are stronger than me, Azumi said as she left the camp, leaving Adam surrounded by silence once again. After an hour, the briefing room is nearly full when he gets there. After a quick count, Adam realizes that there could be no more than 3 or so people to arrive. The 14 leaders were also seated there. Adam gazes into the room for the familiar faces. Almost immediately, he spots Azumi. Adam walks over to her and sits down next to Azumi. So, what happened when I was absent? She looks away for a moment. After the update, the monster started to attack the city. As you know, we are trying our best to near the monster lord, but we can't even get close to his subordinates. At the start of Horde, we had to fight our way out and defended the 3 walls. We managed to defend the monsters entering from the city, but as for the west wall, well, Azumi shrugs. The area got nearly wiped out. The monsters swarmed them as they were retreating, and we weren't there to defend them. Only the Thief Guild members and a few other NPCs made it back to the base camp. Adam nods. What happened then? When we got back to the other side, the monsters' number already multiplied to another extent, so the magicians from Magic Tower temporarily casted a magic wall to prevent them from entering the city any further. Well then, what's this briefing about? She shakes her head. I don't have a clue. The leader NPC just told me to report to the briefing room also to inform you, and that attendance was mandatory. There's got to be something big, but I have no idea what. Do you? Adam shakes his head. No idea, I just got back. I thought you'd know better than me. Well, I don't, sorry. Before Adam can respond, the place fills with the shuffling of movement, as all the heads around Adam turn towards the front of the room. Immortals, players, and city's aces, attention. Harper Deeren, the master of Magic Tower's voice cuts through the air of the room like a cracking whip, drawing the eyes of everyone in the room. Immediately, the whispers into room went off. It turned into dead silent. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't drag this war any longer. The past few days has become very hard for defending the base. Fortunately, we have killed one of the guardian of the Monster Lord, but we can't rest easy. As long as Monster Lord is alive, the monsters will keep coming endlessly. The old man takes a deep breath. Whatever he is about to say must weigh heavily on his soul indeed, if it is capable of showing through his normally stoic exterior. However, there is way to end this war by tomorrow. If we lose this chance, we can no longer defend the city. Behind us, there are no further lines of defense. The enemy will be free to reduce our worlds to rubble, one by one. The room is completely silent now. Nobody speaks, nobody objects, nobody even seems to breathe. Now, without further halt, the plan. An image forms beside the old man. It was actually like a photo which was taken up in the sky. Adam can guess it could be one of the skills of the old man. After all, he had lived a couple of centuries. Now, my successor immortal player, Adam has came here. Things will turn out easy. He pauses for a moment and continues. Tomorrow at the start of the horde, I will step into the battlefield and cast a destructible spell, which will cause a chaos in the battlefield. The monsters will be scattered and confused of what's happening around them. At that time, the squad under Commander Adam will break out the inner circle. After reaching the Monster Lord, all the things are up to them. While they are fighting the Monster Lord, our city's aces will try their best to hold on the monsters and the Guardian. Some of the new star players and fellow NPCs looks to their neighbors nervously. The old man's plan is desperate, risky, and unprecedented. But there is no other way. This will be put on action tomorrow, the old man said in a stern voice. Then, enjoy your remaining hours, remarkably, as he went out of the tent. The players and NPCs also started to depart from the tent, when one of the strong players arrived before Adam. He was Zhang Zhao. I don't know how strong you are, but if you fail to kill the monster tomorrow, my company will face big losses, so prepare well for consequences. Azumi tried to speak up against him for the sake of Adam, but Adam stopped her. He knew the power of Zhao family in China, one of the 7 great pillars of China. He didn't wish Azumi to get tangled against him. Adam stood up from the seat. Without speaking or showing any emotions, Adam only expressed his middle finger for reply. Zhang Zhao was boiling with rage as he stared at the Adam's retreating figure with fiery eyes. Just you wait, you fucking piece of shit. Wait and see, you will beg me sooner or later. Chapter 34, Slaying the Captain Minotaur. The first slither of rays rises above the sky, as the monsters and players are standing opposite each other. A huge battle is going to happen today. Adam shifts his position in front of the large-scale players who are forming a massive army behind him. You take your place in the formation, the 7-star players behind you, and you think to yourself, this may be a chance. I should utilize this correctly, as he stated in his heart. Adam takes a long breath. All right, players, pay attention. Despite the fact that his voice is low, it reaches out to each and every one of the players on the battlefield. Adam has to take a deep breath and keep his tone cool and his voice under control. The worst thing he could say is that he's anxious. I am the commander here, not a frantic soldier like I was in my previous life. Adam calmed himself for a second. You all know what we're up against. The vicious monsters outnumber us by a severe margin, and in any stand-up fight, our chances of winning this battle would be slim at best. Nervous murmurs break the silence. The other players know all of this, and they're probably wondering why Adam is bringing it up again. Behind him, Azumi looks at him curiously, as to why he is bringing this up now. The elite NPC's plan doesn't change that. We're still outnumbered, but it does give us one advantage better than any reinforcements. When he uses his spell on the monsters, the enemy will be scattered, confused, and scared. If we want to win this fight, we need to take advantage of that. You need to kill as many of the enemy as you can before they start to attack. The entire battleground is deafeningly quiet once more. His calm, icy tone has taken hold. Now it's time for the finishing touches. We can't let our emotions get the best of us if we want to win this war. We must kill them before they kill us. There can be no hesitancy, fear, or mercy because your lives are on the line. Are you understanding me? He finished his speech with a majestic, commanding tone. Yes. Haya. We will kill them. We will win this battle. Commander Adam. Haya, Haya. The chorus of responses from the players is cold, aggressive, vicious. Adam's speech has made them committed to a goal. For a moment, everyone feels like they are really in another world, and their emotions were now only focused on killing the monsters. As the monsters approached, the players screamed chorally and raced at them in a high-spirited manner. As he promised, the wielder of dark magic cast his spell and caused havoc among the creatures. The creatures were still there only a moment before, but their behavior altered as they got closer to the players. They began to act as if they had no souls. Some froze in place, while others began to attack other monsters irrationally. Adam and his group broke through the outer zone and entered into the inner zone in a flash. The monsters were clinging to each other blindly, so he thrust his spear repeatedly into the last stack of creatures. At the end of all rows, Adam was finally standing before the huge cave-like tunnel, but it seemed to be artificially made. The 7 of them entered the cave cautiously. It was dark and gloomy. Adam unknowingly felt comfortable. It could be side effect for becoming an apostle of Erebus, as he assured himself, and entered deep inside the cave. After only a few moments, the cave started to vibrate. Thud! The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard approaching. Minotaur Captain. It was a monster which was half human and half bull, standing at an average of 4 m tall with fearsome horns. But they can clearly see it was not the monster lord. Shit, to think that there would be more underlinings inside the caves. Adam gritted his teeth and took his battle stance. He didn't know much past about the war after the second upgrade, because at that time it was far later than this. And he was preoccupied with avoiding Isabella and hitting on Ariana, as well as upcoming graduations, so he primarily studied. But he can't be bothered right now. Those annoying monsters. Adam flashed back to his first encounter with minotaurs. They wielded large, heavy two-handed axes with ease, and if provoked would run you through with their horns. Even star players which had appeared in the rankings had trouble handling them. However, they weren't a problem for Adam, who had been gaining EXP without a break, as well as successfully clearing trials and leaping 10 levels in one go. Moo! Captain Minotaur has used its battle cry. You have been debuffed. 5 sex froze. Your STR and AGI is reduced by 20% for 1 minute 30 seconds. All of them stared at the Minotaur in a frozen state. It rushed towards Adam, swinging its axe crazily. He tried to move, but it was no use, just a moment before its axe reaches him. Adam leaped back in the air and arrived few meters away from the Minotaur. He was shocked. How was I able to move? All of a sudden he turned back, and the next moment all of them were able to move. He heard a voice from the farmost left corner. Adam, focus on the fight. You still have to come back and help me. It was Emily. He was momentarily stunned before he gave her a huge grin and continuing on the Minotaur. Andrew sprang forward with his long sword, which looked a lot like a katana. He easily severed the Minotaur at its waist. Destruction. One of the runes engraved on his sword shone with white light. Soon other players followed his suit. Emily used yet her another skill, and a blue aura spread out, buffing the party with a 20% increased attack and movement speed. At the same time, a cute dark lady formed beside Adam. Attack him with Darkness Whip. Darkness Whip. It was a summoned darkness spirit. She jumped into the air from Adam's shoulders and flapped her wings, helping herself to stay in the air. The next second, a long tail-like whip formed in her hand and struck at Minotaur's face deeply. Moo! The angry Minotaur aggressively swung its two-handed axe at her. Yuki dodged to the side, before reappearing with a flash on Adam's shoulder. Ha! Zhang Zhao stabbed his sword opposite the place where Andrew stabbed before. Flame spurted out from his sword, cooking the insides of the Minotaur thoroughly. On the other end, Seo Harin wielded her sage's staff, sending a dangerous-looking fireball with a 20% increase in damage. Boom! It struck the Minotaur's head, burning it to a black crisp. The party's teamwork had truly come together. Adam decides not to interfere with them, as they were attacking it with its interest. He spots Azumi, who does the same as him at the distance. They quickly made their way inwards after dealing with the Minotaur. Chapter 35 Snake Queen 1. Once they made their way out of the passageway, they found themselves inside a large room with a high ceiling. There was a mound in the center of the room. They saw a giant snake's head resting on the mound. A forked tongue lashed out of its mouth. Snake Queen. So, this is the monster lord, huh? Don't forget your roles, Azumi said like she was a commander. Adam just smiled. Originally, she will be the captain of the ride if Adam didn't arrive in the past, so he actually didn't mind much. And her voice had the ability to raise the morale of any of them. Don't worry, Andrew said while taking out his shield and smacking the square shield with his hand. He was their main tank, which meant that he would draw the Snake Queen's attention and be the target for its attacks. The rest of them drew their weapons, fired up and ready to win at all costs. Adam wasn't planning to engage in combat. Everyone understood it from the glance as he was standing beside Seo Harin. Let's go! Azumi took the lead for the time being. Shihyo! Shihyo! The snake queen hisses and lets out a vicious cry. Well, how best to describe it? It was like it drew out the primitive fear that all human beings had. You have heard a fear-inducing cry. You have become afraid. You have overcome your fear via the indomitable stat. An unconquerable heart, indomitable. Moreover, Adam's intelligence stat was high, so his abilities weren't reduced either, thanks to his item effect and the recent points he gained from leveling up. However, the shamans and a few of the warriors shrank away in fear. However, Leon and other two seemed to be taken a debuff from her. Ice spears. Adam cast his spell, making the Snake Queen unlovable from her position. Andrew wielded his long sword. I have recovered, stop casting spells. As he said, Andrew simultaneously ran towards the Snake Queen. On the other side, Adam summoned his golems. They were rushing towards the monster, thanks to his bad luck. They can't even use their offensive skill. Seoharin cast her fire arrows at the monster. It seemed she had bought this skill from Tome of Skills by spending her money. The arrows hit their target, but they bounced off the Snake Queen's skin. The Snake Queen's skin was extraordinarily tough. Even the burn damage was not even feasible. Not only that, but the fireballs also barely had any effect. The remaining, including Azumi, rushed towards the top of the mound. The Snake Queen tilted her head back. Then, her throat quivered. Kayak! Too! It pushed out its head and spat out something. That something was a gooey green, disgusting liquid that resembled phlegm. Spread out.
Adam yelled.
He knew what it was. This was the poison of Snake Queen. It will constantly reduce HP for 120 seconds. Splurt. It spewed green liquid all over the floor. Nothing was melting away, so it clearly wasn't any acid or something. You can't allow that to hit you. It's a powerful poison, so your HP will drastically reduce once you get caught. Adam shouted. Two. The Snake Queen relentlessly spat out the green liquid. TCH. Get farther away from each other. Advance when it turns its head. Whoever's in the way of its liquid. Focus entirely on dodging. Azumi assessed the situation and shouted. Get farther away from each other. She repeated. The Snake Queen had only one head. If they were far away from each other, then they'd be able to scale the mound without fear of all of them getting hit. This method worked like a charm. They couldn't run up simultaneously, but they could still advance to the top. The archers and shamans didn't pose much threat to the Snake Queen. However, they still managed to divide her attention. Ultimately, Zhang Zhao managed to make it to the top. You bastard! The Snake Queen was attempting to spit out its green liquid someplace else, so it wasn't aware of him charging at it. He kicked off the floor, leaping high into the air, and forcefully swung his sword. The sword instantly doubled in length and width. It seemed like they were finally going to defeat this monster. You're doing good, evil man, Adam thought in his heart and stared at him from afar. Zhang Zhao had found a weak spot and had pounced on it. Adam really wanted to give him some applause, if only he was a good man. But then, it happened in the blink of an eye. Something huge appeared and devoured Zhang Zhao. Zhang! Leon yelled. Adam was a bit taken aback. The snake actually had 2 heads. Now there were only 5 out of 7 of them. He was in a very disadvantageous situation. Adam took out his spear and springs forward. Probably, don't even Star Strike can manage to kill. Chapter 36, Snake Queen 2. Sha! The Snake Queen roared menacingly with her mouth wide open. And, sha! Another head roared soon after. T2 snakes. Andrew stumbled behind as he said those words. They hadn't expected the Snake Queen to have 2 heads. Anyhow, the Snake Queen's twin heads spewed green liquid once more. Two. You have discovered the 2-headed Snake Queen, Carta. She's an indeed 2-headed snake. Normally, a 2-headed snake possessed 2 heads that jutted out of its body like a Y, but Carta was different. Her neck was so long that neither of her heads got in the other's way, and they couldn't be defeated by tangling their heads into one another like shown in FanFIC. Anyhow, the Snake Queen's twin heads spewed green liquid once more. Two. They fired at random. Dodge first, think later, Azumi yelled. Everyone moved in a hurry and dodged the snake's attack. They all regrouped at the corner. We aren't dealing with a normal snake. You're right about that, I think. For sure, we will lose this fight if it goes on. 3 of us will try to finish it off the next second golems are destroyed. Seo Harin, you have to keep its locomotive as restricted as possible. Try to bind it in one place, if possible. Yes. There were only 4 of them. Andrew, Azumi, Adam, Seo Harin. As soon as he finished, planning out the situation, the remaining golems also perished. Even with their restoration skills, they can't last forever. Sha! It hissed as the Snake Queen stared at the 4 of the humans before it. Snake Queen, 58. 900/61. 200. It's a Snake Queen. You never know what kind of abilities it'll have. So keep your wits about you. We'll still win either way. As he said, Adam ran towards the snake with his Crimson Calamity at his full speed. But the 2 heads relentlessly spewed green liquid, preventing anyone from advancing. In the end, lot more minutes have passed and Seo Harin's mana will be also emptied up. Andrew, can you distract it for few seconds? Adam asked, dogging the incoming green venom. I should be able to get through the bombardment using my skills. Then, try it and just buy me a few seconds. Okay. He nodded his head and put his sword and shield inside the inventory. He took out a dagger and a strange belt. I can do this, as he said in his heart. Andrew forcefully kicked the floor. Boom! Which instantly caught the Snake Queen's attention. The green liquid mercilessly rained down on him, but he weaved through it and advanced regardless. He ran in another direction, making an opportunity for Adam and Azumi to attack the Snake Queen from the backside. I will try to destroy its head. Azumi tried to destroy its tail. Leave it to me. Adam quickly jumped onto the boulder beside the snake and leaped in the air, trying to stab its head with Crimson Calamity. Stark Strike. Activated unique skill, Star Strike. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of Star. The first stab was on its head. The spear digs deep on the temple of the left side head. Heish! It roared in pain, but the HP that was drained was so less. Snake Queen, 52. 311/61. 200. TCH. He expected that the HP will only reduce less compatible time others, but this was far worse than his imagination. Andrew turned around and tried to penetrate its abdomen, but the Snake Queen shoved Azumi and sent flying Andrew. Both of them flew several meters backward and hit hard on the boulders. Their HP will be probably reduced by 50%. Adam leaped to another head and pierced its temple with his full force. 8970. Snake Queen, 43,341/61. 200. Even though it was slightly higher than the first strike, it wasn't doable in the overall damage dealt. Seo Harin was doing her best in attacking the monster, but it only reduced its HP around 300 to 700. You have received buff from Emily the Mermaid. Your attack power has been enhanced by 80%. Your AGI and defense is decreased by 60%. This is my chance. I have to finish this in one strike. He did a 360% swirl around the air and tried to slash both heads from the Snake Queen. Snake Queen, 35. 652/61. 200. He only managed to slash one of its heads. Another one was out of its reach. The Snake Queen quickly moved and Adam had no chance to clung or land on its body. He fell from the air. Luckily, he uses his fly skill and landed with ease without any HP loss. The Snake Queen crawled very quickly and killed Seo Harin instantly. Destruction. Just as before, one of the runes merged on Andrew's sword shone brightly. The sword pierced inside and flames formed around it, but he had to retreat from the place, because the Snake Queen tried to spew its green liquid over his head. Unfortunately, he left his sword stuck on the monster's body. On the other hand, Azumi tried to slash its head into 2. But before she couldn't make it rear its head as the Snake Queen sent her flying once again. This time it was very bad. Her body was destroyed and she coughed blood several times. She couldn't even move an inch. Emily quickly went beside Azumi to heal her. Sha! The snake was very angry because its twin was slain. Sha Ash! You human! I will kill you! It quickly rushed towards Adam recklessly. He was standing there without moving. Also he was holding his bloody rose, orb, instead of Crimson Calamity, spear. The Snake Queen was only an inch away from him, even he cast his spell. Death Blast. Being, boom. It was devastating, the red laser which enveloped the single path in the air. It could trunk anything into ashes that block its way. It was like a bomb blast in a compressed single direction. Snake Queen's HP. -8. 134/61. 200.
Mana. 71370.
Adam panted heavily as he dropped to the ground. He was feeling very dizzy. Adam quickly gulped down the potion.
Mana. 743170.
You have slain the monster lord. The Snake Queen, Carta. All the monsters will now retreat into the forest. Contribution ranking of players in fending of the A-rank monster invasion. 1. Azumi Chiyoko 21%.
İkinci adam Crystal 11.
3. Zhang Zhao 7%. 4. Andrew White 4%. Your rewards will be sent to your inventory according to your ranking. Chapter 37. A date. You have been playing Horizon for 22 hours now. You will be forcefully logged out now. Like him, many of the players also received the same prompt. Next moment, he can see his room ceiling through his helmet. He slowly got up from his bed and stretched his body 2 or 3 times. He went to his sister's room. While this is expected, the helmet and hand sensors were rolling on the bed and she was sleeping soundly. He did some running, exercise and took shower, wrapping up all the things. It was currently 5 a.m. in the morning. Adam took out his phone and messaged Ariana. I am free tomorrow. Do you want to go somewhere tomorrow? She is probably sleeping. Guess I will also take a nap. Beep, beep. His phone alarmed only after few seconds. Where do you think we should go? Wherever is good, as long as I'm with you. Well, an amusement park. I will pick you up if it's all right with you. Yes. Adam went to sleep after a little chat with her. What should I wear tomorrow? It's my first time going on a date. I don't even know a single thing about this air. Should I wear a sexy dress? Her cheek suddenly blushed. Is it really only a date? Or something? She shook her few times. Don't think about it. Guess. I will have a pretty hard time sleeping now. The weather was so clear. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The fresh wind was blowing, indicating you are free to go anywhere you like. Underneath that fair sky. Gaiak. Yuwa. There was a giant amusement park rife with cries of excitement and fear. Adam was holding her hand tightly. She was blushing intensely. As they were walking, countless people started to whisper about them. Well, it is to be expected. There were several posters of Adam all over the world made by the game producers. Every promotion regarding Horizon has a face of Adam or Azumi. The internet is going hot around the videos of Adam killing the booze monster. Mostly everyone in America probably remembers his face. He was now kinda like an idol. Adam wasn't even wearing a hat, sunglasses, or mask to disguise himself. Why should I care about what they are whispering? Ariana scratched her cheek in embarrassment. Even though this attention was all because of Adam's appearance, she couldn't help but embrace all of this sudden attention. Let's ride that one. Ariana grabbed his hand. She had pointed at a giant roller coaster that looked like a tiger's open mouth. Adam sported a bitter expression. To be honest, he wasn't really good at riding roller coasters. When he was young, or to be more specific, when his father and mother were still alive, he had come to an amusement park with his parents. That was when he had ridden his first roller coaster. Although it was meant for kids, the mini roller coaster was still quite a frightening experience for him. Adam could still remember it clear as day. He could remember how scared he was. After that experience, Adam hadn't been fond of roller coasters. It was basically childhood trauma. But now I am an adult and an all-in-all star, So this couldn't be a much problem, right? What's wrong, Adam? Ariana stared at him. Yeah, let's go. Adam hid his frightful expression. Yeah, I'll be okay. So many years have passed, after all, and I also got reborn. He dragged his feet across the floor as if he were bound in shackles, and followed Ariana. Sometime later. Check. Jaya, this is so fun. Oddly enough, Ariana was enjoying herself, but Adam was in a pitiful state. Though their hands were linked together, their reactions were completely different. One was pitifully crying out for his mother, while the other was enjoying the thrill of the ride. Hey Adam, are you okay? Ariana asked, looking concerned. I am okay. I'm fine. Adam acted tough, but he didn't look okay at all. How could I possibly show my weakness to my girlfriend? Let's take a break. Ariana was also not very shy now and was acting normal. Yeah. Adam obediently followed her. The situation was reversed. It seemed like now Adam was the one acting clumsily. Adam sat down on a nearby bench, and Ariana sat next to him. Now then, she tapped her thighs. Lay down. Adam laid his head on her lap. You suddenly become comfortable with me. May I know the reason? She stroked his forehead and brushed his hair with her hand. Both her thighs and hand were soft. Adam could feel it. Well, you know, right? I wasn't always a clumsy and shy girl. Yes. I had seen you before dating. You were really smart and strong. I was only like that around you. But yesterday I realized that I was overreacting over nothing. You're just you. Adam, and I am just me, Ariana. Hee hee, at least now you know. She gave a gentle smile to him. Well then, why do you love me, Adam? Adam stared at her for a second. I love the way you breathe. There is no one in the world who breathes more amazingly than you. She giggled upon hearing his answer, and at that movement, the two lips tangled together at the evening sunset. Chapter 38 Making Equipment 1. There was only one day for the event Azura Summoner to start, which means 4 days 8 hours in Horizon. Adam walked through the Axis. As the process of restoration was being held, most of the players were doing this job. The ranked players and star players will be probably hunting the retreated monsters or randomly hunting the monsters in the forest. The previously bustling training grounds was only occupied by a little number of players. Well, a player at least need to reach level 50 for creating their guild and also has to pay 1 million G to GM. Money is no problem for most of the players who are intending to create their guild. That's why they are hunting and killing the monsters rapidly. Adam didn't hunt because he needs a proper weapon first. He was currently heading in the direction of Blacksmith. Luckily, the trading place was deep inside the city and didn't suffer any damages. Nora's Blacksmith. He entered the shop. As his previous visit, a cute girl was sitting on the counter, and someone hitting the metals with their hammers could be heard. Ha! Kind brother. So you came again. She giggled. What can I do for you this time? I have a special request to make to your grandfather, and besides that, I also want a 2 female leather robe and a set of leather equipment. Okay. I will lead you to Grandpa. Adam followed her and finally arrived before an old-looking human. He had a white beard and white hair, coupled with some of the wrinkles on his face. But, despite his old age, he still glowed with strength and stamina. When he saw Adam, he gave an annoying expression and asked, What do you want? Only if you have the materials, I can forge you anything. Adam took out his Crimson Calamity and Bloody Rose and placed them in front of him. I want a weapon that can simultaneously be used to cast a spell and engage in combat. Hearing his request, he waved his hand and grinned. Haha, brat. Even those who make weapons for Imperial Palace don't have that kind of ability. I know they don't have, but you can make it right. Hearing his words, Nora was a bit startled and glared at Adam. What else do you know? I only know that, nothing else. Okay. I will craft a weapon which matches your request, but you have to give me a 30 snow pearl. The blacksmith thought that Adam wouldn't have snow pearls, which can only be obtained from snow territory, but he was mistaken. Sure. Here are your 30 snow pearls, as he said. Adam placed the snow pearls on the table. Nora was now stunned again. He bit his lips and took the snow pearls. Adam also gave the Crimson Calamity, Bloody Rose, and some ores he obtained from the dungeon. Nora nodded his head and accepted his request. After sorting this out, Nora finally asked about armor. What kind of armor do you want? I'd like leather robe. It's easier to move in, after all. I also want the bottom pad, shoes, gloves, and a rather than high defense. I'd prefer it if it allowed me to maximize my evasion. Plus, it'd be nice if it increased my attack power or allowed me to unleash a powerful attack. Adam explained everything he wanted. I have a feel for what you want. However, there's a problem. Nora's face was almost always as stiff as a rock. His face remained the same, even as he voiced his concerns. A problem? I'll try and procure any material you might need. No, that's not the issue here. I'm a blacksmith, not a tailor. Thus, I'm not skilled in handling leather. Honestly, I have no confidence in making leather-related equipment. What then? You have two choices. Give up on leather equipment and wear metal equipment instead. And the second option? Bring a tailor here. A one who is comparable to my skill level. With the tailor's help, I should be able to create the equipment you want. There wasn't anyone famous in tailoring. He also doesn't know anyone. Then I'll have to find an NPC tailor. Adam stroked his chin. What will you do? I'll try looking for a tailor first, and if I can't find one, then I'll go with your suggestion. All right? I'll be back soon. Fine, I will work on your weapon. As he said, Nora took the Crimson Calamity to examine. Adam directly messaged his friends. Well, he particularly didn't know them, but they sent him a friend request after the end of the war. Well, he is an idol after all. I am looking for a tailor. Personal connections were power. Kong-O received a message faster than he'd expected. Hi, myself, Sumin. I know a tailor. It was some girl called Sumin. Once she saw Adam's message, she spread it to all her friends and had gotten the information. Really? Yeah. Apparently, one master tailor is inside my friend's shop right now. Where is it? I'll go with you. I'll see you in the city square. It only took a few minutes to reach the city square. As soon as he reached the square, he got a wave from an Asian girl. Adam Sumin, which has been waiting for him, waved her hand towards Adam. Chirp! A red fiery-looking chick flapped its tiny wings and sat on the Sumin's head. Adam was a little surprised. Isn't it the summon of Kong-O? Kong-O was the guild leader of Expert Summoners Guild. A funny thing was his guild only contained summoners. Are you summoner? Yes, she replied and noticed that Adam was looking at her summon. This my first summon, though I can't use it in battles. I kept it because I liked it. Sumin didn't know what is this, but Adam clearly recognized it was Phoenix Chick. It seems I am going to change another last, though I still can't believe Kong-O was a robber. Let's go. The two quickly pushed through the crowd. It's that one over there. She pointed at one of the shops. It was a small restaurant that gave off a simple, honest vibe. The restaurant was called Paradise. Uni, I'm here. Sumin entered the restaurant and said brightly. Adam also followed her suit and entered the restaurant. Chapter 39, Making Equipment, 2. Yeah, give me a second. A female voice was heard from the kitchen. The restaurant only had 4 tables, so Adam came to the conclusion that the chef only did all the things, whether it be taking orders, cooking, or servicing. Uni's name is Duyun. Her restaurant is only open 2 hours a day, Sumin muttered. When the chef came out, Sumin said, This Uni is a really famous chef in the real world. So, you can try the dishes here, it will be really good. The reason she opened the restaurant in Horizon is that she said it was fun cooking ingredients that could only be found in game. She said, Please enjoy. Duyun, who finished serving her customers, motioned for Adam and Sumin to come over. She was standing at a table with a middle-aged man, who gave off a simple vibe and was currently enjoying his dessert. Say hello. This is Mr. Dink. He's Royal Workshop's best craftsman, which is renowned for its high-quality goods. Duyun introduced the middle-aged man. Hello, my name is Adam. My name is Sumin. Adam and Sumin immediately introduced themselves. They're my close friends, Duyun said softly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dink smiled. They are the ones who wanted to meet me, right? That's right. Do-yoon nodded her head. So why did you want to see me? Dink asked. His actions, his tone, and his speech were all polite and respectful. He wasn't the type of person to lord over others using his position or his age as an excuse. I have a favor to ask you, Adam said carefully. What is it? Have you ever worked with Snake Queen's materials before? It's the one of best leather, and I have some experience with it, yes? I'd like you to make me some leather armor with it. Adam went straight to the point. How much do you have? Enough for making 4 leather suits. You have quite a bit in stock. Where exactly did you get it?
No.
Like most craftsmen, Dink's creative urges flared whenever he was presented with rare material. However, I don't know how to make armor. I've only ever made craft items, so I can't help you, Dink said, explaining why he couldn't fulfill his request. You can make it with a master blacksmith, very skilled blacksmith at that. You just need to process the leather. It's quite an enticing offer. To think I'd get the chance to work with a dwarf blacksmith and touch Snake Queen's skin. Dink's eyes gleamed. Then, please bring Master Blacksmith to Royal Workshop. I'd like to meet him and have a long discussion. That'd be kind of difficult. Why? There are some difficult circumstances that force the blacksmith to stay inside. You can go to him, but he can't come to you. He looked to be at his wit's end. Can't you come with me, Mr. Dink? Adam said carefully. Is it far? It is not that far. We can reach there in few minutes. I'm kind of busy myself, so I can't afford to just leave. Dink stroked his beard. Then, let's go right now. Right now? Yes, I won't take too much of your time, and I'll guarantee your safety. I can't trust you. This was the first time he had met with Adam. How could he trust him to keep him safe? Not only that, but he was taking him to someplace he'd never been to before. This was a conclusion that any rational person would come to. If it puts you at ease, please bring the workshop's guards. These are rare materials we're talking about here. They're not something you can get just anywhere. Adam tried persuading him. Dink was locked in thought. What do I get? If we have any leather left over, I'll give it to you as a gift. Adam threw him some huge bait. Fall for it. Dink's eyes shook. Snake Queen's materials. Sumin helped him out too. She clasped her hands at Do-yoon. Uni, help. She sighed and said, Mr. Dink, I'll go with you. You're willing to come with me, chef? Yes. You might not trust them, but you trust me, right? I do. Anyone who's tasted your food would trust you. Dink smiled and Do-yoon followed suit. He was absolutely obsessed with Do-yoon's cooking, so he came here every day. All right, then I, 2 guards and Chef Do, will accompany you. Dink finally accepted Adam's request. Thank you. Adam bowed his head. They reached before Nora's shop after some time. Dink showed an expression full of suspicion and confusion. Adam looked at him for a second before saying, Please come this way. As soon as he entered, Nora's granddaughter greeted them and then went in to call her grandfather. Mr. Nora, I've brought over a master tailor. Already? Nora gave a surprised expression as soon as he came out. Adam hadn't even left for very long and had come back with a master tailor. Even he couldn't help but be surprised. This is Master Blacksmith, Mr. Nora, and this person is Master Tailor, Mr. Dink. Adam introduced the two to each other, and they shook hands. My name is Nora. I am Dink. May I see the Snake Queen's materials? Dink didn't mind the shabby shop or the looks of the Nora, he went straight to the point. Of course. Nora led him to a shelf, where the Snake Queen's materials were placed. Ooh! Dink marveled at the sight. The shelf was only filled with Snake Queen's materials. Mr. Nora, Mr. Dink stated that he specialized in leather goods, but he was unable to make armor, so Dink raised his hand and stopped him. From here, we'll take care of it ourselves. Excuse me? Nora stared at Dink, hearing his words. Mr. Nora, I can tell your workmanship is at another level just by seeing these weapons displayed here. Dink said strongly and smiled. That's We'll take it from here, so please leave. Nora waved his hand at Adam. In other words, you'll get in the way, so please leave. Understood, Adam said as he left the shop. Soo-min and Do-yoon also left the private workplace. Outside the shop. It went well, right? The Korean girl asked. Yeah, it couldn't go any better.
Adam grinnet.
Then he bowed towards Do-yoon. Thank you for your help. It wasn't free. She smiled impishly. Yes, I'll pay you back. Just say the word. Adam replied. After all, he has millions and millions of gold. There are players who are still visiting his dungeon, so his income wasn't cut off. Hee, I was just kidding. Come eat at my restaurant next time. Watching people enjoy my food is good enough for me. Is Korean people always like this? Adam thought and gave her a smile. Understood. But I think I'll have to go now. I'll see you later. Yes. See you later, Uni. Do-yoon logged out, but Soo-min still followed Adam. Appa, what are you going to do now? I've done everything I needed to do, so I'm going to go out and earn EXP. Can I also join you? She suddenly pulled Adam's hand.
Sorry.
Adam really wanted to do a hunt with a summoner too. However, today he was going to explore a new dungeon, so Adam didn't want to bring Soo-min with him. Chirp. At some point, the little chicken, who'd remained within her chest, popped its head out and warbled. That's right. Upon seeing the bird, Adam remembered something. He pulled out a book from his inventory and passed it to Soo-min. What's this? It will be helpful for you and your little chicken. Her name is Rosie. As she said, Soo-min tilted her head towards Adam. Its name is Summoner Book. Using this book either increases a pet's growth or randomly teaches you a tamer skill. This is... She looked the book over. Can I use it right away? Of course you can. Use it however you wish. Then I'm going to use it. Soo-min opened the book and bright light radiated from within. You have opened a book, Summoner's Book. You have solved the hidden quest. You have discovered the Phoenix Chick. You may choose between two choices. 1. Increase a pet's growth. Applicable target, Phoenix Rosie. 2. Learn a random tamer skill. There is a 5% chance that you learn a tamer secret move. Soo-min was shocked upon knowing that her little chicken was a Phoenix Chick. She stared at Adam for a moment and said that Rosie was a Phoenix Chick. He pretended and congratulated her. Then, Soo-min chose option number 1. Give Rosie strength. Bam! The book burned. Despite that, her hands didn't feel hot at all. The flames slowly rose and pushed into Soo-min's chest. To be more specific, they were seeping into Rosie, who'd extended its head. Chirp! Although it looked like a chick, it was actually a phoenix. High-quality flames were not only its favorite food, but the most nutritious food for it. It opened its small mouth and immediately devoured the flames. A short while later, burp! Once it finished its meal, Rosie burped. Small flames, like that of a lighter, came out of its beak, but it immediately consumed that tiny light too. Chirp! Rosie forcefully flapped its wings. Its body and wings had gotten slightly larger, and the feather on its head had become red. The Phoenix Chick Rudy has grown. Rosie's growth rate has increased. It may now spew weak flames. It is strong enough to light matches. Once a week, it may transform into a true phoenix for 5 minutes. However, the size of its true form is determined by how much fire it has eaten thus far. If you make Rosie the Phoenix Chick as your main summon, your abilities as a summoner will increase depending on how much Rosie has grown. She quickly read the system messages. Transform into a phoenix's body, Soo-min muttered. At that moment, chirp! All of a sudden, Rosie's body transformed into a large, uncontainable fire. Then, it stared at them with its bright, beady eyes, but with a phoenix's body, not a chick's. Chapter 40 Skill. Super Swap. Wow!
Oho!
Soo-min proudly stared at Rosie's true form. This is what Rosie would look like when it was fully grown. Eternal, inextinguishable orange flames were characteristic of a phoenix. A phoenix was a bird wrapped in these flames. Rosie's wings and tail, which were entirely composed of flames, gave off a mysterious vibe. Of course, it wasn't nearly large enough to be considered a full-fledged legendary bird. After all, it hadn't gotten large enough to destroy the entire passageway. Shriek! Rosie let out a brilliant cry and softly flapped its wings. Then, flaming feathers fell from its wings and landed on Su Min's shoulder. Was it because it had pulled out its own feathers? Rosie gradually diminished in size until it returned to its original shape. Chirp! Rosie flew back to Su Min's chest. She then petted its head. He gave a gentle smile and then turned his attention to the flaming feather in his hand. Mysteriously, it wasn't hot at all. In fact, it radiated a pleasant warmth. Phoenix's feather. The feather of a phoenix, which is wrapped in living flame. It is a gift that a phoenix gives only to those it trusts most. The flames won't go out until the phoenix returns to being an egg. So, long as the flames persist, the effects are as follows. Heal and heat buff. Any action that replenishes your HP, whether it be medical attention, a healing spell, draining, or lifesteal, is buffed by 50%. In addition, your body remains warm, regardless of where you are. Ultimate Restore. You may use Phoenix's Life Force. If you use this ability, then your HP is instantly restored. However, the Phoenix's feather will disappear. It's amazing. Adam was shocked. The feather's ability was far greater than he'd expected. As expected of a legendary bird's feather, the feather's first effect would increase Blood's lifesteal. Moreover, the second effect, Phoenix's Life Force, was like his resurrection. It was one-time usability that may save his life. Thanks, Rosie. He placed the feather inside his inventory. Chirp. Appa, Su Min said. Yeah? Where did you get that book? I got it as a gift from the Master of Thief Guild. Can you get another one? I think Rosie really liked the book's flames, of course. I will pay. All right. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. I'd like to chat with you some more, but I think I'll have to go now. Adam said goodbye and quickly left the place. Call me later. All right. Adam and Ariana were walking through the thick forest and finally, they reached a log house. Adam, why are we standing before this log house? Ariana asked as she tilted her head. Adam gave her a gentle smile and said nothing. There were two reasons as for why Adam was here. The first one was to earn a skill super swap. This was the main reason. The second reason was to increase his resource. There is a hidden MP spring here. Though it will be still a guess that he could obtain the MP spring, better to try it right? Right beside the house, there was a water wheel that was slowly turning to the flow of a clear river. In front of the house were a small field and some unchopped firewood that was probably left there after chopping firewood. The sounds of the small birds echo pleasantly. Adam approached the house. He knocked on the door and waited. After a while, the door opens from inside. Who came out was a white long-bearded man using a staff. For someone to come here, how rare. Come inside. In these places, there are a lot of dangerous monsters. The old man said that and let both of them enter the house. Inside the house, there were only a few pieces of furniture. If one asked which one was the most interesting, on the top of the shelf around the ends, there was an old small sword that was emitting a very certain presence. After that, without saying anything, Adam sat in the chair that was near the table. Ariana also quickly followed his suit. The old man placed 2 teacups with tea in front of that Risa. Both of you should drink. Your body should get relaxed a little. Thank you very much, Ariana said as she drank the tea. Adam also took a sip from it. As the old man had said, their body really got relaxed a little. Precisely, it was the tea brewed from MP Spring. Adam guessed this instantly. It was good. Can I help you in any way? Adam asked, and the quest was triggered. There is something that I need both of your help with. A new window popped up before them. Quest. Help Benjamin in exterminating the monsters near the MP Spring. Grade B. Rewards. Unique skill. Super swap. Time limit. 3 days. Adam rejoiced in his heart after seeing the quest window. We will be glad to help you. Really? I'll leave it to you here. The old man gave a glass bottle to Adam. How recently? The condition of my feet had worsened. Please bring some of the magical water. Again, a blue-colored monitor appeared in front of Adam. It was stated yes, no. Adam pushed the yes and accepted the second quest. Well then, we will go now. Then, I'll count on you. The monsters that are inhabiting around here are mostly two types. The first one is the big spider. As its name is, it was a large spider. Its size is about 1 meter and its spider thread attack that binds the target is very troublesome. The second one is the sleep beetle. It is a beetle that has status debuff attacks that make its target asleep. Its size is only a little bigger than the normal beetle, so it is a scary monster that is easy to be overlooked and receive a surprise attack from. They properly arrived at the springs for about 30 minutes. It's beautiful, Ariana said, admiring the spring. Whoosh! Suddenly, something shoots up towards her. Adam quickly grabbed his girlfriend and rolled over the side. After few moments, a group of spiders and a leader spider revealed their presence. Adam didn't have his equipment, but he took out the basic wand from the inventory. This is enough. Hyun asterisk. To his surprise, the threads of the spiders sounded from the top of the trees. Before he could react, they captured Ariana. Her HP also started to decrease drastically. Adam quickly summoned his golems. He let his summons deal with the spiders on the ground, and he climbed the tree to deal with the spiders above. He also dropped some of the HP potions to Ariana. Ice spears. The spiders were instantly killed by Adam. These monsters are very weak, but they gave me a huge amount of EXP. EXP. Spider silk. Spider silk. The golems quickly handled the spiders on the ground. They even took care of the leader spider easily. Adam found the location of Sleep Beetle by using his new skill, Essence Reading. They were only the size of his palm, so he gave the job of killing them to his glome. It's from here, huh? Adam drew the water to the glass bottle and put it in her inventory. The time limit is 1 hour. If she cannot reach the log house within the time limit, the second quest will end as a failure. Quest 1. Completed. At the same time he also received the notification. He didn't waste a single second and quickly headed towards the log house. We should go. They quickly arrived at the log house in 30 minutes. Adam opened the door of the log house. I have returned. Oh, I have been waiting for you. I have to give my gratitude, let me see. Come here for a second. After saying that, the old man brought out one scroll from the drawers. You can learn the skill Super Swap with it. Remember, the skill can only be learned with 2 people. This was the reason why he bought Ariana with him. This skill will be useful for them in the upcoming events. After saying that, the old man again returned and gave Adam a seal which was full of glyphs and drawings. You have obtained the MP Spring. You can start to produce potions with it after creating or joining guild. Adam smiled as he stared at the seal in his hand and placed it on the inventory. The old man turned blur and disappeared from the place. Adam also headed towards Nora's shop. By this time, they should have completed the pieces of equipment. Chapter 41. Dealing with Goblins. Asur Summoner 1. Adam and Ariana were in the town square. In few minutes the event, Asur Summoner, is going to take place. After a few minutes, the administration came. This time's event will be an exploration type. There are many pieces of silver metal scattered in the field after teleporting. Gathering 10 pieces of these will make it into a gold medal, and you will be able to get 1 gold medal for defeating every monster which has a higher level than you. At the end of the day, who has the highest of gold medals will be the winner. After the end of the event, you can also exchange gold and silver medals for free skills and equipment or sell it for money. The announcement flows like that and the status window opens by itself and shows the gold and silver medal. Some accessories such as luxurious rings and bracelets, weapons like large swords and bows are shown one next to the other in the window. Every one of them is sleeping somewhere in the field that they were about to go. Of course, there were many treasures and rare skills. Adam's eyes shined brightly. The administrator continued. Even if you die, you will only drop medals. Your equipment would not drop, so please do not worry. The only time that the medal would drop is when you are defeated by a player. Please do not worry, and do your best to explore. After death, you will instantly respawn at the initial point that you are going to be teleported. In the meantime, it was a relief. If the equipment wouldn't be stolen, it would be at ease to some extent. This event will last for 1 week in game time. The time that would pass outside the game would only be 7 hours since we will be accelerating the time. There are some spots inside the field that monsters would not come inside, so please take advantage of it. Administrator finished his explanation. Adam looked to supposed to be winner and said to Ariana, "Are you prepared? Let's do our best." The body of the two became light and disappeared from the town square. Where are we? Looks like we've arrived. The feeling of the earth is sensed from the feet. The two were in the middle of open grassland. They can see islands floating in the sky as if gravity didn't exist, as well as mountainous places in the distance. Moreover, numerous beautiful birds may be seen flying elegantly in the wide open sky. The field that the administration had prepared for monsters was a lush and natural paradise. It was a fantastic realm that could have been plucked from someone's dream. Oh, beautiful! They were talking while going across the grassland, and although wandering for 20 minutes, they didn't come across any other players. Will we be able to find a medal? Silly. There is still a lot of time. We will definitely win the first place, Adam reassured Ariana, as they continued walking. Suddenly, 2 pairs of goblins rushed towards them from the side. Ariana took a big shield to protect herself. Fortunately, there is no weapon limit. Adam took something similar to a spear, but it didn't resemble a spear at all. There were many cool glyphs on it. The shaft was very sharp, and at the end of the pole, it separated into 2 parts, which was very sharp like a dagger. You have equipped Abyss Angel. Fireball, as Adam, one of the small crystal among the 7 crystals below the shaft, shined brightly, and a fireball directly came out of it and hit the target. The goblins instantly burned into crisp and faded away. Adam rushed towards another goblin, Supa. His spear made a slice and the club was cut off together with the very deep red line in the goblin's body. And the attacker easily became light and disappeared. I wonder if this is the area for weak monsters? There might not be any medals here, Adam muttered after seeing that these 2 goblins didn't drop any medals. Maybe so. I think that the medals are in a place where more difficult monsters are. After walking for about half an hour, they finally left the grassland. On the way, Adam was confronted with few more goblins. The duo has a total of 4 silver medals. After entering the forest, they again only encountered a goblin who was walking while dragging a rabbit that it probably caught as prey. It doesn't seem to have noticed Adam and Ariana. ****, it was laughing happily with an annoying voice. Then, it suddenly disappeared. The 2 were astonished, but when they regained their senses, they quickly moved to the place where the goblin disappeared. There's nothing? No, there's definitely something here. There should be. Adam raised his spear and gave a heavy blow to the ground, where the goblin disappeared. Boom! To their surprise, there was a staircase leading to the underground. Do you want to enter? Of course. A cave that is hidden very carefully. There should be 3 or 4 medals for sure. Then let's go. The 2 entered the cave. Gore. Adam slashes through the goblin's face with his spear. It was not like the monsters inside were especially strong, so they were defeated easily with Adam's swings. The path was wide enough for the 2 to walk side by side, so he is free to swing around her weapon. Another branched road, Ariana whispered. As she had said, this cave had quite a lot of branched roads. It was stretching to a lot of paths just like the ants' lair, and there were also a lot of dead ends and small rooms. Which way should we go, Ariana? What do you think? I think we can go towards the right. It is deeper and there is a high chance of encountering the boss monster. Okay, then right it is. The 2 move ahead of the path and entered a little larger room. Suddenly, a roar echoes through, and the ground trembles. The 2 felt instinctively that this was the boss roar. And with that, footsteps and metal sounds approached the 2, and with it, unpleasant cries. It was the goblins. Adam summoned his golems, though he still doubted that the goblins will stand their chance against his golems. It was the start of the fight. Goblins started to attack with full force from the start. Adam smirked and cast his magical spells. But these goblins were very different. One of them suddenly kneeled on the ground. Another goblin stepped on its back and shot up in the air. It tried to attack Ariana. Thankfully, Adam placed Golem to protect her. The goblins were intelligent, also had battle experiences like veterans. They really programmed well. At the back of the passage, 3 goblins were taking a stance with their staff in the back of the horde of the goblins. That is probably goblins which can cast spells. But it seems like that was their trump card. The 3 were breathing with their shoulders. The goblins kept coming, even the gloms killed them relentlessly. The goblins stepped on their allies that collapsed before they disappear and came to attack the golems. They couldn't go against the command from the boss. They were just moving towards the enemy in front of them. Death blast, the goblins were swept clean, and the path was cleared at the next instant. Ariana looked at Adam with a shocked look. Then, 2 of them went deeper and deeper inside the cave. The final battle is very near. Chapter 42. Slaying the Goblin Monarch. Asur Summoner. 2. In front of them was a door that didn't exist until now. Opening the iron door, which was about 5 meters, they entered. The space inside was wide and dim. Height was about 10 meters to the ceiling, and looking around, the width is about the same. And the depth was about twice. And a huge throne was placed in the deepest. On that throne, a giant goblin that has a hideous face was sitting. It was sitting so its size was not clear, but its size was about half as the door earlier. It was about 3 times the normal goblin. The goblin noticed the 2 and roared. Its tremendous volume made the ground rumble. You have encountered the Goblin Monarch. If you kill the Goblin Monarch without using any potion and magic spells, earning medals will be doubled. Adam smirked and said, "You're too noisy, prepare to die." Ariana nodded, after hearing his words like an innocent girl. Adam took his Abyss Angel and rushed before it. The distance to the goblin was about 20 meters. He closes that distance with his top speed. But the goblin did not see that off. Beside the throne, it took a giant saber that was placed in it and stood up. It was drawn violently while moving forward. The impending deadly blade together with its tremendous sword pressure. Adam blocked the blow with his spear, but his feet dug deeper on the ground. Its strength is far greater than I imagined. I feel numb in my legs. Goblin Monarch raised his saber to give another strike. Adam quickly rolled to the side and tried to stab its shoulder, but the monster surprisingly moved fast and dogged his strike. Kiki. Tisich, if only I could summon my golems. The monster rushed towards him swinging his saber. Adam leaped above the ground and stabbed his spear deep into its shoulder. Cook! It roared in pain and shoved off Adam from its arm. Adam was sent flying, but he swirled and regained his balance and landed on them lightly. Grr! Goblin Monarch pulled out his spear and threw it towards Ariana, who was standing opposite to it. Shit! Ariana will surely die if the spear landed on her. Super swap. Suddenly a black light sucked both of them and swapped their places. He turned around and caught his spear using the inertia. He threw back the spear at the Goblin Monarch. Who? Kiek! The monster roared in pain gain, and kneeled on the ground. Abyss Angel pierced his knee and disabled its leg. Adam didn't intend to waste a chance like this. He quickly rushed towards the Goblin Monarch and stabbed its other shoulder with the basic spear. Goblin Monarch's HP is reduced below 10%. Goblin Monarch will now evolve in final phase. Frenzy state. In the next moment, the monster stood up from the ground and swung its saber crazily, ignoring its pain and only trying to kill Adam. Adam slid down and pulled his spear. It only stumbled back for a moment and continued to cut him down. Thankfully, he was quick. Adam held his spear and leaped in the air. This time I will break your head into 2 halves. Star Strike. Activated unique skill. Star Strike. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of Star. With a crack sound, the skull broke open and the monster turned into white light and disappeared. You have killed the Goblin Monarch without using any magical spells. You medals will be doubled. There were 6 silver medals and gold medals on the ground. Adam was delighted. Adam, there is a treasure chest near the throne. Adam quickly placed the medals in the inventory and rushed to the place where his girlfriend was standing. Try opening it. Ariana opened the treasure box. Inside was a saber that looks just like the one that the goblin had. There were also 2 arrows placed beside the saber. One was painted in gold and the next one was painted gold. Ha! Isn't it silver arrow and gold arrow? Adam was very surprised to see it here. In his last life, it was in the hands of demon archer Kong O. Adam remembered where he first met him, and let a small laugh. Demon archer Kong O, in this life you have to join my guild, he thought, and placed the 2 arrows at inventory. The 2 didn't care about the saber at all, even though they can equip the saber. Who can fight with that in the first place? Adam, how many medals do we have? We have a total of 7 medals. Don't worry, there are still many dungeons remains for us to clear. Hee. If there are 3 medals per dungeon, then there are 150 dungeons? The difficulty might be different. Having a stronger boss, for example, they will get more medals. Adam stopped thinking of it, took the saber and looked at its specs. Saber of the Goblin Monarch.
SDR plus 75.
Durability. 34/34. That's a pretty brain muscle weapon. How does it look? It has pretty much low durability. Can't be used for long fights. Only plus is, it has the buff effect of plus 75 STR. Adam sighed and said, keep it at the inventory, we can sell it at auction. Do you want to search for the next dungeon? There's a magic circle in the back of the throne. I think we can go outside when we stand on it. Maybe we can do it today? I also have my mana full. After discussing, both of them stood in the magic circle. A huge white light descended upon them, and when the light disappeared, they were at the grassland earlier. The 2 started walking towards the mountainous terrain. Chapter 43, How can you claim that you're not good in cards? Asur Summoner 3. After walking for almost an hour, they finally reached the forest. The 2 of them regained their liveliness and increased the pace they were walking. The dense forest was not letting most of the light pass from the sky and was very dim. It also has a lot of bushes, making it a terrain well suited for the surprise attack from monsters. And after 30 minutes, there wasn't one surprise attack that the 2 of them was worried about after all, and their exploration continues peacefully. Nothing is coming out? Ariana asked. ****. The forest that was silent and eerie. The more they moved deeper, the sounds were really disappearing. See, can we talk about something? Because of the anxiety beyond description, Ariana shouts. It's okay though. At the time, Adam forcefully started to talk and tried to change the atmosphere. The 2 heard puh, the sound of igniting a fire. Because it was the first sound since they came here, they sensitively reacted and looked towards where the sound came from. Adam saw a few blue supernatural fiery balls, floating and approaching them. It's game. Don't be afraid, Ariana mumbled. Hey, don't be afraid. I'm here nah. That's not reassuring at all. Do you want to run? Who wants to run? Even if I am afraid, this is only a game. The next moment, some supernatural fiery balls appeared. The monsters also became lively. Floating skulls, supernatural fiery balls with different colors, zombies and transparent humans. Various kinds of ghosts and specters started to appear. We shouldn't have entered this forest. Hey, hold up together. Ariana started to run without listening to him. Don't run. You will attract their attention. After running for a few minutes, she found a crumbling deserted house and jumps in it like an emergency escape. Ariana, I didn't expect you to be afraid of ghosts. Then why did you run with me? Well, never mind. It's an old house, want to search around. I'll leave it to you, Ariana says. Well, you've always been bad with ghosts, right? She didn't reply, seemingly very exhausted, sat on the chair in the deserted house. Adam started to search around, but in the first place, there wasn't much furniture inside the deserted house. There was only a worn-out table and the worn-out chair. The dirty carpet was placed beneath the table, and an old chest of drawers. In this room, there wasn't even a bed. A person couldn't live in it. The windows are shattered in some parts. It was barely closed shut with the remaining shards of glasses. Inside the chest of drawers, there was nothing. Adam had a faint expectation that there might be a medal, but it couldn't go that easy. While he was searching the house, which had nothing, Adam heard a voice from behind. What do you think? It is already past 6 in game time. It is evening soon. Maybe that's why the ghosts came out. We choose the wrong time to enter the forest, Ariana said in a realization. I have some food, we could eat it and rest here, but I think you'd hate to stay here. Ariana silently took a glance outside of the window. There were silhouettes that were clearly not of the players outside. Since the monsters were not entering the deserted house, it seemed to be safe, but if they go outside, it would sure be a pandemonium of hell for her. It can't be helped, I should be fine for a day. Adam sat beside Ariana, after searching the house. Hey, wanna play cards? Well, I am not really interested in it. Adam, we live in Las Vegas. How can you not like cards? Huh, is there any rule saying that I have to like cards if I stayed in Las Vegas? Come on, baby, I am very bored. Stop with those teasing words. Adam slightly blushed for the first time. He is blushing. Adam grabbed the cards and started to shuffle it. Inside the game, a few simple entertainment items exist. That was one of those. It might distract us for a while, but there are only 2 people, so it will end fast, you know. Then, let's make it a little more interesting. You have to take lead to kiss me if I won. What are saying? Then I won't play. Okay, fine, but I have to see by myself. How good are you at cards? The 2 were playing games. Cards. The night was still young, but stop. It. MHHP. It's already the 4th time. Ha. Ha. Adam could feel her hot breath. Sweat dripped from his face. In a cramped and deserted place, he kissed her for the 4th time. Ariana's face was fully blushing, and she couldn't help but feel hot. You? Cheated me? How can you claim that you didn't like cards when you are this good at playing it? Adam smirked. I only said that I don't like cards. But, have I ever said that I am bad at playing cards? You idiot. Let's go another round. This time I will be sure to win. It's a deal then. In the middle of it, they ate dinner and continued the game. I won. Damn it. He tasted her lips for 5th time. Do you want to play another round, baby? G. Go to hell. You idiotic bastard. Ariana jumped out of his embrace. I'm going to sleep. She took the sleeping bag and quickly went inside. Silly, you will be mine. Soon or later, Adam gave her a kiss on her forehead and went to sleep. Because the possibility of monsters attacking was 0, the 2 of them slept relaxing. When the time turned 12, a low, unclear voice was heard near the table, which made them wake up instantly out of their slumber. It was very intermittent, but they heard it clearly. You wei wa. Beneath the table, Adam quickly flips out the carpet and checks what's below. There is an underground tunnel. The voice was getting louder. The source of it was below there for sure. I'll go exploring, okay? Adam said as he prepared to jump. I will also go. It would be bad if you got defeated. What? I will get defeated. Yes, you will HMP. Ariana cutely snorted and stuck closely to Adam from behind. Chapter 44, Heading Towards Mountain. Asur Summoner 4. The 2 were walking one step at a time and cautiously went lower and lower. The voice was getting louder and louder. Adam was in front, in case if there is a surprise attack. After reaching the lowest point, there was a metal door ahead of them. Adam placed his hand on the doorknob and examined it. Ariana, it isn't locked. I'm going to open it. Okay? Yes. Adam made a defensive stance while opening the door. After the door was opened, the voice could be heard clearly. It hurts. It hurts, aha. Inside the room, there were many candles melted in half, were placed in the middle of the ground. And what it shimmers was a bloody woman that was tied to a chair. She doesn't seem to have hostility, but both of them could recognize that the woman isn't a player. What should we do? She says that it hurts, so I want to cure him, Ariana replied. I have, although its effect is only mediocre. You want me to try?
Please.
After hearing her words, Adam used heal. A kind light enveloped the man, and his wounds healed a little bit. It was still too far away from a complete cure. One more time. Heal. While checking how the wounds were healed, Adam used heal repeatedly. After using nearly 500 of his mana, the woman's wounds finally healed completely. Adam made a very content smile. "Thank you," the woman said. While looking closely, she was really beautiful. She had rabbit ears and tender lips. But it's a pity that after saying those words, she instantly turned into white light and disappeared. Did he go to heaven? Isn't that the case? Probably. He isn't living at all in the first place, though. Adam saw that there was something left in the chair, where the woman was sitting on. Inside this dark, dim room, there was two items on the chair. Adam picked something that was similar to ring. "This is a ring?" As he was examining it, a notification popped up before him. Ring of Life.
Mana, 500.
Plus health, 500. Wow, it's incredible. But I think I don't need it. Adam looked at the deep black ring and turned towards Ariana and put it in her hand romantically. "Should I consider as the first gift from you, baby?" "Whatever you consider, but stop teasing me or else I have to punish you," as he said. Adam sicked his lips and made a strange gesture. "Huh?" Ariana's face suddenly blushed. "Bastard," she mumbled. Adam picked up the next item. It was a potion in a glass bottle. The liquid inside it was golden in color. Potion of Life. Used to hatch an egg that can't be hatched. Can only be used in legendary or unique grade eggs. Adam was quickly remembered of the egg in his inventory that he got from the Silver Wolf Lord. Behind him, Ariana let out a big yawn. "Adam, let's go to sleep again. The event in this forest. I wonder if it is only this. There might be at least another one, but the time period probably has something to do with it. This also, it seems like it's an event that appeared at 12 hours ago. Other than that, the time of appearance of the ghosts is most probably also was because of the time period of the event, so they had the conclusion that they needed to explore around here for a few days to have a proper result. Then, the plan tomorrow is to get through this forest. Let's do that." For Adam, this forest was not a place that he wanted to stay for a long time. When the two came out of the underground, they returned the furniture to its original position and went to sleeping immediately. And just like that, the night had passed. Second day. Location, deserted house, forest. After eating a light breakfast, they moved ahead from the deserted house towards outside the forest. From time to time, Adam climbs a tree and checks the direction of the mountainous area. After walking for 3 hours, they finally saw the end of the forest. "At last, we got through. It's been a while where it's bright, so it's blinding." In front of them, barren lands with only a few grass growing spread ahead, and that continues up to the mountainous areas. This change of environment, if it's not a game, it's impossible to find a place like this into real world. Not knowing what scenery comes next is really exciting, right? The two chatted while advancing through the barren lands. It was a terrain that was easy to know if there was a monster getting closer, so it was easy to scout. That is why they were able to see the silhouette that was most probably a pair of player from far away. "Adam, there's someone at the distance." Adam advanced while strengthening the cautiousness. Since Adam was well known in the game, probably all the players should know his face. After advancing for few meters, the other side also noticed the two, stopped on their tracks, and started to discuss. Adam stared at them. Both of the players were male. One was holding a short sword while another one was holding a long sword. When they reached the distance where their voices could be heard, one of the males from other started to talk. "I can't believe it. When I thought that, I was finally able to see a person. I didn't think that it would be Adam Crystal." Another one said, "I was really terrified. We don't have the will to fight, so please let us go. I am just going to climb the mountain, so you can continue what you had planned," Adam said as he walked past them while Ariana also quickly followed his suit. "Wait, we are also just about to climb mountains. Why don't we climb it together?" From what he heard, it looked like the other two also had the same opinion, and asked if they could come with along. "What do you think, Ariana? Isn't it all right?" Just like this, 4 of them advanced towards the mountain. Adam and Ariana took the lead, and the 2 other unknown players walked behind them. On the way, they encountered monsters a few times, but without waiting for a second, Adam killed it instantly, just as they were little before their destination. The two of them started to attack. Attack now.
Amor Krość.
Raging sword. The two, who were behind Ariana, attacked her at once. But their deadly blades would not reach him. Just with one hit, both of them were sent flying by Adam. Adam had guessed that there was a high possibility that they were going to attack if they asked for accompaniment. As they rushed forward, he instantly used Super Swap to change position with her. The men didn't notice that Adam was observing them from the start itself. They were too focused on aiming for their prey, so their head couldn't turn enough to think that they might be also aimed at. What? Both of them were very surprised that their surprise attack ended with a failure and stopped at their feet. They had probably absolute confidence. Even if they couldn't defeat Adam, they planned to snatch the medals from Ariana and flee before Adam kills them. Before they could react, both of them were smashed to grounds by Adam's golems. To think that they were going to attack me. Well, there's a reason for you to be targeted. It's good that I had an eye on them. Baby, you are great. Ariana teased him a bit and said, other than that, they might have dropped some medals, right? As she said, Ariana advanced to the place where the golems were standing. She searched around where the two of them died. There were indeed 3 medals. Hee hee, we got really lucky. As she said, Ariana handed over the medals to Adam. With this, they had a total of 10 silver medals and 1 gold medal. Also, in this event, Adam's first PvP ended with an easy victory. Then, once again, let's go climb the mountain.
N.
Both of them continued to walk towards the direction where the mountain was located. Chapter 45. Reaching the peak. Asur Summoner. 5. The slope of the ground appeared. It looked like they have entered the mountainous area. This mountain, Adam paused for a moment. I think other players should probably move towards it too, so we should not let them go ahead of us. That's okay, Adam. Let's hurry as much as possible. The two climbed the mountain quickly. The mountain that they were climbing right now was the tallest. Right now, there weren't any other players around. Although, there is the possibility that they are climbing from another direction. They couldn't do anything about it.
Adam.
Monsters are coming. I got it. Adam took out his weapon, Abyss Angel, and attacks the monsters. It differed from the time when he was battling with the monsters on the ground. There were a lot of monsters, so their battle time also drastically increased. Oh, I leveled up. I'm level 9 with this, Ariana said in a cheerful tone. Obviously, this experience she got was all from Adam. She didn't fight with a single monster from the start of the event. There are enormous boulders here and there, and monsters suddenly jump out from there, so it was a situation they couldn't let their caution down. By one of them, being always cautious of the surroundings alternately, they prepared for surprise attacks. Because bird-type monsters attack from the sky from time to time, Adam could only deal with it with magic, not like that his MP was taken away. The land monsters were monkey and snake types. They attack with quick movements. The ground is also terrible, so it's hard to do it. Let's hurry up and climb. Plus EXP. Mountain monkey fur. Poison of mountain snake. You have reached LVL 39. Adam received series of notifications. Ignoring it all, he continued to climb the mountain. 2.5 hours of advancing while defeating monsters. They finally reached the height where snow literally visible, Zakazaku. They walked forward while making that sound. Suddenly, two of them spotted a gigantic snake which was near as comparable to the Medusa. It also seemed to be very injured, to state that it could die receiving one blow from Adam. It will give a good amount of EXP, Adam, quickly slay it, Ariana said with joyful eyes. No, it's true that we can slay it, but it's also a high-grade beast. So? Ariana asked, confused, like a little girl. I think that you have forgotten that you are a summoner after saying it. Adam handed over 2 large HP potions to her, gestured to give them to the snake-like monster before them. Adam, are you sure about it? She asked with little hesitant eyes. Adam nodded his head as she closed the distance between her and the monster and fed the potion to the monster. The wounds on its body recovered, and it twisted and bowed to Ariana, wanting to be petted by her. Now, summon it. Summon. A faint rune-like design formed on the surface where the monster was standing. After some seconds, a notification popped up before her. You have summoned Poison Dragon. Name, Poison Dragon. Grade Epic. Caster, Ariana. She looked thrilled and hugged Adam out of excitement. Huh. Do you take lead this time? Adam teased her. W, what's going on, you're me? And D, all the time? Ariana shook off from his embrace and quickly climbed the mountain. Adam pursued her suit quickly, in case if she caught up in danger. We've advanced pretty much, right? Probably only another hour before the peak. Adam looked up to the peak as he said, because of that, he could also notice the monster ahead. About 20 meters ahead, there was a monkey that had white fur covering its whole body. That monkey charged down while kicking off the snow. Another one is coming, Adam yelled. Now that she had the summoned beast, Ariana can also fight by his side. Both of them braced themselves. Near the monkey, 2 bluish-white magic circles emerged. There was a different point between the monsters until now and the monkey. That is right. This monkey could use magic. Juju. As Ariana said, the snake beside her instinctively covered for Adam. It was a continuous attack with ice gravels like a machine gun, but Juju's tough scales blocked them with ease. When the monkey was close enough, it made the magic circle disappear and, enveloping a white shine to its fist, it punched Juju. This time there was a heavier blow that runs through the snake's body and Juju was pushed back a few meters. TCH, because of the terrain, I can't even summon my golems. While Juju was getting the attention of the monkey, Adam slips beside the monkey and slashes at it from behind. The monkey screams, but without collapsing. It turns towards him with anger in its eyes and swings its fist madly. The snow on the ground was a hindrance, so it was hard to move, but Adam dodged with no problem. Fireball. Ice Spear. The 2 consecutive attack counter leaves a deep wound on the monkey's stomach. Nevertheless, it didn't collapse. *Gappa*. From its opened mouth, a white shining magic circle can be seen. Fly. Adam uses wind-related skill with an instinctive decision. It pierced a large number of sharp ice on the ground, where Adam was standing the moment ago. Adam dropped from the air, straight towards the monkey's head. The counterattack after evading the breath of ice finally kills the monkey. The monkey's body became light and disappears in the air. Plus EXP. Skill. Ice Missiles. Plus Ice Monkey's Fur. Adam was delighted to have found a skill at the drops. It wasn't for him. He handed over the scroll to Ariana and gazed around the surrounding. Fortunately, there was no rule in Horizon, saying that different classes can't learn other classes' skills. They only can't learn it from guilds and auctions. The skill scrolls that drop from the monster can be learned by anyone. Even if it was a warrior's skill, a magician can learn it. Likewise, if it was a magic skill, even a warrior can learn it. The 2 of them once again advanced to the ice mountain. The monkey seemed to be something like a mid-boss. They did not encounter it again. Instead, the monster that appears was a mole that was moving through the snow with zigzag while raising a cloud of snow, and a wild armadillo that rolls while taking the snow with it. We should be careful with the mole, but the armadillo just continues to roll after dodging it, so it's very easy, right? I think it would be best if we are in guard. Discussing things like these, both of them climbed up the mountain and finally reached their peak. The mountain peak was shaped like a clean round, and there was a shrine made of stone at the center. There is a white shining magic circle in front of the shrine, and it was shining as if to lure someone. It was a teleportation magic circle that they have seen before in a goblin's cave. When the 2 got close to the magic circle, from the opposite side of where the 2 climbed from, another party of 2 climbed up. One was holding an enormous sword. Another one was petting some monster in his hand. They also noticed Adam and Ariana and looked towards the 2. Adam prepared for a PvP, but that didn't happen. Ariana's sister. The boy who was holding the monster yelled. Oh, James, I didn't think I'll meet you here. I was also not expecting you here. We don't want to fight. I don't even think we would win. After all, your boyfriend is Adam Crystal. Hearing his words, Ariana slightly blushed. So she said about me to her friends secretly. Adam thought in his heart, it's cute. I also don't want to fight. It's okay, right, Adam? Well, I guess so. We also don't want to be exhausted, so it should be good to be cautious at least, but probably it's okay, I think. Because it could be hardly said that it would be absolutely fine, Adam continued to talk without letting her guard down. Then what should we do with this shrine? Both of us can't receive the rewards, right? James asked. What he said was reasonable, since it would be James or Ariana to enter first. If they were able to successfully capture it, the rewards might disappear. What do you want to do, Ariana? After thinking for a while, Ariana hesitantly replied, Adam, can we give it to James and his friend? Ariana, who told that apologetically, was surprised to see a pleasant smile on Adam's face. He closed the distance between them and whispered in her ears, If you give me a kiss, that is, shut up, you idiot. Fine, you shouldn't regret it. Promise me that. Okay? Yeah, I won't regret it. Ariana informed James to go on first. Is it okay? Here. It's normal for you to enter first though. It's okay. You should hurry and leave before I change my mind, you know? After Ariana said that, he said thanks and stood on the magic circle, and disappeared. The two of them were left behind on the mountain peak. You're really fine with that? And, if it became a battle here and exhaust ourselves, after teleporting we will stand no chance against the boss monster. And most of all, I didn't want to fight with a friend too. It's fine as long as you are not regretting it, Adam said while looking at the magic circle that had lost its shine. What should we do? Do you want to go down? Or, do you want to wait here? When Adam suggested that, suddenly, the magic circle regains its shine again and glows brightly. It was a sign that teleportation has started to work again. Both of them were surprised. It hasn't been a minute since James and his friend entered. How come it lights up too quickly? It was an unexpected speed. Ariana looked so confused and asked Adam. There are two possibilities. One, the possibility that it ended quickly since they only needed to collect the medals or equipment after teleporting. The other one is, Adam stopped in his words for a moment, the possibility that a very strong monster defeated them, without being able to do anything. Adam, who finished, looked at the circle. If I were to choose, it is the latter thing. The reason why the magic circle is still lighting is that someone can challenge it again. So, it should not be equipment, probably. Should we enter it? Fortunately, there was no sign of any other players climbing. Okay, let's go. I want to see for myself what's inside it. As soon as they stood in the circle, both of them become light and disappeared. Chapter 46. Dealing with the Bird Monster. Asur Summoner 6. The light that covered the sight of the two disappeared. After reaching the teleported place, they could not spot any monster anywhere. The two continued to be on alert while confirming the surroundings. In there was a very wide circular space. The walls were covered by red shining crystals, and the ceiling was open. From the sky, snow was falling, and one part of the crystal on the wall ahead was protruding. On it was a huge bird's nest. But it seems that the nest's owner was not there at the moment. I guess a bird-type boss would absolutely come. Shall proceed towards the nest. Yes. The two, while on alert, advanced towards the bird's nest. There were only 5 meters left before the bird's nest. At that instant, together with a roaring sound, something was shot at high speed towards the hall from high up in the sky. But the two who was on alert could barely jump back and was able to dodge. Those were sharp-edged ice. And following that, a monster bird that has feathers white as snow swoops. Juju appears before them and covers both of them with its long tail and stands before them like a shield while hissing ferociously. Glaring eyes, sharp beaks and talons, bearing the dignity of strong beings, the monster bird descended to the hall. The path of retreating does not exist from the start. It was the start of the battle. The monster bird emerges a magic circle on its sides. From there, ice shards were shot, covering almost all of their sight. Cover! As Ariana said, Juju blocked the ice shards with its tough scales, but still it left scratches on him. It seems that the monster bird was more intelligent than normal monsters. After it understood that its attack wouldn't go through, it combined the magic circles into one, and shot ice that was much sharper and seemed much stronger. A chance appeared. Adam cast a spell, Soul Break. The monster did receive damage, but it didn't even stumble from its flying place. Its HP was also ridiculously high, more than anything he has ever faced. After receiving some damage, the monster bird raised a harsh cry. The white magic circle, suddenly, spreads out the whole floor and instantly froze the hall. This is bad. With explosive sounds, piercing through the hall's floor, large thorns of ice grew. It reached 1 meter in height, covering all of the floors. But, with the exception of their surroundings, within the snow clouds were fluttering down. Juja adjusted its position and defended them from the ice thorn.
I'm saved.
Nice one, Juju. Adam kicked the thorns of ice and approaches the bird monster. Because the footings were bad, he was not able to stop somewhere. The monster bird tries to capture him with its talons. Its speed was even equal to that of him. Fly! The sudden situation made the monster bird react late for an instant, and, in this rapidly changing battle situation, it made a fatal mistake. Adam swirls around in the air and pierces its right eye. It roars in pain and swings its wings madly. Poison ball. As Ariana said, a ball which was in the color of green hue came out of the Juju's mouth and landed on the bird's right side. What's more, is the ball was 3 times larger than normal fireball. The quickly spreads towards its talons together with its feet that were primarily used to attack. The monster bird cries in a loud voice because of its anger and eroding pain. But that movement only opens a chance. Devour. Juju grows another 2 heads, and its 3-headed poison snake tries to devour the monster bird. Adam climbed on the back of Juju and landed on the bird monster's upper side and stabs the place along with his magic spells. Ice spears. Fireball. An unbelievable cold air was emitted from the monster bird, and the poison that covered the monster bird was frozen. And Perrin, together with that high-pitched sound, it flips both of them down and flaps its wings high in the air. Its HP bar was only decreased by 22%. After all this attack, it still had an HP of more than 75%. For the 2 who had planned to finish it quickly with fast attacks, its HP amount was higher than expected. Without minding the wounds on its body, the thorns of ice that grew around the monster bird broke and gathered. And after a few instances, it was shot like a bullet. It was flying very fast towards Ariana. Super swap. Both they instantly swapped the position and the bullet pierced and went through Adam's left shoulder. Yua! The pain he felt was like hell. He gritted his teeth and used heal to temporarily seal the hole in his shoulder. Heal! Adam holds his spear and signals to his partner, let's go. On! The 2 ran in opposite directions. It was Adam which the monster bird targeted. The monster bird charged towards him fierce speed. But Adam didn't intend to lose any more of his HP. He slides down and dodges its attack while inflicting a tiny amount of damage to it. Paralysis. At the time monster suddenly went limp and fell where it was standing. Adam rolled sidewards, barely escaping from its huge body. The decrease of its HP bar was very little, it couldn't be seen in it, but it's not like it was not decreasing. The monster bird turns around, spread its wings and fluttered. With storm winds, the ice shards on the ground were caught up and closed in irregularly. Adam jumped sidewards with the leap to escape the range of the storm winds. Devour! Waiting for Adam to get through, Juju closed into the monster bird. The bird that was targeted after it fluttered was not able to face Juju's attack with a perfect condition. One of the 3 heads of the poison snake hit its body. Fireball! If there was a chance, why waste it? Adam intends to accumulate as much damage as possible. The poison that entangled it once again became ice and was shook off. Probably feeling that the poison snake was a threat, the monster bird charged towards Ariana. Because shards of ice do not have an effect on Juju, there should be no problem with his movement. It appeared before the bird and parried its attack before reaching Ariana. Its talons were swung, intended to tear apart Juju's body. But, before its talons could reach him, Juju went around and wrapped its part of the body and injected its poison onto the bird's flesh. The monster bird stopped its attack in midway and again flapped its wing high in the air and roared in pain. The HP bar on the top of the monster birds was drastically decreased to 32%. Bird 23328/72900. Adam 17 890/31 200. Ariana 7800/8000.
Juju 43257/66
Again, there was no way that Adam would let the chance escape and jumped to the back of the monster bird that was stunned by Juju's attack. Star Strike. The snowy sky was instantly illuminated with darkness and 2 stars shined there brightly, which rays were reflected upon Abyss Angel. Activated unique skill, Star Strike. Your defense and attack has been temporarily improved by 70%. Your next 3 strikes will have the power of Star. First, second, third. Even after receiving 3 strikes from him, the bird didn't die. It fell on the ground unable to move while holding its last breath. Adam ended the monster's life with his one last stab. It turned into white light and disappeared in the air. Plus EXP. Plus equipment. Frost bracelet. Plus 7 silver medals. Plus 1 gold medal. Chapter 47 Dryad. 1 Asur Summoner. 7. Adam, come here for a bit. Arian shouted from inside the huge bird's nest. Kicking the wall and jumping. When Adam reached where Risa was, what he saw were 1 bright blue-colored egg and 5 medals. This the monster birds. No, the size and colors are different. Maybe it picked it up from somewhere. I can't tell what egg is it from. Whether you take it or not, you can't summon the monster inside. If you made it as a familiar, you will really have a hard time leveling up. That's right. I am only going to make it as my familiar after reaching level 50. So don't worry. Then that's good. After sorting out the things, 2 of them went out of the nest and walked towards the magic circle. There are 3 magic circles. As Ariana has said, there were 3 magic circles that appeared. It should be proper to think that they are connected to completely different places. Adam, which one should it be? I think it would best to go where few battles happen. Ariana walked around while thinking for a while and stopped in front of one of the magic circles. This one. Your will is my command. Adam made a dramatic bow and both of them entered the magic circle and become a light and disappeared. What remained was the battered ground, the proof that a fierce battle happened here. The 2's appearance emerged from the magic circle. Both of them confirmed the surroundings. Surrounding them were ruins that had spread. There was plenty of marks of buildings being destroyed. Guessing from the position of the mountainous area, it looks like their location is on the opposite location of their starting point. At least, we got to a good direction, huh? Yep. But more than anything, I want a place to rest. While searching for a safe place, the 2 walked around the ruins. They spotted a group of 8 people. Adam stopped on his tracks. What do you think? If possible, I don't want to fight others even though our CD has finished and mana has been restored. I'm very tired. It is true they can use a potion to recover HP and MP, but fatigue is another thing. I got it. Then, let's go in the opposite direction. The 2 walked quietly through the ruins and into the forest. Spiders and owls were among the monsters that emerged. Looking at them after the giant bird, whatever creature it is, they appear to be little fry. Although their motions are slow, golems took care of these minor issues. They advanced deeper into the jungle. What they're looking for is a place to sleep for the night. They took plenty of time climbing, so the sun is already setting. The 2 continued to explore the forest while defeating monsters. There is nothing, Ariana muttered. She plopped on the ground. Surrounding them was only a forest that was spreading, and there seems to be no special buildings or caves. For the meantime, let's climb on top of a higher tree. I think it's better than being on the ground. Adam used fly to relocate their position to one of the big trees which surrounded them. There would probably be no players that would prefer climbing one without branches on the lower places appearing. The 2 rested their backs on the trunk of the tree and took a breath. Hey Adam, Can we explore gain after 12 hours? What do you think? It means what Ariana wants to say is, after taking a break for a while 12 hours, she would like to explore again. There was also the jungle incident the other day, implying that there should be an event that appears at specific times. Adam's ambition is to win at least 7 gold medals, and he recalls Yuna winning 5 gold medals and first place at the end of the event in his last life. He can't be certain that this will remain the same. After all, he's been responsible for a lot of changes since his rebirth. It's fine, we'll do as you say. In the middle of the night where even the sounds of the monsters moving got quiet, the two climbed down from the tree. Since Ariana had recovered, she urged him to explore right away. Since Adam's VIT is quite normal, he also got time to recover himself. The forest or the ruins? Which one? Adam asked. The forest. There were also players in the ruins earlier, so it probably got explored. Then let's go. The two made their way deeper into the woods. Occasionally, owls would charge without making a sound, but Adam effortlessly avoided them with his own dodging talents, while Ariana ignored them because Adam's golems were defending her. Adam noticed something shiny in the distance after trekking for an hour. We have to be cautious because it may be a player. Following Adam's instructions, they proceeded quietly and arrived at the location. After a few seconds, they found that the bright light is nothing more than a medal, but he was happy as it was a gold medal. Just when Adam was intending to grab it, a creature emerges from the ancient tree's bark, at first seeming as a new branch before hardening into a woman's torso. Her hair falls in a cascade of leaves about her naked shoulders, and she has a wild and unfathomable look in her eyes. Her skin is the same brown as the arbor from which she came, and as she leans forward, 2 long and delicate legs emerge from the tree, allowing her to entirely exit the tree. Her wooden lips part, and when she speaks it is as though he as very self has fallen out of his body. Her voice is a whisper, but it echoes through the trees, rasping and yet as clear as a stream. You should not have come here. Her voice has the breathy quality of wind across a hollow log. Her warning chills Adam's bones, and her black eyes are infinite and contain a fury that causes the grass at her feet to wilt and die. You should not have come here. Chapter 48, Dryad, 2 Asur Summoner, 8. In the dark silence-filled forest, Adam was standing before one of the legendary folk-tailed creatures, Dryad. Mustering his courage, he spoke, "What are you?" She takes no further step away from the tree but lets her gaze wash over him. The woman takes a long, deep breath as she replies with a single word. Dryad. Adam dare not believe it. A dryad was said to be one of the Fae kind, guardians created and bound by nature. If this woman is truly a dryad, she would have to be ancient, as old as the tree from which she appeared, maybe even as old as the first wood itself. It may even be higher than LVL 100. If there has been a dryad living within the forest this whole time, then it would explain the tree's incredible magical properties. She makes no move to approach. Instead, she only continues to regard Adam, her face a mask of anger, her body shaking with rage. Wind quickens and the trees rustle as the dryad bristles and turn the full force of her gaze to Ariana. Though her words remain a whisper, he feels almost deafened. Because you have taken from me. You come to my tree with fire and iron, and you build your home from our pain. For this I am angry. For this you shall die. The pain is clear in every part of the dryad's being. Her slender fingers as sharp as thorns flex and tense. Her mane of wild hair swells and coils. Her words drip with a venom that burns his ears. Ariana is standing as far back from her as she can but is unable to look away, transfixed by the creature before her. Juju appears before him and leaping forward to attack but was only sent flying a few meters. It can't even get up. Only Adam dares to speak with this lady of the forest. She is threatening him, but Adam can see that she is also hesitating. I have to learn its backstory first. Only then will I know what to do. Hoping that he could find something, Adam asks, "What happened to you?" The dryad draws in her breath like the wind across a glacier. Humans see only the worth of what they take and hear only the words that wish them well. I spoke, but none listened. I never heard anything, Adam stammers. He knows what to do in this type of situation. I have to drag this conversation as long as I can. If he can solve this problem just by speaking, it will greatly benefit him. But the Dryad simply ignores him and simply adds, "But you hear me now." The Dryad pauses, but with no change to her expression. It is impossible to tell why. When she answers, it is with a single word. "So, what do you want?" "Vengeance." TCH, and here I thought it can be tackled without violence. Her answer was full of the force of her intent that it almost knocks Adam from his feet. The leaves rustle and the Dryad replies, "No more talk. Now you will die." It looks like there is to be no further discussion. The Dryad will not listen to reason. It has killed innocent people and it will keep killing. Juju is the first to respond to Adam's movements. Seeing Adam readying his stance, he charges forward to keep the Dryad off balance, but she does not even look at Juju. She holds out a hand in his direction, and the enormous snake monster drops to the ground like a sack of potatoes, snoring loudly. The Dryad has sent him to sleep. I hope that she can't pull that trick more than once. I have to watch out for her magic. Adam makes ready to attack, but his foe remains still, keeping her attention focused on his body. He starts to feel an odd sensation creeping into his body. It was like if some is staring at him naked. He feels warm, blissfully warm, as if he is being held in the embrace of his deceased mother and father. His whole body relaxes and goes out of his control. When the Dryad speaks again, it is as though she were merely an echo from far away. "Kill the girl behind you, if not her beauty is going to be taken away." He turns around and swirls his spear. Adam almost started to attack her, when a slap lands on his face. "Wake up, Adam." "Shit. What the shit was that?" "Tisich. I never thought of encountering illusion magic this early." He charges forward with an impressive speed and catches the Dryad across the arm as she jumps back into the bark of her tree. It's a glancing blow, but it was still a hit. Adam hears the snap of a bough from above, and an arrow comes flying down towards his head. He dives out of the way, feeling the shaft whistled past his ears. Looking up, Adam can see the torso of the Dryad protruding like a branch from the bough of the tree about 15 feet above his head. The thumb and little finger of her left hand have extended out into the shape of a longbow, and her arrows grow straight from her wrist. She draws out another and points her arm bow in his direction. "I need to find a way to bring her down, or there's going to be no way I can win this 15 feet fight." As Adam said in his heart, he casts ice spears, which shoot up towards her in an instant. The Dryad is fast and emerges back into the tree, reappearing at ground level and making a run for Arian, who's standing behind him without any protection. Adam just now used his fly to climb on the tree, so he is now 15 feet up in the tree, a tree that doesn't want him in it. With a thump, a branch swings around and knocks him towards the ground with a crash. You hit the grass, thankfully cushioned by it, but still feeling worse for the experience. Ariana is in no position to defend herself. "I gotta do something." Adam rushes silently over the grass, avoiding leaving even a footprint until he is behind the Dryad. In one swift movement, Adam steps forward and delivers a crippling blow to her abdomen. The attack causes him to reappear as she staggers forwards, losing her footing. The Dryad's wooden body breaks into two as she falls on the ground. "Please," she howls, holding up her hands in defeat. "I have nothing left. Kill me and end my suffering." In the grass, Adam sees where she has dropped her wooden dagger, and Adam picks it up. The blade is sharp and powerful. Wooden dagger. He stands over an ancient being, one who is responsible for so much death. Though it is a game, it will soon be a reality. If only I had a way to make her join my side. But there will be definitely going to be some way. I have to something out of the box. Even though he never heard of Dryad joining any major players' guild like other races, he knows there is some trigger for that to happen. He raises the blade into the air and slams it down into the ground. It slides into the earth to the hilt, and the Dryad looks at it and then back to you. "You would spare my life," she whispers. "Why?" The Dryad says nothing for a long time until in her breathy voice she asks, "I have been wrong. But I have also been wronged. Tell me how you would have this end." Then the dryad walks over to you. The grass at her feet now grows and blooms wherever she treads, and she repeats her gesture, touching his face and sending a glowing warmth through his entire body. He feels as though some part of his body has been unlocked, and meeting the dryad's infinite and green eyes, Adam sees his own reflected back, familiar and somehow changed. Her wooden body dismisses, and a human body appears surrounding with a golden aura. You are a great warrior, Idicey, the one and only dryad, and my worshippers, the wood elves, will follow you. As she finished her words, a token which was made up of tree appeared in his hands. Please contact me through this when you are in trouble or when you create your own kingdom. We will be there for you. Her body dissipates in the air in the form of golden form. 2 golden medals drop before him as the system prompts before Adam's eyes. You have completed the hidden choice. Spare the evil dryad. Received dryad's blessings. Received skill. Dryad healing. Received the token of dryad. It can be used after joining a guild or creating a guild. Skills. Forest healing spirit. Grade epic. The spell calls forth a transparent spirit to occupy a 5-foot cube within 60 feet. The caster and his companions will be healed within this range. It heals 1250 HP per second. Lasts for 30 seconds. CD. 240-minute mana. 600. Dryad. A spirit that lives in the forest. Guardian of forest and woods. Worshipped by the wood elves as their goddess. Chapter 49, A Valley. Asur Summoner 9. Third day of the event.
4:54 nachts.
Middle of the Dryad Forest. Ariana, where do you want to go? Adam asked at the same time. Juju also woke up from his slumber and put circles around Ariana apologetically. It's fine, don't worry. She paused and recalled Juju. Adam, let's go straight and get out of the forest. Understood. Let's go with that then. The two advanced through the forest to the opposite direction from the ruins. After 30 minutes of advancing, Adam got a message. When he checked it, he was instantly surprised. It was from Ariana.
Adam.
Behind us, some players are targeting us from the right brush. To not get suspected, the two of them continued to chat within themselves while walking. They don't seem that strong, but they're aiming for a chance. For the meantime, do you want to catch them? You can do that? Ha! Who do you think I am? Carrot. I will paralyze them, then you take them out. Okay. After answering short and quickly, Ariana turned and summoned Juju. Paralyze shout. Shah. The sound created from Juju's mouth echoed through the forest, followed by 4 groaning voices from the brush behind them. What do you think? Perfect. The two approached the brush with no problems. In there, 4 players received the powerful paralysis and collapsed. Adam's Abyss Angel quickly sank into their chest, but no medal was dropped. With this, it is the 3rd time they have encountered a player since the event has started. Including today, only 5 days remaining, we might meet strong players somewhere. Since they had encounters 4 times in 2 days on simple calculations, they should have 10 encounters. Also, a group like before will be tough to fight against. Even if Adam is the strongest player in Horizon, it will be at least a bit tough to fight 8 or 10 players at Ankh 3. Don't worry, I will protect you no matter what, Adam said grinningly while her face only turned red. Stupid. Another hour advancing the forest. When the sunlight started to reach from the gap of the trees. Finally, they were able to see the scenery outside the forest. It was a valley that spread before them. The place where they were standing is on the top of the highest cliff. There was a lush of plants, and anyone can hear the birds' voices. The bottom of the valley was covered by a deep fog, and you can't grasp the whole picture. If someone is to explore here, they first need to do something to be able to go down. Hey, I wonder if someone had already explored. I don't know, but if it's this huge, they might have someplace they forgot to explore, Adam said while picking up the grass below his feet. Symbiotic thorn. Adam was quick to store it in inventory, but only after some time he realized, I am not weak anymore. Only he knows how many times he had survived with help of this plant. He sighed and enjoyed the beautiful scenery before him. As Adam had said, The valley was very huge. There are more than 100 meters for sure from the place where both of them were right now. On top of that, its width is also wide. This also seems to have easily more than 100 meters. I guess so. Then, let's quickly go down. Adam lifted Ariana in his hands and used flight. I hope he doesn't look at my face. Now her face was fully flushed. Adam landed on the ground with a light step, but the bottom of the cliff was filled with mist. Adam also drained almost 300 of his MP, so he can't use fly, or it will burdensome while fighting monsters. I can't see ahead at all. If it's like this, there might be metals that are missed. Be careful with surprise attacks and the steps, okay? Ariana. I got it. They carefully advanced within the thick fog where they cannot even see a few meters ahead. A water sound? It is true. I wonder if there's a place with water nearby. The two went towards the place where their water sounds came from. On the way, the bat-type monsters that came out were clearly a small fry. It looks like the level of the enemies around her is not that high. There it is. Ariana literally jumped while pointing her finger in one direction. They were standing before a small river. It was making a sound from the water that was flowing to the slight step. Look there. The place Ariana pointed to. You can barely see that there was a crack in the boulders and had been a cave. Thinking that it might be a dungeon, the two approached that and entered inside. But they found out that it is only a huge crack that was not that deep and has not many signs of monsters. Let's make this place our camp. It seems like valley exploration would take time too. Although it was only a huge crack, as Adam had mentioned, it was enough conditions to be a camp. At least, it would be far better than the top of a tree or behind the bushes. Surprisingly, the cave's surface was fully covered with grasses, which gave them a comfy feeling while lying down. Adam roasted some meat. Both of them ate it quietly as there was nothing much to talk about. They rested inside the cave for an hour and decided to explore the valley. Chapter 50, The Fog Fight. Asur Summoner 10. Both of them started to head towards the upstream. I'm looking forward. Hey, it's not like there would be absolutely something there, so mind that, okay? Baby, I got it. Because they were advancing to the upper stream, the rocks started to gradually increase, and it changes to an area that is hard to walk on. But, with the help of golems, they walked through it easily, advancing just like that for an hour. Because their base was placed near the upper streams, the two were able to reach there faster than expected. The thing that was there was a clear spring that has a diameter of 3 meters. That which had a beautiful circular shape gave the two mystical as their first impression. The thick fog also was an element that gave off a mystical atmosphere. It seems very deep, Ariana said while taking a peek inside the lake. The size of the spring wasn't that much, but it looks like it was decently deep. You want to try and dive? I think that it's worth trying. There is a chance of something down there. Adam removed his robe and shirt. Just when he was going to dive, he heard a low and sweet voice from behind. Be careful, Ariana said blushingly. I'm going. Adam entered the spring and dove at once. He advanced deeper and deeper into the waters where light didn't reach. And after 10 minutes of swimming, Adam found a tattered treasure box that sank on the bottom of the spring. While being cautious of traps, Adam carefully placed the treasure box in the inventory and started to swim back towards the surface. How was it? Were you worrying about me? HMP, yes. After settling down, Adam opened the treasure chest. With a silk sound, the box disappeared, and what remained was a silver-colored staff. There were red and blue jewels engraved on its tip. There were also 5 silver medals on it. Summoner's Staff. After equipping the staff, Ariana's mana and HP raised exponentially. Even though they observed the surroundings very carefully, there weren't any dungeon or magic circles. Well, it is good. Then, shall we continue to walk? And just like that, 2.5 hours of going downstream. They had a few battles along the way, and Juju's level also increased by a few. He also obtained a new skill. The skill name was Awakening. Awakening will temporarily boost Juju's stats by 30% after 8 minutes. That is the finishing of skill. Juju will go into a deep slumber for 3 hours. After walking for more than an hour, They finally reached the downstream. This is the source of the fog. Yes. The dense fog became thicker, and Ariana already had a hard time seeing Adam, who was beside her. He wrapped his hands around her. In the dense fog, her face slightly blushed. The two approached the river. And then, whoosh asterisk, the fog was blown away by the wind, and the scene in front of them was exposed. There was a spring there just like in the upper streams, and something like a cube in the center. The white fog comes out from the cube without rest. It looks like the cube absorbs water from the spring and creates fog. Do you want to check it? That is the only way. The instant when they entered the spring, the wind stopped as if it was aiming for them, and the dense fog instantly covered the surroundings. Adam, are you there? There was not one reply from Adam. She panicked. Suddenly, a pair of hands came out of nowhere and covered her mouth. Yuwa dash. Shoo. Calm down, Ariana. It's me, Adam. There is someone here. Besides two of us, Adam silently whispered to her. She increased her cautiousness. Yuwa. Ku. Ah. Both of them heard a voice followed by Gakuin, Gakuin. The sound of metal hitting each other could also be heard. As they were hearing it, something like a portal appeared before them and sucked both of them inside. When Adam opened his eyes, he spotted a knight wearing platinum full armor holding a shining white sword. Opposite to him was Ariana and Juju. Both of them were seriously injured. Ariana. 1234/8400. Ariana. He couldn't help herself shouting to the surprise. He felt a rage inside him. It's like the time when I first faced the real monster. Adam quickly rushes towards her and casts his newly acquired spell, Healing Spirit. A golden enveloped their surroundings, and her HP quickly started to restore. Stay behind me. I'll stop it whatever happens. Adam drew his spear and stood before Ariana to block whatever comes towards them. A purple magic circle appeared from its blade. The knight casually held its sword. Golems, attack him. As he said, 3 golems ferociously charged at him. The knight swung its sword downwards, which sunk into one of the ice golems and cuts it into halves. However, it was the only one that is cut off. The remaining 2 directly hit the knight with their fists. The knight groans and fell to its knees. Even so, it tries to stand up with the support of its sword. However, that did not happen. From its tattered armor, a white light started to overflow. It looks like the knight gave up on standing up. It let go of its sword. And with that, it became a flow of light that doesn't lose out with the platinum armor and raised up. It is super weak compared to the monster bird. In fact, its ability to destroy the golem was very strong, but it didn't have the HP and defense following that. On that point, it can be said that the monster bird was abnormal. The battle ended simply. Its defense and HP is actually very low. Juju is still recovering. I will go and take a look at medals. As Ariana said, she jogged and picked up the medals. It only dropped 2 silver medals. Ariana collected the medal and called back Juju. The spell effect also finished, and they started to search for the magic circle. Adam was standing before the stairs. He can't see the other end from where he was standing. It seems that there is no teleportation circle this time, he muttered. Adam, I couldn't find any magic circle. Yeah. I think we have to climb these stairs to go out. Then what are you waiting for? Let's climb. Sigh. He sighed as they started to climb the stairs. What greeted them was a thick forest. Chapter 51. A Stronghold. Asur Summoner 11. 5th day. 9:34 a.m. Unknown. Forest. Both of them proceeded cautiously while riding behind the back of Juju. After traveling for nearly 5 hours, they reached a open ground. Adam got up from the Juju and looked around. Few km away, he spotted a cave-like structure with a white stone embedded on the large circular closed door. Next to the door, there is roughly a tunnel being dug. Adam can see pickaxes and shovels as well as the piles of rock and stone nearby. As he was observing, a hand suddenly tapped on his shoulder. He flinched and turned around while taking out his weapon at the same time. How can I not notice? Hi, I am Amelia. I was also planning to enter the strange structure over there. While I was watching, I noticed you. Do you mind if we join hands? It was Amelia, the one who goes around and do weird things and got many unique skills in his past life. He also had few interactions with her in his past life, but he didn't know she also participated in this event. There was nothing to worry about her, since he knew her character and he instantly accepted her proposal. But, where is your partner? Actually I gave him money to help me in this event, but he left me as soon as we were teleported to the event place. I was lucky and obtained some useful skills which helped me survive till now. I'm sure how you got lucky, Adam muttered in his heart, and both of them went back to Ariana. After resting for some time, the trio decided to enter the strange cave. Ariana was first doubting her whether to believe or not, but after some time she accepted Amelia. After reaching close enough, Adam recognized it was more like a stronghold than a cave. There were also camps behind it, but Adam didn't mind. At that time something catches his attention. The sound was like small pebbles shifting, which is strange since the ground is soft soil. Adam raises his hand as a signal for everyone to stop moving. It was a small white man-shaped figure walking slowly towards them. The creature is perhaps only a foot tall and clearly made of stone. The sound they heard came from its legs rattling together as it walks. Just as he was about to slash it with his spear, Amelia raises her hands and stops him. Then, she casts silently under her breath, waving her hands in intricate gestures. Suddenly, glowing blue bands of force wrap around the imp. In addition to holding it still, she carefully wrapped one band around its mouth, preventing it from shouting. They still don't know who set up the camp and how many were in there. The sounds of snoring came from the tent as they stood before the door of the stronghold. Again, Amelia opens the door without making any sound. A soft white light springs into existence from above. Small spherical crystals have been placed along the walls on either side of the hall. Adam watches as these lights illuminate one at a time ahead of him, showing the way. The white stone walls are smooth and the corners are masterfully cut. They have never seen such skill with stonework back in Earth. The group walks through bedrooms, lavatories, kitchens, and lounge areas. Adam also spots plates, blankets, chairs, hairbrushes, and all other manner of items. Hours pass as they stroll through the ancient stronghold. The one thing that is noticeably absent is corpses. Why did the someone leave their homes? Why didn't they take anything with them? It is a mystery. Well, what do we take? Amelia says gruffly as they walk. It's a good question. Mundane items might be sold for gold, but it would be a long and exhausting affair. Also, such regular items would never get any gold for them even if it's old. What's that down there? Ariana asks. At the end of the indicated hall, Adam spots a cavernous, high-ceilinged chamber. The three of them walked towards it. Adam was surprised to find an enormous 20-foot statue in the center of the room. The bright lights come from a single stone embedded in the dais on which the statue stands. In the podium where the statue was placed had some silver medals. But strangely enough, the rainbow of light from the stone is bright enough to illuminate the entire chamber. As they were observing the chamber, a gurgling voice says from above, "What do we have here?" Adam looks up to see a terrifying sight.